There we go. Microphone does actually work. Wisdom Blue. Oh wait, you're right. Sorry, Jimmy. Alright. Wisdom Blue. I feel so much smarter. I can hear myself. This is crazy. Okay. What the? I assume that was bad. What the hell? Some shit he would do. So much slick. A lot of booyah bombs going on here. No worries, friends. I gotcha. I feel like green. Yeah, green's probably a bigger threat than blue. Yo, what's up, X-Ray? 4 hours of sleep? What the? What were you? Oh yeah, you were up early, weren't you? Probably had like driving and stuff to do. Hopefully got some free food though. Oh, whoops. Yo, game nerd. Hello, hello. Game nerd, give me the latest on some speed running. Oh yeah, game nerd, are you getting oh shit. What a save. Are you getting the new Zelda game? And is that something that you'd consider speedrunning? I don't think you ever mentioned speedrunning the other Zelda, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, I feel like this game's been going on forever. These matches are only like 3 minutes long. Yes, fly your teammate, let's go. Wait, this is actually pretty good. This special. I'm only coping a little bit, but it's actually pretty good. Okay, I'm kidding, I coped a lot. Wait, they pinned our base. Team what? We're team Wisdom. Wisdom. We got a PB. Let's go, game name. You're not gonna get the new Zelda game? Fascinating. Did you play the last one? But it said I got a job. Squeaks is kind of funny. Cannot lie. Honestly, I used to watch so much like speedrunning stuff. I don't watch as much nowadays, but I feel like there was a time of my life for like Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, like there's a lot of like Nintendo games that, and then like they're still popular. They were like some of the top streamers. I used to watch so much speedrunning. You have Breath of the Wild, haven't beaten it yet? Gotcha. Is it not your type of game? Do you play other Zelda games? Because I found myself like I like other Zelda games, but I don't love them. But I actually really enjoyed what is happening. I actually really liked the last Zelda game. But I didn't look 100% it. I did a lot of side quests, but I didn't like do everything. But it was really fun just to like, I don't know, to just see like, oh, there's like a mountain and there's got to be something on top of it or behind it, and then going, and then they like constantly reward you. Just not too into Zelda. I feel ya. I feel ya. I'm not a big Zelda fan, but I really like what they did with Breath of the Wild. The only thing with the newer game that kind of scares me a little bit is that it's almost like too... Well, I don't know. I'm sure it'll probably be fine. Like, I'm still gonna get it at some point, but I'm not gonna get it like day one. But I'll get around to playing it for sure. But I hope it's not too much into the creativity. Oh, you can't paint the minimap. Actually kind of sick. Like too much into like the creating different like objects and stuff. Like I think the fact that you can like build boats and stuff is like really cool, but that's not a game that I would like play. It's something I'd want to watch other people play. Like, and it's not like a good or a bad thing, but it's an interesting thing. Like it's an interesting dynamic with a lot of games and like in an era of like live streaming and stuff. Is that there's totally games that like, I know I don't want to really buy this and play this, but I know that if I watch other people play it, I would like really enjoy it. But I still think the new Zelda game is going to be something that I want to play. Like it is something I want to play. I don't want to spend 60 on it or 70 or whatever, however much it is. But it's definitely a game where I'll watch friends play it, and wait, cargo's crazy, and watch people that play it like super, like the creative types. Like I'm not the biggest Donkey fan, but I do like some of his videos, and I think like his, you know, that type of silliness and that energy that he brings when it comes to like his, I mean his Breath of the Wild video was really good. But we'll see. Like I'm still gonna be able to like explore the area, which is what I had the most fun with. But I haven't really followed it that much. Is it like the same? It's like the same world as Breath of the Wild, right? I've also never played Majora's Mask. I need to actually do that. Because isn't Majora's Mask like the same world as Ocarina of Time? Obviously it's like way different and they have like the time stuff. Wait, his reflex movement was actually kind of impressive. Shout out. Minimap looks kind of cool. I think I just threw the game. I feel like the dino kind of clutched up right here. We'll see. Oh. I'm still getting used to aiming. That's the one thing about this map. Special? Oh yeah, it's actually huge. This map gives me hump track vibes, where there's just a bunch of like elevation. My aim is awful. I feel like I'd definitely be better at what's it called? I feel like I'd be better with like a machine or something that like arcs. Humpback, if Humpback was baddie, basically. Yeah, the elevation's pretty steep. Yo, Limo, let's go. Majora's Mask is the same link as Ocarina of Time in a different place. Oh, okay, okay. Because I know people said that like it was a very similar game to Ocarina of Time because it was they'd like heavily rush it or something. But you know, same world. Sky. Oh yeah, the Sky Islands. I forgot about that. Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds. Oh, okay. Like I said, I haven't played a lot of like. Well, I played the earlier Zeldas, but I didn't. It's weird. I used to play games as a kid, and I kind of do it a little bit, but I've gotten better. But I used to play games as a kid and just like not like I didn't like pay attention. I could like play the entire game and then I could tell you nothing that happened, like story wise. I can tell you like the stuff I fought and everything, but in school I like there's a lot of times I was the person where I'd read like an entire page of a book and I'm like, I don't know what I just read. Literally forgot about it. But over time I've gotten it happens less and less. But the most recent Zelda game outside of wait, Love Star, sheesh. Outside of Breath of the Wild, I think I played was Ocarina of Time because I ended up playing that on the 3DS. Game was really good. Really, really good. Sunshine? Yeah, Sunshine's kind of dope. Don't worry, the DLC for this game is going to take place in Delfino Island. So I always talk about that, like I wish the I want like a full-time platformer for Splatoon. I was watching some video, I forgot who the creator was. They had like a good amount of views, but they weren't like a massive creator. But they were going through the story. I should probably find the link to support creators. But they went through like the different story modes in Splatoon. It was just in my recommended. But I liked the video. But they were going back and like talking through Splatoon 1. And in a lot of ways that basically is like, it's what I asked for, but it's not like not as good. Like the platforming isn't as interesting because a lot of Splatoon 1 was like explaining the concepts of the game because it was like the first Splatoon game and no one knew what was going on. So it was like, you know, that glorified hit by curling bomb. I don't know if I've ever died to that before. I've died to many curling bombs. I don't know if I've died by getting hit by a curling bomb. Thank God Bab's on my team. He's actually carrying. Oh man. This map is crazy. Yeah, this is color lock. Bubblegum is honestly the best color. Oh no, wait. Crab cake? So is there a reason why we keep getting on defense? Because it's random still, isn't it? Got that, my friends. I got splooshed. Gotta be the worst man for attacking. Yo, what's up, Akami? What were they thinking? I mean, I don't think they thought much past the idea. It's like, because like in the interview, that shoot, I always forget their name, like Rasiskas. My brain is so bad. But there's like someone that does a lot of like translating Splatoon content from Japan. And they did like an article recently. Like all the top creators did videos. Oh my god, y'all destroyed. But they like went super hard on the Rasiskas. Thank you, Lima. I'm probably mispronouncing. Apologize if this video ever gets to you. I apologize. I love what you do. But apparently like the game creators were like super hardcore on what am I trying to say? On like the 3 motif. I don't know. But they tried to hammer in the 3 whenever possible, so three-sided map sounds good. Yeah, this map's really weird. The only thing that like might be potentially beneficial, this isn't for me, but I know a lot of people that complain about shooters kind of dominating. Shooters probably are not the ideal weapon of choice. Wait, I can change between this, right? Like, between matches, we don't have to back out, because you're not a brush anymore. Wait, you are a brush. Wait, didn't it just show you as a machine? I'm so confused. I'm just along for the ride right now. I don't know what's happening. Neo's good. Yeah, I could see Neo being really good. I can see that for sure. But I do think like missiles and, you know, like something like Dynamo actually seemed like reasonable. It's really slow, but like buckets, machine for sure. I don't know. Other weapons that arc or do other things. I don't know how Splatanas would be here. That's interesting. Yeah, Dynamo's kind of dope. Defending leader gets in mid. Just put the controller down. No, is it that bad? I mean, I don't want to find out. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to find out. Yo, burst bombs will go hard on this map. You literally could just throw burst bombs. I need to make it just burst. Oh no. Bab, please. Bab, please. Save me. Come on, brother. They don't. There's a lot of slick area where it's unpaintable, so maybe that's been 30 seconds painting our base, right? That's how per 4 goes. No, this is crazy. Y'all don't know the tech. Y'all don't know the tech. I promise. I can't promise. Wait, which one's not on my team? Okay, we're supposed to kill green. Don't kill blue, but I'm probably gonna die to blue, and then I'm gonna be mad. But don't kill blue. Wait, blue killed me, dude. What the heck? I sat in their ink storm and they killed me. Alright, my bad, my bad. We're chilling though. Wait, is their base bigger? I'm so confused. Is their base bigger? It looks bigger. How's it bigger? I don't know what's happening. Dude, Blob is actually kind of damn. Bad. Be gracious. Let the blue team win. They're chilling. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. VDS might not be the pick, but it may not be that bad. Bab, stop trolling, brother. I cannot help you. I thought he was only toxic in Salmon Run. Turns out Bab's also toxic in Track. Oh, so there. I'm not painting for special. I should be painting for special. I probably shouldn't throw my auto bombs toward mid. Stop throwing your rain at me. That's just mean. That could have been me. Whatever. I'm fine to win by proxy. Wait, I'm shooting blue. I shouldn't be shooting blue. I need to shoot green. Oh, shoot. That bomb clutched it out for us. Wait, it's going to the slick. Oh my. Bab, I think half your kills was on blue. Blue definitely won there. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. there an actual weapon? Like, I can't even practice orange zap on this map. Wait, I got 0 kills? Oh. Oh yeah, I can change my gear. Is there another thing that uses super chump that's like not as bad on this map? I think where zap's fine. Like Kraken would be kind of crazy, right? Yeah, Clash, that's what I'm looking for. Would Roller be good? Probably not. Probably not. I feel like I'd be a Tetra gamer. I'm gonna be honest, none of these weapons look very interesting to me right now, so we're gonna stick with what we know. Oh, I need to turn on LDE. Kraken, always cheese. I thought there was a third with Chump. But I was wrong. The moon. Wait, has this thing always been open? Maybe they just opened it up for this event. Not playing Splash Neo. Splash Neo would be kind of busted. It's just so weird shooting over the Triforce stuff. I feel like they could have designed the map a little bit different. Yo, what's up, OBT? There's always a window. Wait, really? I'll have to remember this next time. Sija? Alright, I'll play Sija. Wait, isn't that the name of that one song? That goes like doo 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 doo. Isn't that Sija? Oh, we can paint our part of the Triforce. I see, I see. See bat. Oh. Am I going to LD? Oh, someone DC'd. See bat. I wish. We're too far away. We're in like Utah. We've done a bit of moving. If I was still in Texas, I'd be going 1000%, but I'll be cheering on the gamers from afar. Do you have a team for it? I moved. I'm always moving. I'm always on the run. Where I'm going, I don't know. I need LDE, right? That's fine. Let's go with this. Oh, notification on Discord. That's what I was about to look at like 20 minutes ago. Thank you. Thank you, Lima. Take off LDE? Wait, isn't LDE broken in turf? I thought you were always supposed to run it. Made the smart choice. Thank you, Jamie, I did. My brain has been swelling ever since I made the decision. Have you played the new Tricolor map? So wait, what does everyone think of the Tricolor map? Because everything on social media is like not enjoying it, but I also have like I have competitive players on my timeline, and you know, no offense, but we're all really cringe. Like there's a lot of cringe that I love from us, but there's also a lot of cringe in terms of opinions that make this game not fun. I hate Splatfest. That's a base take. I tried to be a little dude, we keep getting like good players on our team. Why? But in terms of just like enjoying the game very casually, like I don't know. I think it's just like, I think it's cool that it exists. I think when we look back at our Splatoon history, like when we talk about Splatoon 3, when the new Splatoon game comes out for a better Switch console, we'll probably think to ourselves like, you know what, like that map was really cool. I'm actually excited that wait, are we defending? Oh, we are. Wait, why am I not bubblegum? What is that bomb? That bomb is literally like playing the lottery. That was crazy. I mean, Bab's got the secret tech. Wait a second. The C-Jet? It's kind of good. Don't worry, I'll lock him in place for you. We did it. Nah. I got the setup. Oh no, the Kraken. I knew someone would pick. Wait, that's kind of a crazy strat. Wait, that strat's actually kind of big brain. Unlike my aim right now, which is not. Seems fun, very unbalanced. Dude, my brain is still wondering how our side of the map is bigger. I don't know what they did because it's like the same, but it's not. The math is not mathing in my head currently. Wait, this person's going crazy. Wait, Dennis is here to win. I gotta step it up. Dennis said, you better watch yourself. Oh no, we're about to lose. Oh, it's Pink Gamer. I can't move. Save me. No. Wait, the casuals are striking back. Wait, they got both of them. Wait, we lost. Alright, C-Jet I cannot fight with at all. Alright, Pink destroyed us. I can't play C-Jet. The tech is there, but my skills are not there. You can paint with it, I just can't aim. QR doesn't work on tricolor. It's because you keep getting kills. You're too good at this game. See, casuals are better than competitive gamers. This game proves it. 100%. No, competitive gamers gotta step back. Wait, we won like 3 games. How have I not gotten anything for my little doohickey? My shirt. And to be fair, this isn't the build. It's certainly a build. What would I play? Like, I really want to play like Flingza, but I don't want to. I want to try something quirky, but I don't know what to play. Wait, Nova would kind of go hard though. I can't even justify that. It would not go hard. Oh, wait. We'll do one more. I got the tech for next game. We gotta win a game with CBAT, and then the next game we're chilling. I'm gonna be honest though, I wish they did more with not CBAT. I wish they did more like Zelda, like they should have gone crazier with the Zelda themes than just having a Triforce. Maybe that's me asking for too much, but like they should be having like beams of light and stuff. They should be doing I don't know, like I don't see, like why can't Link and Ganondorf, like why can't all those people like make an appearance somewhere on the map? Like if you get the signal. Oh, I'm trying to think of what game it was. But there's like games where like they'll have like, so okay, so picture this. Picture this. Guardian would be crazy, but that would also like overheat my Switch. My battery's gonna be bloated like everything I've seen on Twitter. If Guardian showed up, my Switch would be overheated. Smoke would be steaming off the top. But like sometimes they have in like game, I'm trying to remember what games, but like in the background of whatever you're doing, like two like behemoths are like fighting each other. And if you do well, then it will like, then yours will like punch theirs. So like imagine there was like a giant Ganondorf and like Link and stuff. I don't know how Zelda would, because like Zelda would be fighting against Link. I don't know. Don't ask me about the specifics. I got nothing for you. But imagine that just for a second they were like fighting, like they're just giant. And when you get the signal and stuff, like Ganondorf would like uppercut Link or something. Like that'd be sick. Actually, it wouldn't be that cool, but it would be an option. What they should do is like, they should have like Sky Islands and stuff. Like kind of like the Guardians. I feel like the Guardians might be a little bit too dank. It'd be cool if they're in there. Like if they could make it feasible, then I think they go for it. But if they couldn't do that, they should at least have like islands in the sky and stuff. I want to see Link in like a goofy contraption. But give me something. Like there's nothing Zelda themed when you like do anything. It's just like the map, which is kind of cringe. I mean, the map is cool, but I think the fact that they didn't like go all out, I think is where I'm sad. Also, what is this game? I'm like bullying. Sorry, they're gonna get the signal, I trust. I can't aim. It's not considered bullying if you're unable to aim. A jelly, yeah! Get a jelly with an ocarina for sure. See, Lima knows what's going on. The bands to be in the background, that'd be cool. I don't know, I feel like they should just like ham it up a little bit more. I think that's been, I mean, I'm never a Splat gamer, but I've come to acceptance of like, if I really want to play this game, I need to like, you know, either I am not enjoying my time or I can find ways to enjoy my time. So I try to find ways to enjoy my time. So I've come to terms with Splatfest a little bit, but the one thing that I would say, like I try to channel my inner casual in order to enjoy it by playing ranked Turf War. but one thing I think they could like actually do a better job of, these people make CJ look kind of crazy. But one thing that they could actually do better is make like, I don't know, like they need to make it more of like a cool event. Yo, what's up, Donut? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Because I feel like when you're in the city or whatever, they've done a good job of like implementing, you know, they like people flying on the parade things and everything. Yeah, we played against actual babies. But like I want them to incorporate that in the actual like design of the map. Spawn Cam courage. Well, they were courageous for not rage quitting and playing that out for 3 minutes. Oh wait, there is a jelly. Wait, really? Oh wait, I need to look for it. Oh, I thought you were suggesting it. Wait, did they actually have that? Wait, on the map or on the map? My bad, I can't read. Sorry, Bob. It must be done. It must be done. It must be done. Standards is too high. No, standards are definitely too high, but like, I don't know. I could be wrong about the amount of energy and effort that is required from oh, on the map? Is it in the background or is it like close by? I have to play I Spy. Wait, this thing actually paints. Wait. This thing actually paints. Wait, Big Swig's actually really good. Hold on. Something has to balance you out. No. We're chilling. Hey, this thing actually paints. I'm not kidding. I think this weapon actually gets like really strong if they is one. Oh, it's like close. If this gets a good kit, I actually think Swiggy gets viable. And I'm not joking. I'm half joking, but I'm actually not joking. Give Big Swig super chump. Give me Burst Bomb super chump. That's all I want. We're chilling. Dude, Burst Bomb will go crazy with this weapon. You still can't one-shot combo, but you could give it missiles if you want. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna complain. That's the other route, but that's like a more toxic route. I think Super Chump might actually be viable for it, and it gives another class of weapons outside of just shooters. Clash Blaster is effectively a shooter, right? Alright, I need. Oh shit! Wait, where's the one? Where's the jelly? Burst Big Swig Super Chump Champion. It would be so good. Where's the jelly? I'm gonna be honest. I played this map like 10 times, and I have not seen a single jellyfish. That's not to say I don't believe you. It's to say that I do not have any awareness. Oh, whoa. Alright, this is a good one. Wait, this actually is pretty good for this map though. Because you can kind of like hit anywhere. Wait, the range on this thing is kind of crazy. Like, I understand it's not a good weapon, but it's like not bad. You just have to actually be good at the game to use it, which is a problem for me. Like, this thing isn't actually bad. Oh no, I died. Oops. Pizza Steve. Oh. That was actually a sick hammer. I still haven't found the jelly. It's gotta be in the distance. Oh wait, there's a jelly over there, but I didn't see an ocarina, but I didn't really look. I did not see one. Green kind of popped off. No. Please. I didn't paint enough. I didn't paint enough. Yeah, you can paint it here. No, wait, we won. Throwing? Hold on, what are you talking about? You forget who I am, the big swig champion? I don't see any throwers. We ignore that they got two signals. We forget. Oh, thank you for the link. Oh, I didn't check inside of the slick part. Wait, is this kind of smart? Oh, oh, I did see that one. I didn't see the ocarina though. That's cute. Yeah, I guess they just did it a little bit more elegantly. I want it to be more ham-fisted. I want to see like I said, I want to see giant Link fighting Ganondorf with a sword in the background. And if you're on Link's team and you do cool things, like... do some cool stuff. Dynamo, wait, we're about to go crazy. I feel like I need LDE with this thing. I feel like comeback probably isn't worth. Crispy 35. We will be rolling. Don't you worry, Luna. This one's for you, Chameleonaire. How do we keep getting on defense? I feel like mathematically the math is not working. Okay, I'm not in a position currently to be able to flick properly. I need to adjust my... oh, shoot. I need to adjust my seating accordingly. What? Get off my lawn. What? What? Okay. Oh! Oh. Oops. Can I do VOD reviews? No, we're gonna do it soon. I'm trying to figure out a good stopping point. I'm not gonna lie, I assume Bab would not want to play at this point. But he's still gaming. But I've been streaming for 46 minutes currently. So when I get to, when it gets to an hour, so in 15 minutes, I'll start. But also welcome in, welcome in. I'll, wait, they got a signal? I didn't see that. Wait, we're chilling. Wait, I kind of went crazy at the end. I don't know how to squid roll. No worries, when you got 4 rolls, you don't need squid roll. I know, squid roll's at an interesting point in this game. It definitely has uses, but I don't know. I wish it had more uses. Like, it'd be cool if you used it more, but not Dynamo the play, Sapphire. I'm not gonna lie, I think my big swig is kind of going nuts. 4 coolers. Don't worry, I got the pencil writer. Sniper Raider? Whatever that thing is. I like pencil writer. That's the new name. What do you even want on this weapon? I don't know. I feel like you just want main up. Whatever, we're gonna keep moving. I think being really good at squid rolling requires you to be good at Spitana. Yeah, MPU, that's what I was talking about. I don't know, I just... Like, if they gave it a very clear usage, then it might be too broken. Like, I don't know if I'd want it to get to the point where, like, if you don't do this thing, then you're... then, like, you're gonna fall behind. Like, I don't know if it'd be fair if, like, oh, you have to master squid rolling or else you're gonna not... Like, you're gonna get outclassed by people that know how to do it. But... I don't know. I wish there was just something more to it. Because, like, back when I played Gears of War, there was a mechanic that was called, like, wall bouncing. Because, like, in Gears of War, that was, like, the start of... I don't know if I doubt it was the first one. But it was, like, the one that popularized, like, cover, like, sitting behind cover. And you, like, press a button and you, like, turn your back to the wall so you can, like, use it as cover. And there was like a technique where you could use that because you got momentum when you were like running into the wall during that animation, but you could cancel the animation by holding back. So like wall bouncing was like there was like a huge skill diff in that mechanic, which competitively was like super interesting because it's like it's the same thing as oops. Like the movement that you'll see with like good shooter players. Like there'll be when you're watching shooter v shooter, like if you have better movement, you're probably chilling. But I don't know if I'd want squid rolling to be like that good though. Because I know some people would complain. Because like if you just... But it still happens in this game. Like, if you get outmaneuvered, like, it's still pretty bad. Played Splat 2 again. Movement in this game is... Yeah, that game's so clunky. Yeah, there was like a tournament because this game was under maintenance. So they played Splatoon 2 for like a day. And it was fun. I didn't hate it. Didn't necessarily love it, but it was a good game that existed. Okay, I keep going in without ink. I need to like try. I feel so uncomfortable in my seat right now. Oops. like I like that movement in this game feels good, but I don't know. I do think they probably could have done like more. If that makes sense. It's like substrafing, but it gives you armor. Yeah, but it's just like, it's slower. Which again, if it was like, if it was the same thing as substrafing, but it just gave you armor, like actually, then that would require you to have to learn how to do it, which I'd be fine with, because I learned how to do it anyways. I think it's a fun mechanic, but it might be... Please. Nice. It might potentially make the game a little bit polarizing to casuals, which I don't know if that's what we'd want. Oops. I do like it for general, just like navigation around the map. Like that's why I'm not mad, because at the very least, like it does a good job at that. The crab is unfun. I'm just getting clapped. Alright, I did troll this game. We don't talk about this one. Maybe Big Swig's not the play. Dude, they have like crab. What am I supposed to do? Crab and Kraken. Oh, we're playing one more game and then I'm gonna do other stuff. No worries. I'll stop the trolling. Do. I don't know what I'd want to play for this, I don't know. No weapons seem very interesting right now. Which is weird because I wanted to play a lot of different weapons, but this map is really weird. I feel like Slosh could be decent. Let's play Reflux. Alright, we're chilling, we're chilling. Doing Reflux and then we'll do a review and then we'll play some Pro Tricolor so we can get to Ruler. Okay, this is good. What do you mean I'm spamming missiles? Missiles are actually really good. Also, you can arch this over the Tricolor thing. The Triforce. Or am I gonna get the paint? I mean, in spawn, my first missiles will be fast, but everything after that, we'll have to see. There may be some complications. Boop, 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 boop. I wonder what the range is on this thing when you're at the very top of the pyramid. I wonder. What is my sub curling though? Oh. Deserved and calculated. What? No. What is the range on this thing? No. Oops. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god. You have to like wait extra long for your shot to come out before you shoot and move with this thing. I was sitting in training mode with this a little bit, like sometime yesterday. That was one thing that I noticed. Strafing with this is like is actually not bad in terms of its like strafe power, but oh. I'm not gonna say I threw this game, but oh shoot. I think we're good, and I think this is a good time for me to not play this. For being on Team Wisdom, I mean that's the goal. Especially this Splatfest, what do you seek? That means everyone on this Team Wisdom is apparently very in the wise. Alright, we're done. Good. Good, good. Alright. So we have 2 replays queued up. We have ATH, I think had a Tetra review, and I think Sam gave me a review. So we'll go through those. GG Bob, thank you for the riveting gameplay. Oh, nice. Cards? No, useless food ticket. Crying. Useless ticket. Useless ticket. Cards? An emote? Okay. Free money, I guess. I can throw it back into the Gamba machine. Have y'all seen that TikTok of the, I don't know if they still exist. I saw like probably, well, I don't even know if I've been on TikTok for a year, but like at least like half a year to a year ago. But it was like, someone had like 1 million copies of Shrek on DVD. And I guess back in like the 90s or 2000, whenever, I think Shrek was like early 2000s or something. Whenever that movie came out, they did some promotion where you could win like a Baskin Robbins ice cream was like basically like the loser reward, but I think you could win like a car. And so this person like has like a giant stack of the DVDs, and like every video they would like peel off the sticker to see what they won, and it's like always the, the ice cream. That's me every time that I use them gotcha machine though. All right. Could you imagine if I tried to type this in and it told me that it's not a turf war code and you can't watch it? But surely it would never do that. Oh, that's not a 3. So thank you for the code. So I need to fill up my water. Whenever I talk a lot, my mouth gets really dry really fast. And I have a giant bottle that I think I should be using instead. So I'll do this review with this water bottle, and then after that I'm gonna take a second and fill up the other one. Alright, anyways, let's do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Tetra gameplay. Clam Blitz Umami. Alright. Let's see it. Oh, I didn't change my stream title. Splatfest. Ooh. Okay. Alrighty. So again, this is solo queue, so the context is going to be a little bit different compared to comp environment, because while we don't really want to like, we can't really criticize the comp because it is. That's what matchmaking gives us. But regardless of if you're playing solo queue or not, it's important to establish like what your role is on the team. What your role is, like how can you enable your teammates? You know, are there mismatches? Like when we were watching the previous game from a couple days ago, it was like a Reflux versus an E-Leader. And like the only tool that they had on their team to deal with the E-Leader was our gamers a Reflux and like their missiles. So if there's ever any of those types of like mismatches, or like it's really important, because like sometimes when I play Crab, I'll be playing against E-Leader. It's really important that I use my crabs and position them in a way so that I can directly attack the E-Leader. So different weapons are gonna see this to a different degree. A weapon like Tetra is very much like, I said it before, it's like one-dimensional in what it does, which doesn't make it an easier or harder weapon. It just is a little bit different. So like as a Tetra, you kind of want to know what you're going after. And, you know, is there anything that you need to potentially avoid or anything? I guess it's good to look to see if anyone's running a Respawn Punisher. They're not, so, you know, these weapons traditionally wouldn't, but usually that's in a competitive environment where you'll see like, there might be like a Splash or a Machine or something that's running Respawn Punisher specifically to play against a Tetra, or Haunt or something. So it's good to keep those things in mind just so you don't keep feeding to someone that has Respawn Punisher, and because you should be feeding. Tetra is definitely a feeding weapon. It's mainly a create space weapon, but the way that you can approach it, especially with quick respawn, which you have triple mains of, which you should be doing basically, is feeding. So I actually don't know the build. I think you can run some utility, like one main of utility, but obviously, you know, that's the quintessential quick respawn weapon. So you want to run a lot of respawn, quick respawn. Anyways, so yeah, when we look at the comps, like Seedra is probably the only thing on the enemy team that is potentially scary for the rest of your team. Not that it's like super powerful, but it just outranges everyone. So as like a Tetra, if you can look for opportunities to, and this is like a common Tetra thing, is that you want to like dash onto the back line. Like you take fights where you can, but if you know, can have your pick of the litter, or if there's ways for you to just like move through the front line and just roll past them to get to the back line, there's potential options for you there. So I would probably, it'd be probably pretty good for you to have some focus on them. And when you look at synergy with the rest of your team, you have a pro that has crab. So like you can play around the crab, but they're not going to get crab that often realistically. And then you have missiles with reflux or with Flingza, which they should get missiles a good amount. So I'd probably be looking in certain cases, you know, have like a clock in your head of when the missiles are going to be coming out. Keep an eye on the top of your UI, see when they have missiles, and try to time like some potential pushes with that. So, and if you can take that proper space, like, you know, your rollers, especially the V roller, will be able to kind of get into position, and you can help give them space so they can start eating up the short range shooters. Also, let me make sure I have Epic Pen up. If you have any questions or anything throughout, let me know. Thanks, Bob. Alright. So how long is the... I'm assuming most of these are 5 minutes long or pretty close, but... Got on the backline, which is good. Yeah, so in terms of mechanics with this weapon, I'm not really gonna have a ton to say, truthfully, but there will be little things that I notice that kind of look a little bit off. Spots like this, I'd be careful about like walking and painting like this. Like you want to keep your distance whenever you can. And there's a lot of times, like you don't necessarily need to paint your path forward because as a Tetra, you can kind of just like roll. That isn't to say that you shouldn't paint. X-ray VOD real. This is an X-ray. This is ATH from they submitted it 2 days ago, and we're getting around to it. But that's how, we do got the headband and the Tetra gamer. So, but yeah, in spots like this, like I'm fine with movement like this. But when you don't see anything, and like when you see this person, then you probably should kind of keep your focus on them. We got cancer from yesterday. The struggle is real. But I would probably look to play more on like, surely this will work on the first try. I don't have this set up. Hold on. So I have to set up my window to do this. That did not show up. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Oh, now it shows up. Cool. Okay. I feel like there's probably a better color than red, but we'll use red. Anyways, so yeah, I would like in these types of spots, I would just keep moving like toward this like left side. Like get away from this person's range. Because like you outrange them with your rolls and your shooting. And there's just like moments here where like you're just painting like this, and this person's even watching you to try to get the pick. Better players will hit these shots. And instead of like painting forward, like it's good to paint in certain cases, but you don't really need to paint forward because like if you want to get to that space, you can just kind of roll through. Or at least don't paint forward when there's like an immediate threat on you, you know? So I'd rather you see you like, I think in the spot you're at, you can go farther back. If you were closer, so like if you're positioned right here instead, it may actually be better to go closer to the wall. So they have they have to like jump off of this to be able to see you and aim at you and commit to shooting at you. But I think you're at a good spot where you can actually just go backwards instead of doing this. This is very risky, so just be mindful. Yeah, I'll maneuver, so that's height. And so you have 2 down. You saw that there's someone over here, which I don't. You have to be careful about brush. I feel like brush, like you can outrange the brush, but you have to be careful about like pushing in if there's a brush over here. So just, you know, you need to kind of scout out information and see who it is. Based off of the desk, you probably could have figured it out, but I wasn't paying attention, so I wouldn't expect you to pay attention. But in a spot like this, your team's ready to score. 12 clams means your team's basically ready. You don't have a power clam, but like this person can make a power clam pretty fast. Your flings up. And so in this spot, I'd probably be looking to start crashing into their like snipe area or their dome, whatever you want to consider it, this structure over here, and start taking this space, especially since there is less people. So, you know, if you want to enter in, and this is where like my Tetra mechanics aren't perfect, but you know, if you wanted to enter in with like an auto bomb to get some information, but you may want to slow it down a little bit. You may not want to start just immediately rolling in because you might feed to this brush. So if you know that the brush is like somewhere else, then we're chilling. But you know, as you start moving forward, you probably want to use the ink and just start scouting out and just seeing if you can avoid the brush or at least take a fight with them where you're out of their range. So it's safe. You don't have to necessarily win it, but it's at least safe. I like the idea with passing clams, but you probably want to do that closer to your teammates. But like if they're closer to and ready to score, then like throwing your clams in like a choke point where they're gonna pass through makes sense. So again, I'm not totally sure where that brush went, but the jet is the one that's on top of the dome. And they're able to end up getting picks, which is good. So in spots like this, when your team has a lead and your team has an advantage, one thing that you want to do as like a Tetra is like continue to take space and continue to like cause them issues. So like when you're over here, you're not providing a buffer for your teammates to score, because like your teammates still have a good amount of clams. Y'all scored so fast and like y'all were so close to the basket that it probably doesn't matter in this example, but if y'all had more clams for a bigger push, instead of retreating back to here, and this is part of the reason why you run quick respawn as a Tetra, is like you want to be going up here and you want to start taking fights with people as they're coming out of spawn. You're probably going to be a little bit more passive and look for ways to roll backwards. So in this type of example, and again, X-Ray might know the stuff better because he's a Tetra main, but like you could potentially look to like paint this area. If you path over here, you can like squid roll up here and you can just start harassing them. So you can start shooting forward. If they commit to you, you can start rolling backwards onto the grate and then you can look to drop off here. I mean, you can take fights directly because like, again, if you feed, it's fine. But if you can take fights away from the basket so that your teammates are able to get in scores for free, get more clams and keep that going, then, you know, that's all good. But I would rather see you be a little bit more forward when y'all have this space, because you need to, this is your right basically as a Tetra player, is to keep going forward into the enemy paint. But because they're off, like they're slowly coming off spawn, I think there's a little bit of time for you to like manually paint. Like I said, you can paint over here, focus the left side, or you can use this right side as a way, because you always have the option to roll off of these ledges and still stay alive. But again, you can take fights depending on like what you're trying to fight or whatever. You'll have to choose that accordingly. But regardless, definitely look to move forward here. Yo, what's up, Voss? Hello, hello. And that's kind of what we see you do here, where you get the first pick and then you continue forward. This is exactly what you need to be doing. So good stuff, good stuff. I just would have liked to see you do that faster so that your teammates they have that nice little buffer layer. And so depending on scenarios and depending on how you want to play it, there's a lot of times as like a Tetra where you can kind of just jump in. Like you die, you just jump in so you can feed faster, so you can keep the quick respawn going. Because like as a Tetra, you're able to roll on your landing. So, you know, something like a suction bomb from the V-shot could potentially punish you. And the splat bomb, if timed properly, that could punish you for jumping in. But again, you get your quick respawn. But you know, things like the slow and everything, and like they have a sprinkler. I don't even know what they have. I think it's a sprinkler. But like that's not as much of a problem. But you definitely want to like really feed into the QR part of your build. I don't think you necessarily need to be couldn't jump in. I don't have so I wouldn't worry too much about the stealth jump shoes, because you don't necessarily need them. There's a lot of, especially at like, because I think you said you're around like S+ or something, especially at lower levels. But even at levels that I play at, I mean, even levels higher than me, like constantly jumping in, you don't even have to jump into the front line necessarily. You certainly can, but it's okay for you to jump in and they know where you're at because you're a Tetra player. Like you're running QR, so even if they do get a good pick, they do get a good bomb or whatever, like, you know, they're, you know, even if you die, you're still fine because you're gonna keep respawning in. But your goal is to try to take space forward, and if you can get trades on these individuals, that helps your team be able to push forward. So just getting constant damage on some of these people will help, especially with, you know, mid-range weapons like the Splat Pro. will be able to get some shots from a little bit of a longer range. So if you jump into like a Splat Pro, for example, and you get like 2 or 3 shots onto someone, it's just 1 shot or maybe 2 shots from them, depending on how much damage you do, for them to like clean up what you're doing. Same thing. You have double roller, which do a lot of chip damage. The range is going to be a little bit weird, but flings actually may unironically be able to help. The missiles will for sure. So, you know, you want to be a lot faster and looser with your life, because that's the whole point of like running QR and everything as a Tetra, is for you to be able to go in, feed, keep going forward. Like over time, you'll get some trades, but it's more important for you to like keep knocking on the door and have that one opportunity for your team to push forward. It's like when you're playing on left earlier, it's like you just kept going in and taking fights, and like obviously you kept winning them and you were out slaying anyways, but you got like y'all got like 2 picks and then you started pushing in, and that's what led to this big push. So part of QR allows you to take very risky plays, like very like even disadvantageous plays for you. Like the thing about running QR weapons, and especially Tetras with the way that they play, is that you can, not even you want to play taking, like you want to try to trade whenever possible, but you'll see good Tetra players with like, you know, 12, 15, depending on how long of the game, maybe 20 deaths, because they're constantly knocking on the door. But you do want to be a little bit smart, like the way that you roll and everything, and your mechanics in fights. There's definitely a lot of ways to refine it, but it's hard to refine if you don't constantly put yourself in those situations. So yeah, you mentioned that you're a little bit rusty, which is totally fair. But as you get more comfortable, and part of what will help that de-rusting process is to keep throwing yourself into more scenarios to like keep fighting. And that really works well with what Tetra's trying to do. So I would definitely recommend, if you're not constantly jumping in, to look to do so and still have, you know, still try to make the best out of whatever situation you're jumping into. But, you know, even if they know where you are, they're still going to have a hard time splatting you if they see you jumping in. Yeah, they kind of space themselves out for you, but if they kept running at you, the arrow spray, I would look to roll backwards, because you heavily outrange them and you're going to want to hit fire is crazy. We love the fire kills. But like right here, the arrow spray should be running at you to get closer in range. So your next roll, it doesn't have to necessarily be directly backwards, but at least like backwards left, backwards right. You'd probably want to look at one of those directions next. You can go left or right potentially. Like you could go left or you could go right to try to dodge their shots altogether. But I would try to just, especially with something as short range and as not precise as a arrow spray, I would look, you know, with them moving forward, I would look for you to take another route that keeps your space. And if they back up like they do, you can potentially look to roll forward and then roll back again. But yeah, that, like, when you're trying to consider what, like, when you're playing Tetras, and this goes for all, like, I mean, all weapons, but especially like shooters and mobile weapons, which dualies are very mobile. They just do it with their rolls instead of like sub strafing or main strafing. You want to anticipate what this person's goal is trying to do. Which, like, you went right, which is like fine, but shooters in general are going to be a little bit more aggressive, and there's a chance for them to trade when they probably shouldn't have that opportunity to trade. Dodges are a little crazy there, but you're kind of, you're hugging cover, so it's like, it's hard. It's not like your fault or anything. But we'll go through. I don't know about that car. I feel like the person on the dome probably could have punished you a little bit harder after you doing that, but I don't know. Again, you're taking up space. Your overall goal of taking space, and these, you know, this person that wants to zone out the rest of your team, the jet, and other people want to push on your team. So if you're pushing them back into their base, even if you like die here, like you're totally fine. Like this is exactly what you need to be doing. But engaging with the car there, I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to approach it, but the overall goal and idea is good. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. You know, pushing into them, perfect. I really like that pick. And I like changing on to the brush. Like this is all perfect. If I was you, because I don't know, like you knew that there was someone up here before, but right now, because they were up here when you used your reef slider, but like you've lost you've lost on where that person is. So if I was in your spot, I would probably look to move this way because we know this way is clear because we just splatted this person. We know there's like 2 people over here and there's still someone in this area. So I try to get more information on where the person is on this dome up here before you kind of run at them. So if you wanted to position forward to try to clean up this brush with your teammates, I'm totally cool with that. But if you're gonna try to stay over on their side, which is also another good idea, I would probably lean more toward their spawn, which sounds counterintuitive, but based off the information we know and based off of the splat that you just got, we know that there's a bunch of friendly paint closer to their spawn than sitting where we're at now. So like moving into here is super risky, and plus you rolled directly into them. So from their perspective, like from this person's perspective, you just rolled in a straight line. Like this is your roll is the equivalent of you walking at them. So I would just be careful. Like in a lot of spots, what you do makes sense, but in the context of this very specific fight, especially with the splat that you got, there's so much paint on the other side, so that like I'd rather you swim in ink for a second and like figure out how you want to approach this this V shot before you decide to start immediately rolling at them. But again, this whole play, you've gotten a ton of value, so you're doing really well. But if you wanted to optimize a little bit, just keep that stuff in mind. Going to snipe is a mistake. More ping control, yeah, for sure. The ping control, 100%. But you still outplay them. Like I think your mechanics in general are going to be probably better than what we're seeing, because like you were talking about with like where you're at in your rank, and like derusting and everything, like that's going to be expected. But if you're in those scenarios where you're at a rank where you know you'll continue to rank up, playing suboptimally, you want to think about these types of decisions, because whether you play really well or really poorly, you're probably able to get 12, 15, 17 splats a game just because you skill diff them. But as you play against better players, some of these picks that you get, like this trade here and the trade toward the beginning of the match with the V shot, like those are going to be, the probability of you being successful with them against equally skilled opponents is going to be less and less. So that's where we want to continue to find like advantages. But again, you created a bunch of space, your team's pushing in with missiles. This is all really good, and this is because of the play that you did around their basket. So kudos. But again, this is a spot you totally should be looking to jump into your team. We'll move it back just a couple of seconds, just to like, if we were to like kind of look at your teammates, which obviously you wouldn't know where these people are. You could guess, but you don't technically know where they all are. But there's like no reason why I wouldn't be jumping to this person. Like all these jumps are totally legit. So I would try to do that, because if they're scoring, like y'all have so many clams. This is like the point of QR and why it's sorry. Drop my control. This is like totally the reason why QR is like really strong. All right, let me go back a few seconds. Is because you want to force yourself into these situations. Oh, how do I do? Does anyone know how to get out of? Oh, it's right there. Controls. How do I get back? ZL? No. Overhead. Why can I not get the overhead? Oh no, my camera broke. I know there's like some crazy, not crazy, there's like some combination that you have to do in order to go from where I'm at now to the top down camera. Is it the ZLR maybe? No. I'm actually bugging right now. This is how do I get back to the overhead? There's some way, and I always get stuck when I do VOD reviews because I accidentally press buttons. But this time I drop my controller. Right stick up. Oh, maybe without. Oh, you had to click in the right stick without holding ZL. Thank you, thank you. All right, so so sorry. I promise I do VOD reviews. I play this game. So yeah, you're trying to jump in a situation like this. This is where you need to figure out, like, and this goes back to like what your role is. That's been a common theme with a lot of these matches. And if you want to roll in over here, you don't have as much space to room, but or to like roll, like you don't have a ton of room, so it's a little bit scary. You can go backwards to here, but I like the idea of you jumping to one of your teammates here because you know that they're going toward the basket. So if you jump to them about like when they're over here, you're able to roll, like this is where you roll forward, and when they're trying to score, they're gonna score before you actually get in, but you roll there, and like this jet that's probably gonna sit, because like you have to also think about like where certain people on their team are gonna want to sit, and any sort of backliner is probably looking at a position where the jet is now. They're gonna be sitting either over here or like up here potentially. You know, they could potentially be in grades, but they're gonna be in like one of these spots, and your role as a Tetra is just run at them. Probably be more confident jumping. Yeah. It's definitely a little bit easier with stealth jump, or if you have like quick super jump. I know some people run that just so you can jump in faster. But regardless, and even if you don't run stealth jump, you can totally like still go for these plays. But I can understand the confidence part. But you definitely want to get into the habit of jumping to your teammates and try to take this space. This is one of those scenarios where you're probably going to get splatted, but that's totally okay because you have to consider the timing window of this push. And especially when your teammates are already in a 3v4. Yo, what's up, Cherry? Hello. How was your streaming and turf warring and tri-coloring and splat festing? Also, which team did you choose? But yeah, in a spot like this, take these fights. If you get a trade, like you're chilling. Because as a Tetra, like that's really good. But even if you get splatted, you getting splatted means that someone or multiple people on their team diverted their attention away from this push and were focused on you instead. Team Courage, nice. But if you continue to roll, like if you use a bunch of your rolls to get farther and farther into their base, you probably have an opportunity to splat, you know, one of the backlines, either chilling up here or chilling where the jet is currently. I went Team Wisdom. I got the Wisdom blue headband on currently. So we're actually not playing very smart. I didn't use my brain when I was playing Tricolor, but yeah, we're Wisdom gamers. But yeah, that's what I would like to see you do with a Tetra, because like if you just swim in and start collecting clams and stuff, it's like you're not really a part of this, like the bigger picture. And as a Tetra, you want to always be a part of this, and because you're running quick respawn, you're always able to do that. Yeah, of course, Fosco in power. I knew it. Is this only replay you're looking at? So I have this one and then one more queued up. I have more space available. Last time I did like 6 hours of review, which I loved, but I do want to play a little bit because I have to get to Ruler before the end of tomorrow. So I'll probably do like this review. I'll probably play like 20-30 minutes of the Pro Turf War thing, and then I'll do the other review, and then I'll probably do another 30 minutes, and then I'll do another one. So if you have a code, feel free to paste it now. I can keep it in my little notepad that I got going. We'll definitely get to it tonight. If you're on like a time crunch, I could look to like push it up now, you know. I'm not a big budget streamer or anything, so if you're able to be here for a little bit, I would kind of like to temper it out a little bit. But I don't think Sam is here, who's the other review I was going for. And Sam's a very understanding and kind and respectful person and is better than me at Splatoon. They would definitely understand. So if you have a code, I could push it up after this one. But please don't let the code be Turf War. I'm already having to play it. I don't want to watch it. You've been on your splatter scope? Let's go. Have you felt yourself improving? Because I know you said you were playing it before. I've never played enough Chargers to ever feel like I made any sort of progress. So it would be really hype to see someone be like, oh yeah, no, I played and I got better and everything. Yeah, welcome in, Jack. Look at your teammate's position before you jump. Yeah. Yeah, jumping can be a little bit scary with other weapons, but Tetras, you always just want to like kind of force plays. That's like Tetra gameplay, is just force. Gotcha. Okay. We'll push it up. We'll get through this and we'll do we'll go through your play. So thank you. Make sure your wings are well fed or you. Alright. Long way to go. Yeah, Chargers are they're literally playing a whole other game. I don't know how they hit the shots they hit. This is actually super impressive. But anyways, we continue. But it's nice seeing you all. Best of luck continuing your games, Cherry. Because yeah, this play is all happening and these people don't have anything else. Like the enemy team doesn't have anything else to look at. They're just looking at your teammates trying to score. And you'll get the initial score in with a penalty so you don't get additional points, but you know, you get the score, but you have like at least 7 clams that we were not going to be able to get any of those in because of the issues. I don't think Sam's here right now. They gave me the code earlier. So yeah, no worries about that. I need to work on my commands. The technology on my stream is rough. Try to juggle too many things and then I get nothing done. So apologize for that. But now we can get yours in next. Thank you for the lurk, Jerry. Take care. But yeah, those are just like missed scores potentially. Fortunately, your pro's able to get out, but as a Tetra, you want to think about, you know, how can I force myself into this situation? Just always at any point. You want to be very active in whatever's happening in the match. Because even if you don't get splats, you still help a ton. I do like that you picked the back line there to go for with the jet. Nice. Okay, actually, I like that reef slider quite a bit. Because you weren't really paying attention to where the Booyah Bomb was going, so I was a little bit scared. And I think your reef slider was kind of in part to not worry about that. But it also helped with the person at the basket, so very good. Again, you're creating a ton of space for your team. Yep, this is all good. And at this point, you don't have to go in and just feed, you know? Because like fighting people with spawn armor, it's going to be tough, especially when Tetra already has to take a lot of shots. So it's okay to slow down a little bit. This is probably a spot where maybe you can use an auto bomb at your feet and like look to either swim backwards or roll backwards and get back to your team a little bit so that they can assist. Because at this point, like y'all scored the push isn't over. This is a potential KO opportunity, but y'all got the bulk of the score that you wanted. You went from like 44 to 19. So y'all are in a good spot here. Now you need to, you know, continue to press these people, but you don't have to initially just go in and just like try to take a 1v2 against 2 people with armor. Because this engagement here, if you take it directly, which I don't know what you're going to do, but if you take this directly, it's maybe you're distracting them for 0.25 seconds. But if you throw a bomb and like back up a little bit and then, you know, wait for the spawn armor to go and then roll back at them after, then you may be able to, you know, stall this for a lot longer. That being said, these people are really focused on the basket, so their attention isn't going to be fully on you. So that is another thing to consider if you wanted to be aggressive, but I don't like fighting two of them with spawn armor, especially against a brush, like super up close. I'd try to roll and give yourself some space. Rolling past is good though. Again, this is like taking advantage of the fact that they're focused on the basket by rolling this way. So in another, like in different modes that this may not be as viable on this map, like they may be more inclined to not jump, like the brush may be following you versus like just jumping forward, but the idea is really good. In this context, this idea is really good. And yeah, that's totally fine. Again, you could potentially look, instead of rolling forward here, oops. You could potentially look to, okay, these things are getting different sizes. Actually, that's probably fine. You could look to roll backwards to stay alive a little bit longer, or you could like roll off the ledge. I think this is a spot where maybe you can stay alive a little bit longer, just because this push is kind of dying down. So there's not really a reason for you to, not that there isn't a reason, but you're not getting a ton of value of immediately dying like this. But this is fine. Again, like you're building the quick respawn, so it's not a problem. But again, you can jump to your teammates and get back into the action even faster. Nice, you're fighting them at a range they can't hit you. Really, really good. That's really unfortunate. I probably would have looked to roll backwards instead of doing that other roll continuously forward, but that play was fine. Forgot to say pick courage. Nice. There's a lot of courage. I feel like I've only seen power in wisdom, but I'm glad there are people actually picking team courage. I wish I could have switched to courage after I saw the big man image, like the art that they did with big man flexing. It was so cute. Nice. That was good strafing there. Yeah, your rolls maybe could have been slightly cleaner, but just throughout like the last probably minute and a half, you've done a really good job sitting at ranges and playing at ranges that you have the huge upper hand. You were fighting the arrow spray and you're fighting the brush at ranges where they couldn't do damage. So, you know, you're doing an excellent job with mechanically with how you're positioning. But again, I want to see you jump in this spot. You could probably swim in like you're doing, but definitely look for more opportunities to roll in. I'd rather you jump in. I'd rather see you jump in and feed a lot more and then slowly work on the decision making and slowly work on the mechanics. But that's where I would start, because it's hard to know. It's hard for you to be able to learn and get that filter of when you need to be jumping and when not to, if you err on the side of just swimming in and not jumping in. Because that's a big part of why quick respawn is so strong, is because you have the ability to jump in and you're splatting so much, like you're not even really getting a lot of value out of the quick respawn, which is fine. Like if you're slaying, like there's certain games as Tetra where you're just going to be slaying and you're not going to get value out of quick respawn. That doesn't mean you should play worse, but a lot of the reason why you're not getting value out of quick respawn in this game is because you're just not giving yourself opportunities. You're not jumping in. Again, good spacing. Working with teammates, which is good. Yeah, I think you might be forcing yourself in a little bit too fast, but again, I'm not super optimal with Tetras, so compared to you not getting value out of quick respawn, I'd much rather see you run in like this, but you probably could have played that a little bit slower, maybe used an auto bomb for some information and like waited like maybe half a second to a second, and look for a role that you can play that with a higher likelihood of getting value and getting like picks. But I do like the idea of you just like going in, which I think is something that you're gonna want to work on in like your kind of next games. That's unfortunate. But again, spacing was good. It's just you didn't hit shots and they started moving forward when you ran out of rolls. So even though that wasn't a successful play, that's a good play. Yeah, you did a good job there, like using the ledge to make it awkward for them to hit shots, and they kept shooting at the little island on mid instead of hitting you because you were like sitting at a weird angle. So I don't know if you did that intentionally or not, but that was good. I don't know if you should be the one hiding here, but I can understand with kind of how the game's at. You know that they're going to want to like, you know, they're going to filter in through this choke point. So you're just sitting here to get, you know, to clean it up. I'm okay with this. I wouldn't do this like in the middle of the game, but just due to the circumstances, you know, this is a time and place where sharking, even as a Tetra, like can make some sense. So I'm on board. Yeah. I do like how you're rolling backwards there though, to make sure that you're shooting them before they're getting in range of you. Nicely done. That's good. Really clean game. I can definitely see that your mechanics are like very solid. So, if we're gonna go back to things that you would want to work on, I'm trying to get it. I'm gonna start writing these things in like documents so I can actually keep track of them. That way, if people give me reviews in the future, I can be like, oh yeah, I reviewed your gameplay on, you know, May 6th, and I said that you should have jumped in more. So next time, you know, if ATH comes in and sends another review code of Tetras, I can refer back to my old notes of like what I wanted them to do better for the next time. So I'm not gonna do that here. I'm still gonna write in this area and do all this, but we'll be more organized over time. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to set it up. So number one is quick respawn in terms of things that you need to improve on. When you get splatted, you need to like find opportunities to jump in. Like this example here, when your teammates were going for the score, is like the perfect example of where, as a Tetra player, you get a ton of value. Where they're looking to score, and then you can run in, and the enemies that are looking at your team, you can either get picks on them if they don't respect you, or you know, you can run up to them and, you know, trade with them, and your teammates can get some more scores in on average. Yeah, feed more. I think I need to, oh, that's bigger. I need to feed more. Well said. I know I paid Limo extra for their their mother roll. He's very excellent. Excellent ideas. But yeah, quick respawn. You really want to get value out of it. You want to, you know, specifically jump in to team. And again, if you're not doing this often, the next, you know, week that you start jumping into your team more, you're going to be feeding. You're not going to feel as effective. It's going to feel uncomfortable. That's totally fine. It takes time, it takes experience, it takes exposure, and it takes being in certain scenarios to be able to actually navigate those scenarios properly. But you getting more stats, you potentially losing games because you're like feeding more and not getting as much value as the more reserved role that you're playing now as Tetras, that's going to be natural. Resist the urge to go back to, you know, swimming in. I think almost 100% of the time here. Maybe there's one time you jumped in, but you swam in almost every time, and that's not how you want to play Tetra. It's hard. That's the one thing. That's really hard playing Tetra in solo queue, is that getting value and the results may reflect that you did more poorly than you actually did. There's a lot of hidden value that you get as a Tetra player because the concept of taking space is very fuzzy, and it's not something that unless you're looking for it or unless you like really understand how Splatoon works like very deeply, it's hard. And even as someone that's like only recently been teaming with a Tetra player, I'm still learning like what's valuable, what's not valuable. But you know, the more you can like take fights, so your goal is to take fights on the enemy's in enemy side. You want to roll forward into their paint, take fights on their side. Because if you're constantly getting spotted like back here, if you're getting spotted here, you're getting spotted over here, you're getting spotted here. If you're getting spotted on their side of the map, I mean, ideally, where my text is, like you're getting spotted like even not in their spawn. I don't think that's possible. But you want to be getting spotted like all the way in their base if you can. Because that's the goal of Tetra. If you feed like deeper into their base, that means that as they start walking out and as they start approaching mid to start taking fights with your team again, you're already jumping back into your team and you're back there again. And so that's why constantly feeding with Tetras is totally fine. Because even if you don't get, like, when you feed in their base, even if you don't get a pick when you die in their base, it doesn't matter. Because you're taking a more honest fight when you jump into here. And if you get a pick in either of these scenarios, like, you're chilling. And you got, like, a net value for your team. So that's why sometimes you'll see Tetras with, like, very ugly score lines of, like, 6 and 12 or something, which like 6 splats, 12 deaths, like sounds really bad. But yeah, might be rehashing. Yeah, I think it's fair, but it's an important concept. There's a lot of concepts where this is like going into it too much, but I think it's really important for quick respawn because I think like 90% of our community doesn't understand this. And someone that like myself, before really playing with Tetras and watching like a lot of competitive games in Splatoon 3 and taking it more seriously, I didn't understand the value of quick respawn. So yeah, I think your spacing was good. Slow. This is counterintuitive, the jumping in and feeding. But slow down a little when you've already gotten a couple of splats. After big play. And that's basically for those scenarios where, you know, their V-shot was sitting on their dome here and you got like a pick. So you were here, you got the pick on their jet, and then you just like rolled in immediately onto this person. You got the pick as well, but you just kind of outskilled them. Like these are spots where like you got your value. So even if you get splatted, it isn't a bad thing, but you can definitely play this better. So like, you know, it's still like that overall play is still a net positive, but I think you played the part where you got the splat on the jet very well, and then this roll that you had was very suboptimal, and I didn't like it, and in most cases you'll probably die. Where you could probably, like, you're taking a bunch of 1v1 fights, which is like really good because you're spacing properly. I think your mechanics are super clean, but just understanding like those decisions, because I think like out in the middle of the map you were doing a really good job of like finding a brush and like spacing perfectly, finding your you know, finding the Aerospray, spacing it perfectly, you know, taking good spots on angles where the shooter has a hard time hitting you directly. Like there's a lot of things that you did really well, you know. So I think it's really just using like these two things are probably the biggest thing. Feed a lot, but once you've gotten a really nice value, try to be a little bit more thoughtful and a little bit more careful about how you're gonna feed the next play. Be careful and thoughtful of how you feed. That's the way of the Tetra, but it's a gameplay. I appreciate you sharing. Yes. Thoughtful feeding. That needs to be a title. A thoughtful feeder. Illegitimately distract and feed tactically. Yeah. Yeah, I wanna is feeder that has to be a title. Like careful or tactic feeder. That has to be an actual one. But really good stuff. Like you said, I think you're de-rusting, and the way that you play it, you have a very good understanding about the game. But I think, yeah, just keep working on some of the other parts, and over time you will be popping. Well, that was really good gameplay. I'll flex your stats here in a second because I know that you probably had that was probably a good game. You got quite a few picks that game, so I'll let you flex a little bit after I punch in this this code. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand like Tetris fully myself, so it's something we're all working on. Did I not type that properly? And Jack, if you're here, if maybe you made the error on your end, it could totally be me. But if you ended up making an error on like when you were punching in your code, that would help because I am not seeing an issue with how I typed it in. That doesn't mean there isn't an issue. I just can't see it. If there should be one, let's go. Double checking. All right, thank you. Bottom feeder is a title. Nice. Like the visual, never actually thought about QR like that. I've heard Chara mention the concept, but you didn't really understand it. It's hard. It's hard. I think that's the other thing is like if sometimes when people that are like they've been good at the game for so long, they take so much stuff for granted on when it comes to like teaching others about certain parts. It's not like their fault or anything. They just have like blind spots to like certain ways of introducing and talking about certain concepts. Because I'm totally with you, Limo, where like I was having issues understanding how that was like how quick respawn fit into an overall game plan. And a lot of it required exposure to just like playing and experience it. B is an 8. Oh, at the very end. Oh, did I make that mistake or whose fault was it? Not kidding. Thank you, thank you. We're chilling, we're chilling. I have bottom feeder fans. That's not bad. And we'll see what ETH, see how many splats. Anyone want to guess how many splats ETH had that last game? I'd probably say like 18, maybe even a 20 bomb. Like 17, 18, that's pretty good. 14, fair, fair. $30, holy, okay. What the heck? Oh yeah, you said you dropped a 30 bomb. I forgot about that. That's crazy. You reviewed a couple of sim runs with your brother. A couple things you never thought about mentioning if you didn't see the mistakes happen. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's do it. I guess we could do the. We'll do it in game because at least we have builds. I was gonna say we could talk about comps like before the match starts, but at least we can see some builds that gives more context. Alrighty. Flounder makes me cry. Sir, I believe you may have forgotten to switch your Splatfest tee. I'm just trolling, but Respawn Punisher. Someone else forgot theirs as well. Alright. Anyways. So. Oh yeah, let's go back a little bit. Map is so weird. So there's a mix of, I don't know. Y'all both have like y'all both have a Nautilus. They have like, they in general have like more mid-range. So you're gonna have a harder time approaching them directly. Oh, ranking up your T, I see, I see. Nah, I was just poking at you. But so you're definitely gonna want to take advantage of like walls and a lot of like climbing to get into short range engagements, which you should be doing as short range shooters in general. But in certain matchups, like as a T-Tech, sometimes you can play a little bit more out in the open so that you can, like if you're playing against a bunch of splashes, for example, because you actually have a significant range advantage against a splash as a T-Tech. But you know, against like actual mid-range weapons, so you know, we're looking at VDS, we're looking at Nautilus, we're looking at the Pro. These things are all gonna make you cry if you approach them very honestly. Which it looked like in your opening you were going through trenches, which I think makes a lot of sense. But, you know, I do think that in this type of engagement in scenario throughout the game, you're probably, I think your team has very good KO potential and has very good snowballing potential. So probably be a little bit careful. Like I think your team can snowball a lot more, and that's going to be enabled by you and the Dapples being able to get in. But the problem is you have to be able to get in. Your Dapples has an easier time rolling in, but yeah, you'll have to be creative with the map layout itself to be able to do that. So that's what I'm looking for you to do when it comes to actually like engaging in a lot of these fights. But this map mode in general is just super snowbally. Like it's pretty common to see both teams get underneath like 40 or 30 for like a push or even into the 20s. So it's just really finding like, it was similar to a replay I was looking at Bab on Brandwater where they had like a lot of big play potential. Him specifically using the sloshing machine and having big play potential. And you know, there was one moment that turned the game with his Booyah Bomb and him like popping off once they had momentum. And that's going to be a similar idea here, as like your team's going to feed off a lot of momentum. You have to be careful not to get frustrated if your team gets splatted and y'all, you know, are losing the paint advantage and everything. So sometimes you have to slow down potentially, but we'll see how this goes overall. But that's kind of what I'm seeing at a high level here. And again, I like the way that you're approaching it. If you approach them honestly up off like top mid, you might get outranged. So this is good. So the first thing I'm gonna say here, let this keep moving a little bit. Okay, a couple things going here, but we'll move it back a little bit. Anyways, opening really good. Use the side walls to find an opportunity to surprise the enemy team and punish them for their slow fire rate because of their range. So I love this. Maybe could have been a little bit cleaner, but I love this. So there's actually the first review that I released on my YouTube, funny plug, where the concept of the video was taking space. And this is one of those scenarios you want to be taking space. Yeah, I need a YouTube command. If you're on or not mobile, I don't know if you can actually see it on mobile, but on PC, like where my about section is, you can see a link to my YouTube. But I released something this morning about this topic. So I'm gonna go a lot more or a lot less in depth here than I did there. But if you want to learn more, sorry, Limo, I need to. I really need to work on it. So yeah, in this situation, you'll have a massive advantage. I would say having 2-player advantage or more is like massive, and especially 3v1, and especially if you wipe them. But you know, even in this type of scenario, when you wipe 3 of them and there's only one left, 3v1, this is when I was going back at the beginning. You and the Dapples are the space creators on your team. You have to get underneath the opponent. But I want you to play fast. I want you to take space. You are not the one that should be sitting on tower, basically ever. But there's times where it's totally fine. Probably going to be between you and Nautilus juggling it. But in this type of scenario where you have this awesome opening and you'll have this massive lead, You, I don't necessarily care where this last person is. Thank you. Um, Instead of sitting on tower and gaining no space, I want you to be immediately pushing their main ramp. This is not a suggestion. Thank you. So like the way that this map plays out, first checkpoint, basically these first two checkpoints, you get by holding this entire like main ramp area and you control it. So that's where you need to be anyways. And the faster that you can get there, especially if you can get there faster than the enemy team, it's going to push you in a really good spot. So yeah, definitely in this spot, this is where you take space. You know, you don't have to go in and take a fight immediately, but you should already have a bunch of pain over here. And like you getting the space, especially early in the game, there's a ton of free paint before these people spawn in, or before you really, someone has to deal with this VDS, you're gonna have tri-strikes, and this goes back to the snowballing nature of this map mode. This is how you can win the game through this. Yeah, push more in the scenario for sure. And yeah, I'll get the wipe, which is nice. But yeah, now you'll have 3 people in tower, whereas you could already be all the way up here. But now you're getting to the ramp at the same time or after the enemy team is already there, where you could have been there before and gone for a more sneaky play. Yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful about roller. This is a really good continuation play. So the two things I would say here, I actually have a video coming out. What's it called? I have a video coming out soon. I've had to re-record it a few times on momentum and like how to keep your momentum in fights. But like right here, when you're taking these kinds of engagements, as you get better, you're going to want to get more comfortable with the mechanics of a short range shooter, which is a lot of main strafing, sub-strafing in certain cases, but definitely in like these really close range fights, main strafe, which I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of main strafing, but it's like when you're shooting your weapon, if you go into into squid form and you go like left or right and strafe on this person, on average it's going to make you harder to like hit. You want to try to be as mobile as you can and not just be walking in a straight line. So I do like the fact that you're at least moving left while you're shooting, but yeah, implementing main strafing will definitely make this a little bit cleaner. But like you have the right idea, it's just getting a little bit more comfortable consistently using those mechanics, which is something we all work on. I would say my strafing and movement is good, but I only like it's only good like really good like 10% of the time, and that's why I'm where I'm at. If you look at someone like Kiver and like really top like Kiver or Jared, that are I consider in the West like some of the best short range shooter like people that have really good movement, they're doing it like 99% of the time and they don't have to think about it. It's like it's natural to them. So like as you get better as a player, definitely implementing that is good. But if you are going to be doing your strafes, the kind of last thing I'll say about this, if you are going to be using main strafes, there's 2 concepts that I want to kind of talk about because I don't think I've really ever talked about them, but they are kind of intuitive. But when you're moving, and this is something like in CSGO or Valorant or whatever, but it's for all shooters, but they talk about a lot in those games. You want to move perpendicular to this person. So this is this line, and then, you know, make a right angle. I don't know how that works. So just make sure that you're like, if you are going to strafe in these situations, definitely work on, if you're main strafing, go perpendicular in one direction or the other. Because if you move perpendicular to this person, that's going to be the fastest that you move on from their perspective. Because like their field of view, you're moving like faster. If you went into if you strafe this way instead, so if you didn't go that way and you strafe this way, you're technically going to be moving slower from their perspective, and you're going to be an easier target to hit. So that's why it's important to move perpendicular, is because you end up moving faster in the side to side direction that you're trying to, that's used. They don't care how you move up and down because it doesn't change their aim. It's the side to side movement. So that's why being perpendicular is important. The other thing I want to say is when you're playing in these types of, like, the closer you are to someone, the more you can do smaller strafes, because really small strafes up close, like moving this amount to them, is because of like their field of view. You're moving you're moving a ton on their screen. So you can get away with really small dashes, like going back and forth, and you'd be a really hard target to hit. If you get caught into a weird spot, let's say that this person was actually over here and you were right here, you want to do longer strafes. So they'll, probably back out completely if you're against a knot, but longer strafes, the farther away you are, like if you're trying to outstrafe a charger, I mean, you don't generally want to do that, but longer range targets, backline targets, longer distance. Up close, you can do really tiny strafes, stay really mobile, change directions very fast, and that's a lot of movement that the enemy has to deal with. So that's a concept that is pretty intuitive, but I like kind of spelling it out because some people don't know. Or they'll hear it and they don't know why. But either way, like your movement between getting splats, like, because that was a main strafe right there. So I think you understand the concept, but yeah, you're saying like the de-rusting and everything, which I can totally understand. Because like your movement between like when you're going between targets is really, really good. But you just want to do that during the fights as well, which is hard because sometimes I autopilot and I do the same thing. But at least you're using left and right movement while shooting, which is good as well. You can see when someone lands with their arrow. Yeah, it's an important concept. The lower this thing is down, like it'll be full and then it'll get lower as they start jumping. So that can help time this and also help with bombs. I don't think you had, you actually may have had enough time to throw a bomb. So I don't know if I went back too far. Sorry. I don't know if you knew, if you're really paying attention to the UI, you would know that this was the VDS and VDS has roles. But in a spot like this, they're going to land pretty soon. You can actually you cannot throw a splat bomb because you don't have enough paint. But if you had more paint, you could throw a splat bomb right on the ground and that can beat out their roll if you time it properly. So you hit it, the bomb actually explodes right when they land. That's how you can play around dualies. And like splat bombs are really, really good for it. So it wasn't feasible in this scenario because you just didn't have enough paint, but something to consider. Forgot the timing, yeah. But in this spot, your tank was empty, so there was no way for you to do it. It was a bum. And then the other thing here, this is kind of my... It's hard to say exactly because it depends on the weapons, but if there's at least one shooter, like if there's two people aiming at someone that's booyah bombing and is already looking at them, and at least one of you is a shooter, there's probably better ways to go about it. When this person booyah bombs like this, if you just shoot at them, like it's way faster. If you get out your tri-strike and throw the tri-strike and everything, they may be able to get this booyah bomb out in time to get value. But if you just immediately start shooting them, and then this person starts shooting them, and then this roller here, if y'all all shoot this person at the same time, you're gonna splat them before they actually get the booyah bomb out. So I would say, especially if you're playing a shooter yourself, my general rule, if you have a teammate with you and someone pops booyah bomb in front of you, just shoot them. You kind of have to trust that your teammates are going to shoot with you, but they will. Like, as you get better, they will. So just get into the habit of doing that. Because this tri-strike is too slow and it actually makes you very vulnerable. Because it's less likely, because yeah, this person like runs out of paint. So it's less likely for you to actually splat it, and it's more likely that they throw the bomb at you and you can't move in time. C ranks typically don't. That's fair. But I would try to get into the habit. Because if this is like a C rank player, they probably aren't charging it up optimally, and their teammates probably aren't charging it, and you might be able to shred it yourself. But I would get into the habit, because even if it doesn't shred, you still have an opportunity as a T-Tech to be able to shred it yourself. I just don't want you to develop like a bad habit. Already in the habit, I see. Then you're good. Yep. Just one more person, and like you're doing a good job of like taking space with bombs and everything here. And you know, if you wanted to go for the more direct fight, you could, but I'm totally fine with you sitting over here as long as you like. It is a mid-range weapon with the VDS, so you don't want to look at them directly and try to take a fight because you'll lose. But you know, keeping them stuck over there is totally fine. Yeah, but this plays really good. Everything here is really good. The mechanics and the strafing and everything, like you said, I think it sounds like you're de-rusting. But it's something you'll get better at. You probably don't need to throw the bomb first. I'd probably just get into a position and just start shooting them. But the idea to, you know, use the tower as bait and going around like here is perfect. And, you know, as you get cleaner with your mechanics, that'll be a very easy pick for you. But because you didn't get the initial pick, you're kind of stuck, so there isn't much you can do after the fact. But the idea was there, so good stuff. That's how you close out a game. You could have potentially jumped there, but it's potentially scary. So I don't mind it too much. So it's really unfortunate. So this is a good idea. I don't love the execution. Haunt, yeah, Haunt's pretty awesome. So I didn't go back far enough. So as you're entering into this scenario, you see that you're close to, so like at this point, you're really close to your special. You can paint this, you can probably paint underneath this ledge, you can paint over here. There's a lot of spots where you can get your special really fast. And if I'm you, I would probably look to get my special before I start approaching on the tower, because you're just super vulnerable as a tri-strike, just because you can't swim or anything. And like you're able to get two of them because they like touch the tri-strike stuff. But I don't mind the side approach either. But again, I would rather you be able to incorporate your tri-strike in this kind of scenario, and you end up doing it as an afterthought instead of using like having that as your core game plan to kind of fight with your teammates. Oops. Fighting with your teammates. And having the tri-strike before, because you can still throw tri-strikes on the tower. It's okay if the tower moves back a little bit, because you don't touch it immediately. All that's totally fine. You just want to focus on having control and looking for an advantage. And you know, this pick's fine. If you're already committing to this play, then I don't want you to use tri-strike. You end up getting two more with the tri-strike, but again, it's more about the quality of player than the quality of the decision. So, you know, I'm okay not using the tri-strikes and going for this play. I would have used them because I don't know. I like getting specials out and then pushing with them. But, you know, if you're going to go in and get this pick, I would start focusing on taking this fight more honestly, which it should just, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can approach it. You can look at fighting this person, and if you're staying underneath the tower like this Knot's going to have a hard time to fight you. You can also potentially look to, you know, strafe to the left, avoid this person on the right altogether, and take a fight on the Knot. There's a lot of different ways you can approach this mechanically, but I don't like just popping the tri-strike. It seems like you just noticed after you got the kill that, oh, I have special ready, and you want to be thinking about it ahead of time. And there's an option to use the tri-strike and an option not to use the tri-strike. And you initially chose the option not to use tri-strike, but then you ended up using it after, which you didn't get punished for here, but you will get punished for in the future. So depending on how that goes, so they just got the pick on the tower. I'd probably look to jump to your teammates. And this is why it's really important when you get splatted to be focusing on what else is happening. So if we focus here, I think there's, yeah. So this person just spawned in, so they're not jumping yet. But actually, wait, is them jumping in? Actually, them jumping in might be them. Oh no, that was the person jumping in. Okay, but either way, there's still a pro somewhere, so you have to be a little bit careful. But when you get splatted, keep an eye on like the scenario if your teammates are fighting, because that gives you some information on whether it's clear for you to jump or not to jump. And sorry, them jumping out of the them jumping out of the espresso machine, espresso machine. I guess that gives you an indication that they're the one that's jumping into here. So there is still one person that's not accounted for based off of the screen, but your teammate is taking a fight on tower. So I would keep an eye on that and make your decision of if you're going to jump or not jump based off of that information. So, you know, one of your teammates jumped in and then there's this roller here. So your teammate gets splatted, so I'm probably not jumping. Then roller gets a pick, so now it's like, I'm actually interested potentially in jumping, but I know there's someone else jumping on the tower. So like, you know, if this fight is a prolonged fight, you can start swimming in, and then if this person gets the pick, you can look to jump at that point. But I would still, you know, while you're spawning in and stuff and your camera's changing, keep an eye on the UI and like where the numbers swing. Because like you just spawned in, that person off tower just got picked, and there's maybe a splat pro left. So worst case, you're jumping into your teammates already in a 2v1. So so I would just, you know, at this point I'm like, let's go. I'm here. I trust you all. Just want a 10x. Nice. Didn't think it was clear. Yeah, but with this more information, this should let you know that it may not be clear perfectly, but it's at least an advantageous situation. And you mentioned that you don't have stealth jump, which is fine. This is a jump that I would consider basically no risk. This is a virtually no risk jump. Because if like the only person that you have to worry about is this pro and they're going against a roller and someone else on your team. I guess it has to be Dapples. So Dapples and roller versus the pro. Even if the pro sees your jump and throws a suction bomb and you end up dying jumping in, the risk they took to throw a suction bomb at you, one of these people should be able to get in range and splat them. So you'd be trading, you go for like 1-for-1 and your team still has a 2-player advantage on the tower. But you know, even before you got your jump on, they still got the pick on the pro. So like, even if you start swimming in now, if you see this, I'm jumping in now. Like the game is just happening and you're not a part of it. And you could have already gotten a pick. You could have thrown a bomb for your teammate. I don't think they had the bubble as a special before you jumped in. I think they just got it. So you didn't like, sometimes even if the advantage isn't perfect, jumping into a bubble might make you a little bit more safe otherwise. Plus you're jumping to a beacon, so stealth jump doesn't really matter. But as long as they don't destroy it. So those are all things to consider. But like your 2 teammates went down when they were up. They had a 2v1. And while you were swimming in, the rest of their team got to respawn. And that's why they lost the fight. And then you get in and you don't get to participate in the fun. So this was like a potential KO advantage, or like KO opportunity that started because of the play you did on tower before when it was here. And you did the tri-strikes and you got the pick and everything. All that set up this advantageous push and you didn't get to actually like capitalize on it. At this point, you're swimming back. When you're in these types of spots, you may want to consider like, you have to worry about your own life first. But you can consider like when you're backing up, where do I want to back up in order to give my teammates a potential jump? That's something that you'll get better at. Obviously, if you keep going backwards, you're able to, you know, give them a jump farther back, which in general will be safer. But there's certain spots on this map. So like if you sat here, this is a potential spot where your teammates can jump and they're going to be pretty safe because they start jumping to you and then you're focusing forward. You're not pushing, but you're just throwing bombs and painting their main ramp over here. And then this person can get a free jump in that's a lot closer and it's still very, very safe. At this rank, your teammates are not going to you know, they're probably not going to see this and jump to it. But as you get better, I'm looking for these types of plays. If I'm this Dapple, or if I'm this Nautilus or this Roller, I'm looking at, you know, your fight to see if you, you know, get picks and change it to an advantageous position, which you're not going to do in this spot because it's like a 1v4. But, you know, I'm looking at where you're positioning to see if you can give me a potential jump. Because if you're giving me a jump behind cover or like in a very safe spot that the enemy team's going to have a bad vantage point on, even if I don't have stealth jump or something, this is a very high, or it's a very low risk jump, high percentage jump that it is in successfully. So this isn't a topic I would say you should focus on because it's not that important. It's a very small optimization, but it is something you should be thinking about. And if you are jumping into your teammates, this is another factor. Because if you're sitting right in this spot, that means, I mean, you could be sharking potentially, but you're probably looking to give your teammate a safe jump. But, you know, backing up here is totally fine, but if you want to optimize, that's one way to do it. Because yeah, now your teammates ended up jumping and you were continuing to back away, which is like, they should know that and not look to jump from like when they're trying to jump in. But if you do notice, because like when you're falling through the grate, you notice that your teammates were jumping in. A lot of times you're going to want to support that with a, so when you see this, I'm getting back to this grate and getting back to the top surface as fast as possible. And I'm throwing a splat bomb like in this spot. So I can zone people off and try my best to protect this jump. I'm never giving my life to protect a jump because that's silly. But if you throw a bomb in front, it makes the chance of this jump a little bit safer. Yeah, pre-firing works as well, but I'm scared to pre-fire because we already established that they have 3 mid-range weapons, and there's at least one of them is going to probably be sitting on this tower. So if you start pre-firing, it's this scenario is scary. There's scenarios where you can pre-fire against this comp, but when tower's in this spot and you're in this spot, I wouldn't look to pre-fire. I just use splat bomb. You're not going to get a pick, but you're probably going to save the jump. And again, the enemy team's not taking space, so they're not going to get punished, but okay, but yeah, like you could have saved this jump. You can look at your teammate and say, oh, this was a bad jump because I was running away. Why did you jump in? But you could have saved this player for sure. And it's just like a well-timed splat bomb. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's definitely spots where you can end up pre-firing, but I don't think you can pre-fire. I don't think you can sit in a spot and pre-fire as a T-Tech in the spot to totally protect the jump. That was happening here. That's my arrow. Totally an arrow. But pre-firing is definitely an option. I'm with you. I'm with you. So now when you're in this spot, I'm thinking about, and this is the spot, like y'all were advantage for so long. This is the nice thing about playing defense is that you have your entire base to paint. I'm sure this thing underneath here is not painted either, like the little platform, but all of this is free special. So before, like, we're not going to stop. You have to like understand, like they're going to get first checkpoint for free. And again, on this map, it doesn't matter. And especially when you already have a 10 push, I'm probably looking to paint for special. Either use this paint, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of open paint, but get this paint and look to have your tri-strike ready so that when tower gets to this checkpoint, your team is able to engage and stop the tower at the second checkpoint with your tri-strike. When you have a special that's really good in regards to the objective, which, you know, Crab, always good, Booyah, always good, tri-strike situationally good, but in TC it's very, very good. You need to understand when it's important to use it, which maybe you do. I don't know, but this is where I'm at in my head thinking about it. We'll see how you play it. Yeah, so now this is getting a little, we'll see how this plays out, but we'll go back to it real quick after. Good bumps, good stop. That's clean. You probably, like, you preserve the lead, which is good, but this situation gets a lot scarier if you don't initially use your if you don't initially get that Tri-Strike ready. So, you know, if I'm a roller that can't paint for special well and bubble doesn't really help on defense, then I'm not painting for my special in base. But as a T-Tech that can paint for specials very fast, and the special's very relevant with the Tri-Strike, that's my focus when we're playing defense. And they're moving the tower. Yo, what's up? Did I get ruler? No, I'm still working. I'm weaving in. So I'm going to do this VOD review. I did one previously, and then I'm going to go back to it, and then I'm going to review Sam's game a little bit after. So I don't actually know where I'm at now, but we played a little, Bab and I played a little bit of Tricolor, which was pretty fun. Also, Lucy, I don't know if I said hi, but hello. The other thing in this scenario, yeah, no worries. Hopefully you all were able to find some value. And again, if anyone has questions, always feel free to ask. I'm usually available, and if I'm not, I'll tell you, but I'm always happy to answer questions. So I do like that you're taking the walls if you're not going to play around your special. The only thing that I would say is like going up this wall directly is a little bit scary because tower is going to be directly underneath you. And even if they weren't looking for you initially, they might look for you now. So the idea is okay, but I'd probably use this wall instead. Because their attention is going to be facing forward and not to the right side. So it's a potential opportunity for you to get like a sneakier jump on them. You also have this paint here, so you could wait for the tower to get past this checkpoint and just use this paint to go over top. You can figure out the information as you get there, but this play is a little bit risky, and it's extra risky that your roller's doing the same thing. But it's good of you to get a pick, and then you end up stopping it, but a couple of minor things. I would still go for the special play where you paint your base, get your special, use your special to help push you instead of just climbing up the wall and hoping that you outplay them. But if you are going to go for that second option, I think there's ways you can do it a little bit better. But I do like the bomb. Good stop. We'll see how this goes. Again, this is a spot where I think you could be taking space. You saw the wipeout. This person's all the way back here. They're waving to you from their spawn. I wouldn't worry about painting all this stuff unless you had a Tri-Strike play in mind. I would automatically start getting to like their main ramp. Get to their main ramp, start figuring out where these people are going. You know, are they going to be on their snipe? Are they going to be up here? Are they pushing onto their main ramp directly? But take the space and get there before them so that you have more options and you have more information than them. Because sometimes you might be able to shark, sometimes you might be able to, you know, throw a wall-time bomb when you have high ground on this map. And as you're pushing forward, you're still going to casually paint for your special. So by the time you get to their main ramp, you'll be at like 90% and you paint for half a second and you have your special ready. Yeah, in this spot with 2 minutes left, I would look to play a little bit safer. You have a big lead. I would try to work with your team a little bit more. If your team was losing and you were looking for kind of like a big play potential, you can potentially look to like go for these sneaky plays. But again, time and place, and when you have a lead, you have lead and you have control because like your team, you just wipe them and you have full control of mid, or you should if you took the space. But going for this risky play is like high risk and very low reward because you have to push past 10 in order for this to be worthwhile. And there's plenty of time left, so the enemy team is not in a desperate spot where they need to rush the tower. Again, I like the idea and I like the routing, but time and place. How do I find your Twitter? Oh. So funny story. This is really off topic. I went to Sindhu. I was trying so hard to find it. I could not find it, and I didn't know where to go. I went to Sindhu and I went to your team on Sindhu's site, and I was able to find it. But your links on Twitter are like messed up. But it was messed up just enough for me to be able to fix it. Like the link was a little weird. Like your link is completely wrong, but the team Twitter, that link is also wrong. It goes to like, it has like the mobile Twitter site and the normal Twitter site, like all in one. but I was able to like still get the whatever the handle is on Twitter, and then I could see who the team's following. But it's funny you mentioned that because I actually had like a 3 or 4 minutes of crisis trying to find because I was like because like Avril, the people the charger you actually played against in the video, funnily enough, they have a spreadsheet of like a lot of different Splatoon players. If they have like, you can message them with like your Twitter, or like if you have a YouTube or Twitch or something, you can like message them with that information, and they have like this giant spreadsheet that they update with all that info. And like I'm on it, and like there's a lot of players on it. I was trying to find you all on there, but I couldn't find anyone. So I kept looking. I'm like, oh yeah, Sindhu. So. It's so funny you bring that up. But either way, your team's doing well, but again, there was an initial pick that happened against your team a few seconds before that you weren't a part of, and it's a little scary. That was unfortunate. We move past that one. We don't think about it too much. This is your biggest mistake. I mean, maybe a little bit of lapse of awareness, but I would imagine you knew that you made this mistake, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Join a team for funsies? I mean, competitive is really fun. I'd recommend it. There's a lot of people like trying to make teams. I'm cool with taking high ground. Again, you were able to take the space before the enemy team. And this is the problem about sitting on tower for a long time and not pushing forward, is that it allows the enemy team that's on defense to take higher ground like you did, because that space was given to you. If the enemy team's faster, they should have taken that space and denied this ability. But if the play is there, of course you take it. So this is a really good play from you to take high ground and take like advantageous fights. Probably could have weaved out of that, but we move. But the idea is good. Again, this is a spot that's really scary. Your team, I think, is just getting a pick now, so like it's less scary. But this might also be a spot where you want to build your special. You can build special and get tri-strikes out before they get to 10 in this window. So the fact that like once I see this, then I'm swimming forward. But let's say that let's say that we did not get this splat and your roller died or something, someone else fed instead, then I'm using the plan of like painting our base, getting tri-strikes, and having a more solid setup other than just like moving into the tower. But I like the decision, but that's why I like the decision. But you always want to keep in mind the painting for special in your base and your back pocket. But your teammates are popping off, so we're chilling. Like the bomb on the tower, like the follow-up. Maybe you could have taken a little bit of a wider angle with your teammates so that, because there was a potential chance that if the VDS had like laser aim, you all potentially both could have got splatted with how you positioned. So I'd probably swing a little bit wider. But I don't think you fully knew where the person was. So I like the bomb that you ran in with, and y'all got the splat. So we're good. So we don't really have a play in mind here. And the reason that I don't like that you didn't have a play in mind is that your teammates end up getting splatted while all of this happens. It's hard to think about, but like there's certain specials like tri-strike if it's not guided properly. What else? Like Kraken for sure is one. Vac is another one for sure. If you use your special not knowing where it's gonna go or who you're using it on, so right when you pop this special, you're useless. Your teammate lost your T-Tech, lost a T-Tech, you threw that in a spot that didn't matter, so like you're still down. Okay, you have like half usage, like you're half useful with this, and then you're like half useful with this, but you're still not useful because these things haven't exploded yet. Like you're only on the map again until they're up, and then okay, now you've respawned. But your teammate went down when you were down because you used your special and you were useless. They went down before any of the tri-strikes you used were in play. And like these timing windows are really minor and small, but they make big differences. Because your team, y'all had a 3v3, maybe even a 4v3. But they were fighting, these two were fighting a 2v3 while you were using your special, because there was no plan for them. And you used them. The last two were in good spots, but the timing was so bad that your teammate, which it's just, that's how slow the special is. It's not really your fault. But like your roller died before you got any value. But you come back around and clean it up. I like all the bombs that you're throwing ahead of time and throwing them in like, you know, on the choke point. So these are all really good. And you're getting rewarded for it, which is good too. But in these types of spots, like this whole play is fine, but I want you to be a little bit more thoughtful with the concept that we're talking about at the top in terms of taking space. Where like y'all have control, you don't need a push, so you don't have to necessarily sit on tower. Like it does give you enough high ground to be able to take fights against certain weapons, and like you got this bomb off in nice spots. You played it pretty well, but I don't want you to always just the decision to get on tower and the decision to sit on tower feels very autopilot-y from you. And I want this to be a thoughtful decision. I think there might potentially be better decisions. I think it's a fine decision, truthfully. Like I think it's fine, not great, fine. But I don't think that you made a decision here. I think you just did because, oh, I just get on tower because tower's available, and I don't want you to, that's a bad habit to develop. Autopilot decision, yeah. But the play after, like the bomb was very, very thoughtful, and the shooting and sharking is definitely thoughtful. Mess paint, technically it's Epic Pen. Dude, Epic Pen doesn't have an actual license. You have to like buy like a monthly subscription. Because like Epic Pen has like lines and stuff and like shapes that you can use to look a little bit better, but you have to like pay for a monthly. I just want to I would pay them like not 500. I'd pay them like 250 to 300 bucks and just have a permanent license versus paying them like $5 a month or whatever. Basically Photoshop, yeah. Except for it's very basic, but it gets the job done, you know? I mean, MS Paint's basically Photoshop, right? If you really think about it. I do like the jump here because you have an advantage. This is awesome. And I think you were looking specifically at like where your teammates were and stuff. So I think you were very thoughtful about this push. So yeah, I like that you jumped here. Nice. It's like you're close to a KO. In this spot, super minor, but I would focus on the pro instead of getting on tower. Just because there's a chance if this pro's laser beaming, you're not, and then you jump on tower after, they could get two, and there's a chance that y'all don't actually KO here. I'd rather, even if they get the pick on this knot, I want to make sure that you're cleaning up that play. So like this is good. Right here, I'm swimming up to this edge and I'm firing at this person. And if they end up switching targets and they get the pick onto your knot, it's okay because you clean them up and then you can get back on tower. Like on average, the play that you're doing against better players, if this pick happens, you probably get splatted before you actually get KO. But it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter. But it's a minor optimization where when you have a big objective lead, it's better for you to focus on splatting than the objective points. It's better to have actual control. Hey, roller, nice, nice. But we'll quickly go over some things. But it's always interesting, like, this is really random, but like when I see different people's perspectives, I see like the little like character sheets or whatever, where like people have a bunch of skills and it's like aim and like you have a certain amount of bars and it's I don't know, like movement and certain amount of bars, and special usage, and it's like a certain amount. Like it's like a stat sheet. I always see people's stat sheets whenever I look at like different views, and it's so interesting. Looking at my stats. So it's always really interesting to like kind of see this. So the biggest thing here, take space, especially if you're playing a fast-paced weapon that can take space. On average, you're like in most games, and especially in this game, like it's okay for you to be on tower. Like it's always okay for you to be on tower as T-Tech, but it's not always going to be optimal. Aim 2 bars. That's generous for me. So like if you have to be on tower, it's not a bad decision, but there might be better decisions. And like when y'all had like the 3v1, I'd much rather you like already be here and painting this versus like sitting on tower and then your whole team is like congested and the enemy team gets a bunch of space for free. 1.5. How did they get a half? So yeah, take space is a big thing. 2, so it's like your jump-ins and like you're looking at jump-ins, but I would say for you on average, look to jump more. And I think this makes sense for you because like you're already thoughtful, you're looking at the mini map, you're making an assessment of the situation in front of you before you jump. I can very clearly see that in your gameplay. You're in a spot that I'm at currently, and I was at even more so a little bit before, but you and we can jump in more than we think we can. You didn't look at a jump? Oh. The jump that you had over on tower here would like seem very thoughtful. And the other ones seem like kind of scared. Okay, so if you're not looking at jumps, think about the jumps more. But there's a lot of times, like there was one jump that you had that like wasn't obvious, but it was good. So if you're not thinking about it, then definitely try to think a little bit more about your jump-ins. But on average, you probably can jump in more than you think. Obviously, if you're not running stealth jump, like you said, be a little bit careful. But on average, you probably can jump in and be safe more times than you think so. If you're playing against like a charger or something, or it's a really bad spot, obviously don't jump. If you're like out in the open, but look to jump more. Just on average, because there's a lot of time you spent swimming in when there was fights happening that were in your team's favor on the enemy map, and because you swam in instead of jumping, your team actually had a disadvantage. And then the last thing I'll say is paint base. And what I mean by paint base, this can be an always time, but especially on defense. So especially on defense, when you're spawning in, so like if the enemy team, like let's say they just got on tower and they've moved it to like about here, because like for most of the match, because your team had a lot of control, like this was the amount of paint that you all had, and like all of this is open, this thing's open over here. There's a lot of area for you to be able to take paint, and as a T-Tech, you can get your special really, really, really fast. So look for those areas to take paint and play around your special, especially on tower control. Tri-Strike is really good, and it can help you get picks. I think when you went aggressive, I think the way you played it was pretty good, but the better play, even with perfect mechanics, like going like playing a little bit safer, getting your specials and throwing them on tower with your team is a lot better. So I want you to be more thoughtful about that. Last thing, honestly, this probably takes precedent over the jump more. So I'd put jump more. This is probably like a... I actually don't order these in priority, but if I was, I'd say this is like 4. This is 4. This is 2. This is 2, and then this is 3, which is move in fights. So during fights, look to move. I think between fights, you actually strafe really well. But when you're in a fight, so when you were sitting here and Not was sitting here and they were charging up, you got a couple of shots. You want to look to move perpendicular, like we were saying, and then like quick move and then keep shooting again. There was a lot of opportunities that, and like after you got the pick and you moved on to the next person, your movement was really nice. But I want to see that movement during the fight, which again, it's hard to do when you're autopiloting. So try to be more thoughtful just while you're playing, because autopilot is tough. And if you're not proactive, stopping the autopilot, it's gonna take over. Yeah. Move out their fights is something you do in COD. So it's what you normally do. I see. Yeah. Splatoon has some very unique mechanics. Like they translate similar, like there's parallels and analogs to COD, for example, and other games, like other shooters. But you know, make sure that your mechanics are clean and that you're comfortable doing it in all spots, because depending on certain paint patterns, like moving in this game can be really difficult. But overall, solid stuff. I can definitely feel the de-rusting as a player, because there's a lot, like when I was going over like that stat chart or whatever, your stats in certain areas are like way higher than your rank reflects. So I think you're big chilling. Only one, nice. So anyways, hope that helps. What's the next VOD? Next VOD is me playing Turf War. I'll probably play Turf War for a little bit, because I need, if I do more than this, then I'll want to keep doing reviews and then I won't want to play the game. So I need to play the game a little bit. Derogatory. So we're gonna play some Turf War. It helped. Cool. And yeah, if you have some more stuff in the future, I'm more than happy to give you some tips. I'm a defender, so we can get a rank up. Scrim tomorrow so you can review. We could do that. I just want to see your answer to that question. Oh, is there a question? Sorry, I might have missed it. Did it look like... Did that look like motion controls? I don't know. I kind of just assume by default that everything's motion controls, but I wasn't really paying attention all that much. I think some of your movement between shots made me feel like, now that you bring it up, maybe it was sticks, but I mean, I think your movement was fine. Yeah, using sticks, yeah. Like your character control was totally fine. It's interesting that you're a sticks player though. I would have assumed that you were a motion player. Is there a reason why you don't play motion? Is it something you're not interested in, or is it something that, because you mentioned COD. I'm a Halo gamer. I played some COD way back when. I was a Black Ops 2 boy. That game was so much fun. I always did League play in that game. Wait, I'm stuck. Wait a minute. I will say some of this... Oh, shoot. I will say certain things like strafing and moving, especially as a shooter, I do think motion control helps quite a bit. It takes some time to get used to. That's always the toughest thing about learning stuff, is that things get worse before they get better. So you may be like, oh, I want to try motion, and then it like feels bad because you're like doing poorly. Synapse, did you jump? Where'd you go? You ran the other way. I thought you were gonna help me. You're a pro player. I thought you were gonna help me. The Synapse is so good. I'm assuming that's the... I thought it was Sprinkler. Okay. Thank goodness. Don't ping me next time you need to say, I don't know. I didn't look at our base. Our base is pretty clean. I actually want to win my game, so I'm gonna try to focus up a little bit. As I say, as I run into a ballpoint. I used to do motion control in Splatoon 1, but it felt weird with the Switch. Gotcha. Do you use, do you have a Pro controller, or do you use the Joy-Con? 'Cause I'm not gonna lie, for anything serious, the Joy-Con are like some of the worst controllers I've ever used. When it comes to playing games casually, and like when I played Breath of the Wild and I was like laying in bed, it was like the best experience with the Joy-Con. But playing Splatoon is literally impossible. I play like an actual scrub if I'm using doesn't feel like the Wii U. Yeah, I feel ya. I mean, some people like sticks. It depends on how serious you want to take Splatoon. Like if you actually like really want to improve and put a lot of time into Splatoon, I think just wait, I'm actually feeding. What am I doing? I would really look to try to play motion, but I need to not throw this game because my teammates are carrying. Wait, is that the competitive player Lux? They're playing ballpoint, so I assume so. I'm gonna see so many ballpoints. This is gonna be nightmarish for me. I may have to think about if I want to win or if I want to like have fun with 96, but I could have played way better that game. Normally play better while thinking casual. I see, I see. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely do whatever is like most comfortable for you, you know? But I would say for me, like motion control is like, when I first switched to motion, it wasn't comfortable, but over time I can very definitively say it's more comfortable for me. Playing 96 to feel something. Did the opposite of most players. Yeah, that's how I felt when I clawed back in the day. I didn't think about using claw control. I just like my hands naturally did that when I played Halo. The original Halo on the original Xbox. I'm just gonna use my index finger to press the jump button because I want to hold the sticks to aim always. But you don't. I still claw in Splatoon, but it's not as important because of motion controls. Poggers. I could be playing this a lot faster. Wait, you did my thing. I forgot. You have to... Oh yeah, someone told me that the Super Chomp is modeled after a suction bomb. Is that true? I didn't really think about it, but like, I guess it's like a overinflated suction bomb. Because like, it does have the little smiley, and I know suction bomb has a little smiley face. But is that actually what it's supposed to be, or is it just like a coincidence? Because they're both bombs, so like... I don't know. It makes sense just in principle, but I wasn't sure. Should have thrown that bomb on their plot. I'm going risky. Oh, I stepped in paint. Dangerous. I'll just chill. Okay, they're still painting their plot, so we'll annoy them. Is there another one, or did there? Yeah, I think that was it. I want to go help my teammate. Two of them dropped right. It'd be nice to get help myself. Oops. Oh, I hate this thing. I still haven't shot it. It like doesn't automatically shoot if you're too close to certain thing. Give me my chump kill. Uh-oh. I think that's honestly one of the most frustrating things about the chump. There's still someone behind me, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I got outplayed. I should have played that better. Okay, so when you use your chump, You can change the direction, super jump. You can change the distance by looking up or down. And if you look like straight ahead, it gives you max distance. But if you're past max distance and you try to use it, it does not use. You also can't use it when you're trying to jump, which is stupid. Because it's coded as a like beacon or something. I don't know if it's actually coded as a beacon, but that's like, it has the same rules that apply. And I don't like that. Okay. If I go top mid and I play around super jump here, I think we're chilling. No, I'm like missing painting my feet. Wait, I'm going crazy, hold on. Wait a minute. No. Yeah. I could have moved better there. I mean, it's y'all. Paint rate, paint rate, paint rate. What are you doing? What are you doing? I didn't get a bum out. If I painted my feet, that would have been a lot cleaner going from mid. I think we lost this game. No, wait, we won, right? That's close. That was not close. That's even closer than that. Oh, well, nice job. Well played, team. God, it's AirPods in. Those are some funny looking AirPods. I'm gonna be honest, I never had headphones that looked like that. I never had headphones with like the flat pads that just like press against your ears. Those, I think like my family, like one of my, cause my family, when they would like cut the grass or something, like mow our lawn, they would like wear headphones and they'd have like a Walkman or something. And I tried that once with like their headphones and that was like the most uncomfortable thing. Like just irritated my ears. So I always use earbuds. I still use earbuds, but if I have like over the head headphones, they're like the ones with that are like engulf your ears. Custom e-liter added 20 days after the game launched. Wait, really? Oh, in Splat 1. Do they add weapons that fast? Oh, I could have shown you all the thing with this. Yeah, I think Nintendo is doing a disservice overall to like fans of the game with their cycles being so long. I don't mind it as a competitive player, but it also helps that I found the kit that I like. All right, so like if you're past max range and you try to use it, you can't use it. You have to go like, you have to go in range in order for it to work. So sometimes if you're like near the wall, it's like super weird. You should be able to be more precise with like super jump would be so much better if you could have more control over it. And this goes back to like balancing philosophy with these weapons and specials and stuff. I really wish that they just like, if they gave you more, I'd rather them fix it so you could have more control over where, and like more distance over where you use super chomp without just buffing it to make it more powerful. And that's why I didn't like the nerf that they did to Crab, because they didn't change the power level, they just made it clunkier to use. Like it felt worse, so technically it is worse, but I don't know. It's not the way that I like for companies to approach nerfing characters. Because I don't want to stop playing a weapon because like it doesn't feel good anymore. Because especially if it's strong and you want to be competitive and you want to play meta stuff and you want to win, then you have to play something that's powerful, but it feels awful to do. And I don't want to put myself in that spot. Splash 2 kits? Sounds good to me. I mean, Splash with that reef slider, or not reef slider. What am I saying? With the Zipcaster kit would actually still, like they still got to do that, right? That's still got to be on the table. I couldn't tell. FLC posted on Twitter earlier. I don't know if they were actually like trying to shitpost or not, but they were saying like, oh, I didn't even queue up or anything. Oopsie. They were saying like how they're basically saying that like four ball points on a team is viable. And they're like, what? They're basically like, what do you do about it? And like they were saying like like you can have enough diverse build with ballpoint for it to still work. I don't know if they're shitposting or not. It was a weird, like I understand where they're coming from, and I mean, hey, maybe it is viable. I don't know. I'm not one to say no to trying things, but it was a very uncharacteristic FLC. In some ways, it was very much on brand, but some of it was a weird. The justification for it was very interesting, I would say. I felt like he was reaching a little bit, but it would be interesting to see people try. The quad BP theory. I just saw it on my timeline. I'm like, what am I reading? And then I looked, I'm like, wait, FLC said this? Why? It would be kind of funny though. Caveman 2.0. Like, I'm not trying to necessarily dismiss it as wrong. It was just a weird thing to read. I have a feeling it's probably not optimal, but again, that was just like a weird perspective. I don't know how other people think. Maybe it is that good. I don't know. What the? People are dropping like flies. I don't know where the last one is. Huh? I got blasted. Dude, it feels so bad not to use splash and not to have a weapon that just you can consistently guarantee it's gonna paint your feet. Is honestly the nicest thing about splash is the consistency with painting. It's always funny to see people talk about it. I think like Dio made a post saying like, oh, does anyone that wanted supports to be more interactive, like basically like, did you got what you asked for with splash? And for me, I'm like, I unironically was like nodding my head. I'm like, yeah, dude, I want splash. I like splash. Splash is like the most complete kit. Obviously the power level is very strong, but it's the most complete kit of any weapon in this game. Probably in the series as a whole. And I love that. I wish it wasn't as strong, but even if it wasn't as strong, like the kit is just perfect. Like the design of the kit is too good. The problem that they're having with a lot of, I don't know. I think the problem with a lot of the balance in this game right now is that a lot of the kits are actually really bad. Like there aren't enough actual good kits. And they just need to give other weapons like actual good kits. Yo, what's up on that? Did you pick a team for the Splatfest? I always love not strafing whenever I see a vacuum weapon. I feel very powerful. It's an ego play. Alright, I think we're chilling. Kraken leader. Would that be good? It wouldn't be bad. It'd be interesting. Which again, I don't know if power creeping and like making every weapon have like the most optimal kit it could have is the best way to approach the game. I'm not a developer, so I don't know. I'm not the type of person like that's on social media that's like they should do this and they should do this and they need to nerf or buff or play like, patch the game this way. But that is where a lot of this disparity is coming from. I'm a champion. Let's go. Oh, I need to get some water. My mouth's getting dry. Give me a second. But I don't know. Like I love Splash's kit, but I don't think it's like too strong. It's too strong in context, but that weapon and the whole kit has a lot of weaknesses. There just isn't a ton of stuff to necessarily like exploit it, which is the problem. Because you have to play with weapons that have like poor kits in order to deal with it. I also think in part, I don't think I checked my gear. Oh, I got new thingy. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's just my other problem with like the competitive community in general is like we don't have actual resources and discussions of how to push certain weapons. It's only like if you are super hardcore about the weapon and you watch other people super hardcore and you're not necessarily like discussing the weapon, you're not building upon each other's knowledge directly. It's just like, oh, I play this game and I see someone else do something. Like I watch Kiver play Splash and then I get better learning Splash because I watched them and I saw them do something else and I hate it. I really wish that like people made like guides or there was like, because again, I always go back to fighting games, but back on like forums and stuff, if I wanted to learn a new character, if I wanted to pick up a new fighting game and I wanted to learn a new character, I go to that game's forums, like the most, there's different forums, but I go to the most popular one that the competitive community congregates at. I click on the character, and then when I go to the character, I see threads that are pinned to the top, combo thread, matchup thread, like general like tech, and like, just like the basics. And there's just like a bunch of people collaborating, and then moderators and people that are like character loyalists and stuff that really want to push character. They like push all the good information, like they filter through, people have conversations, they filter through it all, and then like all that conversation gets pushed to the top of those threads. And obviously there'll be day-to-day discussion about, oh, I just learned about this tech for this specific matchup or something. And, if you get really in depth with it, then that's when you can like, you can be super specific. But I don't think that's necessarily the problem where we don't need to get super specific, but like we can't build to it. If I wanted to pick up Dynamo, I'm just like throwing, If I wanted to pick up anything, like you're forced to do all the work by yourself, which isn't, in my opinion, that's not how a competitive community should actually exist. It's important for like anyone to be able to come into the game and like learn how the game works very quickly. And again, there's certain resources like the legacy of FLC is massive. What Jim's doing with Squid School is really good, especially for like newer players. But like we're a community of people that are like addicted to Splatoon, and the people that are like the most addicted are the ones that are like, the competitive players, basically. Which is like fine. Like it's an interesting dynamic that makes the Splatoon community very unique in certain ways, but it's part of the reason why, I don't know, like there's no guiding leader of like competitive stuff outside of FLC, but FLC is like, obviously they're just living their life, but they're like, they come out of their hole every so often whenever there's like interesting patches or things, and then they like play the game for a couple weeks and then they're gone. And then everyone that wants to look for that type of information, it just doesn't exist. No bad burst weapons. NA doesn't do that. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. Like, I wish it'd be cool to see more resources in Japan to like bring that out. Because do y'all think it's something like, because I always wonder, like, is it something that we're just not interested in? is the content that we discuss, and Twitter isn't the best place to have nuanced discussion about weapons and stuff. It can be a way to disseminate it, but like the way that we kind of discuss this game competitively on like social media just in general, because the same way that we discuss it on Twitter is the same way we discuss it on Twitch, it's the same way that we discuss it like in other places. Like there isn't really a good basis. I don't go through a lot of discords, but most of the Discord discussion is like entertainment, you know? So like, do you think it's something? And this is where I go back to like, this game is so niche that like usually it's the people that are the most addicted that are the ones that are like playing competitive. But do you think, because part of me is like, we almost need to see how that is done in order to replicate it ourselves. And there aren't a lot of people doing that. So the few people that are doing it, like some of that stuff kind of gets ignored. But there are plenty of people that do have a platform and are working toward that stuff, which is cool. It's just not at the same speed. So the conversation can't be there. But do you think everyone else in the, and I'm even talking about specifically the competitive community, do you think the competitive community is interested in those conversations and they just don't know the path, or they don't know what it looks like? Some of that because a lot of Splatoon players' first competitive game is Splatoon. Like, is there an interest and we don't have the guidance? Or is there just not an interest, and you know, the thing that we're most interested is what floats to the top? So the discussions that exist on Twitter is what the competitive community like is looking for. Answer your own question. I have my theories. I'm gonna get water. See, this is me trying to have a discussion, so when I come back there's actually a discussion to have, so I can have the conversation. This is me being efficient with my ramblings by giving you all a piece of my brain, so then I get my water. It's gonna take an hour to refill because it's massive, and when I come back I can give you my perspective. Can I get a VOD too? I mean, you're getting a VOD about Charger from me, so if that's something you're interested in, I'm all game for it. The only thing I ask is like, don't be turf war, please. Don't be turf war, and you know, make it a game where you played like okay or like good. I mean, Charger's fine as well. It's just you have temper your expectations accordingly, but I'm more than happy to do so. But yeah, don't let it be a game where you go 30-0, because like what do I do with that, you know? Like, you shouldn't crush the other team and the other team shouldn't crush you. If there's somewhere balanced in the middle, what does that mean? I mean, if you're just pub stomping, like, I mean, I don't care if you win or lose. It's just like, there needs to be substance there for me to like tag onto. And sometimes like there's certain games where I win in like a minute and like there's nothing to be learned. I think whatever you give me is fine. So yes, if you have a code, please. Anyways, I'll be right back. Carrying KO? What the? KO's a real one? Yeah, I haven't played with KO in so long. Actual GOAT. I think I scrimmed. Last time I played with him, I like scrimmed at the beginning of Splatoon 3. That was so sick. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oops. So I got my chug jug. If I accidentally drop it, I will get a noise complaint. Wisdom. Alright. Anyways. So what's up, Raging Storm? I think you asked before about me eating rollers. I think I said hello before, but if I didn't, hello. Same stuff until JP makes changes to the meta. Yeah, we don't really try to think for ourselves a lot. I think that's part of the problem in general. So we actually don't try to like think for ourselves. Both within the Western community, like the not top players just listen to top players. And then top players listen to a handful of people in Japan. End up in the think tank. That's how, yeah, for sure. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. I push leader. Too much info only in Discords. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's the one problem with Discord is like we've replaced structure for convenience. So a lot of stuff kind of gets lost in translation. So tired of every NA team telling me I lost at the weapon select. Wait, which NA team is telling you that you lost at weapon select? You a comp player? Couldn't even tell you how people feel about the game in general or anyone's approach or relation to it. Yeah. And I always come back to it, but I just for the like every conversation that we have about the game is like talking about how carried you are about playing a weapon. Oh, you're brain dead if you play this. Oh, you know, you play such an easy weapon. Oh, let's have a discussion. Oh, 17 people are going to make a tier list about which weapons are actually good and which one are like are either good or which ones you should be playing and everything else. And it's just like we don't push stuff for what it is. And it frustrates me because there is a lot of things. Like there are actually a lot of weapons that I feel like could be pushed, but it actually takes a community effort. Like I think Super Chump in 90s or 89, like Orange Zap in general, could get pushed if people actually like wanted to work on it. You know? Most of these weapons are either good or aren't. Jet probably, like C-Jet specifically could probably see some play, but you know, it's like top players are using it, so they're kind of showing it off. L3, I think this L3 specifically with the burst bomb probably could see some play. 96 is another weapon that, you know, Japan's playing it, but I feel like we could probably push it. Squeezer should definitely be there, but because it's only like Squeezer specialist playing it, and I feel like there should be more. Yeah, because like Carbon Deco, although everyone knows Carbon Deco is good, but like this is like the other part. It's like there's different weapons are in different phases. So like 89 and Orange Zap, basically. Like Orange Zap, no one's like pushing it. People kind of troll pick it if they're like certain random players, but there's no discussions around it. A weapon like Carbon Roller, this is a weapon that like Volti's like succeeding with on a very high level, but we're not really like disseminating that information. We just talk about, oh, Carbon Roller, brain dead. Carbon Roller, oh, like, you know, you have to be really good to play it. Oh, you know, like the Tri-Strike is, or not Tri-Strike, Trizuka is like lottery. And it's just like, we just say the same things about stuff when, I don't know, like with the way that Volti plays, like there's a lot of discussions to be had about the way that they move through like what I consider chunky paint, which is like a mix of like enemy paint and friendly paint. and like they play very, their movement is very like chunky and like scrappy. It's hard to explain, but it almost like works because it's a lot faster. That's why, like, I'm guessing that's why Volti does it, is because it's just on average faster, but also has like some other advantages to it as well. And like the way that they rotate, which I don't fully understand, and I need to actually like analyze Volti's games so I can try to pass that information along to Saf, who's playing Carbon. But like these types of things, and like how to actually get value out of Carbon Roller versus just like, oh, you just get in range and just, you know, like it's just like the same tired statements, but we don't actually like go through specific scenarios or, you know, find specific use cases to get that type of value. It's just an example. Big Swig, I think its kit's bad, but I actually think that it could be pushed with a different kit. Squiffer I feel like is actually solid. Bamboo is as well. I think Bamboo is probably a weapon. If it had more people interested in it and there was a bigger conversation, I actually think it'd be really, really good. Guys already seeing play because of certain maps. Many, I have no idea. But Ballpoint, I think, is something that could have been pushed before, but it took buffs for us to start playing it. And not, I think, you know, we saw today, and like there's some good players that use it, but I think that it's very, like, weapons like Knot and Squeezer and stuff, like, I think do really well, and I could be wrong, but I think from my perspective, they actually do really well against like Splatanas and stuff. And obviously they do well against shooters. And I think that like that's part of the reason why it could have a place in the meta. And then, I don't know. Maybe Dualies could see more play, but like people are pushing Tetra, so that's cool. And it's like the same thing with the discussion of like Brellas and stuff, and like Tent specifically. Like I think Tent could see some play, but it's like anytime there's a conversation, like, oh, everyone puts it in a meme tier list because it doesn't work properly, which like they're not wrong, but like you can still like, there's still viability in Tent, like in Tent. It's just annoying that like anytime you see like a tier list or something, it's like, oh, Tent's at the very bottom on the same level as Undercover and the same level as V, you know, the V Brella. It's just like, these things aren't the same. They're not all like terrible useless weapons. Like Tent isn't a weapon where like if the specialist actually put together a guide, I would want to play it. I think it's a super cool weapon, but I don't feel like figuring it out myself. I don't have enough time. But I'd love to contribute to the discussion. I'd love to play it, test it out, talk to other people about it, but like I'm not gonna do it myself. So like I'm never gonna touch this weapon, even though I've always thought of this as like a really cool weapon, a really interesting weapon. Yeah. Other weapons have been kind of pushed. Reflux I think is another one that could be pushed, but yeah. And then the Splatanas, I always thought that they were gonna be busted. Wiper kind of took buffs for it to get to its strengths, but yeah, no. Plus, you should have stopped playing so I could have had my signature. There's a lot of really good Tetra players. But yeah, in terms of answering my question, I think it's a bit of a mix. Like, I do think part of the problem is that we don't have a good platform to naturally have these discussions. But I think a lot of it is that there isn't an expectation to have those discussions, or there isn't awareness that those discussions could be had. So people resort to the low effort kind of discussion and very just like surface level stuff because they don't know what it's like to have a deeper conversation. And when people try to put themselves out there, usually they put themselves out there about stupid things. No offense, but in terms of like Splatoon and weapons and stuff, people put themselves out there for a lot of different ways. A lot of it can be like really commendable or courageous. I'm not talking about like IRL stuff. I'm talking specifically about like weapons that they play and stuff. But usually if someone has like a little bit of a dissenting comment or whatever, like everyone just dog piles. And then like you get cool points and you get a bunch of likes and social credit from dunking on people. And when a casual says, or like a lower level competitive player says something to the effect of like, oh yeah, I think there's a bunch of weapons that can be pushed, but the competitive community doesn't really put an effort into it. It's like, I don't know. Like there's some substance there. They'd have to be more specific about which weapons, but like I think it's a very blanket statement. So I think plenty of it holds true. But everyone that like the conversation around that was people tweeting and saying, "Oh, the competitive community cares about winning. Like we know what's best and stuff." It's just like there's such an elitist attitude about a conversation that could be there that is definitely like objectively true. But like commentators, you know, a lot of pro players, like they don't. It's just a lot of, it's either surface level stuff, or if it's like a pro player, they just actually try to troll. They do they do negative work on improving conversation about a scene, because you'll have which like I love Keo, like he's very funny with a lot of this stuff, but he'll just say like, oh, like Forge Pro and stuff, or oh, Jared would be like, oh, Glugas, and they just say it just to like troll, and they like know it's not good. And if you don't go to their stream and watch them talk about it actually, and they can't dunk on people that like took their post seriously because they don't know better, it's just like, I don't know. Like as a community, like we just try to get like reactions. We want to catch people like slipping and like asking questions and falling into the bait instead of just like having normal conversations. Which again, trolling is fun, and especially when you have an audience, like I can't blame these people, but it's a bit of a detriment to the community. Because yeah, Fuzzy was talking about it today. They like had like a tweet about how there isn't like discussions about like the teams themselves. And I think that's so true. Like the only thing that ever gets talked about with Starburst is like, oh, they've won in the West for 8 months. Oh, won in the West for 8 months. Oh, this record, which is like cool. It's an interesting narrative, but like we don't talk about any of the weapons that they use, the style that they play. Sometimes it gets talked about. I don't want to like discredit people and say like it never gets talked about, but again, it's either very surface level or it just gets excluded at all. So like when Starburst loses, there's an interesting conversation to be had, but the only narrative is, oh, this team that won for 8 months finally lost, which of course people are going to talk about that, but it's very surface level. It's just, that's it. No one was trying to talk about whatever. Like, I'm just interested. I would imagine that they didn't practice at all, because like their comps are like super troll. I think they just like, I think they reigned for so long that they didn't actually like tighten up their play, because they were playing like, I don't know. Like I'm sure like Reflux on what's it called? Reflux on Flounder probably has like, it makes some sense like using a missile weapon. But I don't know. I'd really be interested in like getting their perspective of why they made the choices that they did. And like they're a lot of the players on their team, they don't talk through any of their decision making or anything about the weapons that they play like anywhere. The only time I've ever like heard, obviously if they do interviews and stuff with the players, which rarely happens, they did like within TV, certainly, but those again were kind of surface level, and like the Nintendo stuff, unironically, like they did a really good job with their official events, like talking to them about stuff, even though it's not the deepest thing. But there just like isn't a conversation, and there isn't like there was no discussion about like why the games went the way they did. It's just a discussion of like, oh, Starburst was good and now they're not as good. Which is a narrative to be had, don't get me wrong, but just like, what do we do with that? Like part of it, I wish there was more interviews with teams after winning, after losing. I wish we could get more feedback from competitive players about stuff, because a lot of the stuff is like left in the dark, and I don't blame people for not getting that info, because a team like Starburst like never talks about it. I'm sure if you're like a +1 player and you're in those conversations and you're scrimming with them, I'm sure you can get that information out of them just naturally talking to them. But the community at whole, Starburst is like just a very like, and it's just an example, but like Starburst is like a very like unknown figure in a lot of ways. Like you know who they are, you know what they play, but unless you like really analyze it yourself, there isn't this like, you can watch and play and participate in the competitive community, and not know a lot about those players or their playstyle. There's enough knowledge in the community to have that discussion and to summarize it and to educate everyone else, but we just don't do that. There's no platform for that. And that's what stinks for me. I think if there was like a path to have those conversations, then they would happen more frequently, and then people will, instead of saying, oh, this weapon's brain dead, or oh, this weapon is terrible and you shouldn't play it, instead of having those types of conversations, we can like actually talk about stuff. I don't know, just it feels weird. KO really plays leader? Wait, really? Stringer and shot? What the? Stringer's kind of dope though. I like the Stringer. KO and shot. Did KO ever play short range stuff? That seems kind of like surprising for some reason. But if you're playing with another leader, you kind of have to, you know, find a solution. So in that context, it makes more sense. Like seeing Stringers, don't like playing with them. I like playing with some Stringer. Like playing with Sun and their Stringer, and especially on like Scorch and stuff, like it's really cool. But just playing with a random Stringer, it feels kind of yucky. Aiming issue the whole community's having. Yeah, but I think you can get value out of, because I swear, like Red Shell played Tri-Stringer within like the first month or so of the game, and we played them in a tournament, or at least I played them in solo queue. I don't know if I played their Tri-Stringer in a tournament, but they were like super, like they're a very smart player, obviously. So like they use the Tri-Stringer in a really interesting way, but like when I watch Tri-Stringers play now, they don't really do that. But I don't play a ton of Tri-Stringers. I only know like Sun, Jesus, Sun, and the one Espresso player that plays it. I don't remember which one. A replay code? Okay, thank you. Let me finish my placements. I won't go all the way to ruler, but let me finish my placements. So 4 more matches, and then I'll do the replay code. But thank you. I need to balance this better. Yeah, that's kind of my take on a lot of that stuff. Tier lists are so annoying, yeah. And then people like make meta tier list about tier lists, and it's like, okay, we've had this exact same like meta joke like a million times. It's not funny anymore. Which again, people are like new to the community and stuff. It's just like, I don't know. It's just, the conversation is just so like uninteresting for me. And I'm not trying to be like a superiority type of thing. But it's just like, I like seeing some of those things, but the ratio of them is too much. That's like the funny haha or the surface level like dumb takes are literally like 98% of the discussion on the timeline, which maybe that says more about me and who I follow. I don't know, but even like top players like very rarely have a discussion. The only like actual intelligent things top players usually talk about is like builds. They'll post a build, which is like I'm happy for it. I like to see builds, but it's not like, it's often not like fruitful discussion. It's just like, here's this thing, but then people are like, oh, here's this thing, people think it's strong, so this thing is strong, and then that's like the narrative of like, oh, this thing is strong. But I don't know. I know that we can do better as a community, and it stinks that we stunt our growth as players and as like, because that's part of like introducing people to the competitive community is like resources of like understanding what this game is about and like how to get into it competitively. There is not a good way to get into this game competitively. The only reason why I'm playing this game competitive is because I saw Splatoon 1 at E3 many moons ago, like when Splatoon 1 came out, and I thought it was the coolest thing, and I only played it for like a month, and I thought it was boring because there wasn't good resources and there wasn't like Nintendo didn't have a good competitive platform just innately in the system when most shooters that I play have a competitive environment. But then I met Bab, and then he showed me the way, because I decided I wanted to play the game and stream it, because I'm like, oh yeah, that game was fun. Maybe it's like better now. I don't know. And even then, even when I was playing it again, like I was still getting bored until he showed me the light. And I'm like, you know what? This game actually is pretty cool. There's like a bunch of people playing tournaments. Like I want in on this. And then I have to do all the hard work, and like, because I played other competitive games, it's a lot more accessible to me because I understand like what I'm looking for and I can filter out a lot of the garbage. But there's a lot of other players that are new to the game because they're like 15 or they're like 17 or something. And like, you know, this is their first competitive game. So like the garbage is all they know. So when they're, oh, how do I use social media? Let me troll people, or let me dunk on people. Let me say this weapon's bad. It's just, I don't know. This is like sad. But this could also be sad. This is society, dude. I'm the Joker. I'm literally the Joker. This is the thing. It's just like, there's so many intelligent people in the community. I know that we can do better. But I do think not having a good platform to talk about these things doesn't help. But I also think that the way that we act toward the game is not healthy either. That's always the most fascinating thing. I think this is me having my boomer moment, so I apologize for the boomer moment. But like this next generation, like the generation which I'm sure some of you are part of, like obviously socially like very accepting of people, obviously very more open about conversations that were either too uncomfortable or were totally taboo, which is awesome. I think the upcoming generation is like awesome. But like low key, there's a lot of toxicity when it comes to certain topics. Not social stuff, but I don't know. Like the way that we treat each other as like competitive players, just as an example, just because that's like a realm that most of us can relate to here. Super like there's like just a lot of toxicity and a lot of like there's still this need for drama, which to a certain degree I think is just like humanistic. But like it's not really about like serious stuff, but it's still like very toxic and it's still very real. Like there's so many people in the community that actually get bullied for like, I don't know, like people choose weapons because they want to be unique, or they want to fit in because they don't play strong stuff. And that's like kind of sad. That people are getting bullied for wanting to play certain weapons, and then they're like forced to conform because they want to be in friend groups of people that bully people. And it's just like, I don't know. It's so childish. I mean, it's high school drama, but like these people are in high school, so it makes sense, you know? But it does damage because a lot of those types of people are the ones that have the social cred and the ones that give people opportunities, and like they run the social circles in a lot of degrees. And so because of that, there's a lot of like conformity, and there's a lot of normalization of like, oh, I respect this person because they're a really good player, and this is how they talk about the game, and this is how they talk about the community, so I must follow. That's the one thing about the trolling about like from pro players that that's the one place where I see it being problematic, is because there's a lot of people that look up to these players and, oh, they're trolling, so I must be trolling. I want to be cool. I want them to acknowledge me. And it's just like, I don't know. It's not up to the players to like think about these things, but it does have an effect whether they think about them or not. They are role models to a certain subset of people. I mean, I look up to them to their merits of play, but you know, I'm way older than everyone, so I'm not looking up to them as people, and I don't care how they like behave or whatever. I just take the Splatoon part of it. I watch their gameplay, I listen to their thoughts on the game, and then I just filter out everything else. But there's a lot of people that like the way that these people interact and talk, like have like social impacts. And a lot of the you know, low-key toxicity or not so low-key toxicity and the trolling and everything, which again, some of like a lot of it's fun and none of it's like super serious or anything, you know? Like people aren't getting trolled, or at least I don't see it. Like the general community doesn't like pick on people for like looking a certain way or whatever. It's usually like very superficial stuff. So it's not like cutting people deep. So like, you know, I'm not trying to say, when I talk about toxicity, it's very surface level and silly things. It's not like the serious stuff, because I think this generation has done a lot better on a lot of those things. Certainly better than where I was when I was their age. Because in order to fit in at my age, during my years, that was some high-key toxicity, racism, bigotry. I'm glad that for the most part we moved past it. The hammer? Whoa. Wait, we're gonna throw. Oops. Alright, no more feeding. I just wish we could do better with some other stuff. I know it's like I'm very first world problem with what I'm talking about, but it is a community that I want to see better, and I want to have those conversations. Like selfishly, I just want to have those conversations. And again, that's why I go back to the discussion I was having at the top of like the conversations that I want to have. Is it just me being selfish and no one else cares? So like I need to stop whining because, you know, everyone stop only caring about what you want to talk about, or is there something like bigger there? Meta talk, recycling top players who talk about the meta. Yeah, it's so bad. There's like 3 people that have original ideas, and then it just continually cycles. And it's so frustrating. And I'm guilty of it too. You know, I'm not trying, it's not a better than now. I catch myself doing it as well. And that's part of the problem, is that sometimes I'll have like toxic thoughts or whatever, or I'll like immediately just like in my head like think like I'm not gonna be toxic to people like on social media. Like I have enough of a filter to not just like say the first thing and just be like, oh, you know, no, like I'm very respectful, or try to be respectful of people, and want to make them have a pleasant time because we're all trying to play this game together. I'm not trying to feel superior or anything, but hold on, let me catch up real quick. I don't think there's a lot to catch up, but yeah. Very little resources, let alone discussion about fundamentals. Yeah, for sure. That's why I don't know. It's like the thing with Splash is like the people that say Splash is, there's literally like, at least in the West, there's like maybe like a handful of people that actually play Splash well, and everyone else plays it garbage. And yes, the discussion can be made that you play Splash like garbage, but you can still find more success in other weapons and you get carried by the weapon. I understand the argument that's there, but like no matter what weapon you play, like I always say it, but it's like a vessel to you actually playing Splatoon. And at the end of the day, you have to learn how to play Splatoon. It doesn't matter what weapon you play. If you play something like Splash that's very well-rounded and has a lot of things that you don't have to worry about, like RNG and, you know, the ability to paint, like there's a lot of like comfort in being able to pick Splash because it does a lot of things really well. That's really important for the game. But if you don't understand how to play the game, like Splash is an awesome weapon to choose because you can focus on the Splatoon part of the game. You don't have to focus on the Splash part of the game. But if you want to pick up Ballpoint because, oh, it's a flavor of the month and it's really cool, you can't focus as much time playing and learning Splatoon because you have to learn Ballpoint. And everyone's always focused on learning whatever weapon. And like, I think maybe that's where people, when they talk about getting carried by weapons and certain weapons are really bad, they're really good, like, I don't know. Maybe they don't understand that perspective of like, I don't know. Like even if you want to play an easy weapon, like you still have to, like everyone still has to learn the game of Splatoon. If you want to spend 100 hours learning how to play Stamper, and you want to play, you know, spend a bunch of time learning how to play Ballpoint, and like the more power to you, but it's going to detract from the fact of you learning the game. And if you start with a weapon like Splash or a shooter or, you know, one of these easy weapons, you can learn the actual game of Splatoon fast because you get to bypass like having to learn the difficulties of a weapon, which if you enjoy playing a difficult weapon, like that's what you find fun and engaging and that motivates you to play the game, then like, of course, play that. But you know, like if you play Splash and you understand how to play Splatoon really, really well, then you can pick a new weapon and learn it, and you still have the fundamentals of Splatoon as a game. And that's why when you see, like, you know, if you watch a player like Kyo that can pick up whatever weapon and pop off with it, it's just like they're really good at the game. That's where, like, when people talk about, like, I don't know, like, I think 52 is actually unironically a good example, because this is a very powerful weapon and a very easy to use weapon, but a lot of reason that certain top players are really good with it is because they understand how to play Splatoon. And if you just pick up 52 without understanding how to play Splatoon, you're going to fail really well. Or you're going to fail poorly. Alright, where was I in chat? You're good. Tier makers have done irreversible damage to the Splatoon community. I think tier lists are interesting, but they're just so overplayed. Again, it's always the ratio and the density of them. I like 5%, maybe not 5, I like 3% or 2% of conversation to be like tier list or tier list related. But again, everyone just hops on trends. So like like right now, I don't see a lot of tier lists, but like once a tier list comes out, everyone just copies. I think that's the other thing. It's part of the saturation issue is like one person does one thing and then literally the whole community has to have their take on it. Well, the whole community has to do like whatever. Every top player hates chargers, but they mirrored wave. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's every competitive scenario or like every competitive scene. It's like top players always get like preferential treatment, and there's a lot of people that really want to get their attention. I don't think it's, I mean, I'm sure in the background there's probably a lot of toxicity to that, but back in other communities I've been in, there was a lot of exploitation from top players, from people like their adoring fans or the people that really looked up to them. I don't think, you know, at least if it's happening as behind scenes or behind closed doors, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know anything about actual top players, so it's hard to say, oh, that person seems like a good person. I don't know. I'm just a player playing the game. If they play well, I like to watch them, but I couldn't tell you anything about anyone. The only thing I would say is don't idolize your favorite players. Don't idolize anyone, because some of them are a little not in the Splatoon community, but the whole you never want to meet your hero thing. That's the other thing that annoys me about the weapon conversation as well, is like, are you gonna discredit Melon? Are you gonna discredit like you know, any player using a top weapon? Like any of the machine players? Are you gonna, you know, like, is Kyo like a cringe player for playing bucket and stuff? Or a sloshing machine? I don't know. It's interesting that people are very selective about that stuff. And that goes back to like some of the toxicity that I talked about, where it's like people that are in your clique or people that you care about, you're like, oh no, they're cool. But person I don't know, oh, and like people start being like toxic to certain people because they want to like fit into their cliques. Which again, this is like, I think it's humanistic to a point, because at least when I grew up, that's how things were, but we'll get better. We'll get better. Carvin, you smoke screen, dumbass, and go in. Yeah, that's an annoying thing. Like and like people aren't wrong. Like I think it's an interesting part of it, but any time that tri-strikes ever get brought up, it's just always the word smoke screen. I wish there were more smoke screen. Oh, this thing is just a smoke screen. Like it's just like they're not wrong, but it's like why is that the only thing that we ever talk about with this thing? We don't talk about setups, lineups, we don't talk about positioning with it, we don't talk about like, you know, on what maps and what type of objects it is, like you can get value out of it. It's just like, oh yeah, you just throw it and go in, and like that also gets reflected in our play, because even like really good players, a lot of times you don't see them being the most thoughtful. Some of them are more thoughtful than others, but like consistently people aren't thoughtful at tri-strikes, and it goes back, I think a lot of it is due to like the fact that we don't have these conversations, so people don't know, so they just kind of throw them. But some of them are actually really good, unironically. Charger on defending. It's like that one melee Yoshi player, yeah, Amza or whatever. Yeah, but again, like I think fighting games, especially because they have like a, well, I don't know how fighting games are nowadays, because I remember when I played more recent what's it called, more recent fighting games, I had to like go to Twitter to like look at combos, or had to like watch YouTube videos that very often get out of date. for like combos, and like the optimal stuff isn't always there unless you find the right video. And if you're new to a community, you don't know who to listen to. So watching some general personality that has high quality videos and a big following, their combo guides or their videos or their matchup guides or their discussion about the character may be like either incorrect or just like very surface level, and you don't know where to find like good information, which is tough. That's part of the reason why I kind of fell out of fighting games, because I want to like learn from other people. If I can't find easy ways to learn about stuff in games, I get really disinterested in games. And I think that's kind of where I'm at with this game. I'm not like disinterested in Splatoon because I like the game itself is really addicting, and like I'm full into the community, so like I can, it's not something I'm like breaking out of. But if I when I try to pick up other games, if I'm trying to pick up a competitive game, I'm ready to jump into games if there's someone I can watch that I know is good and as good as at explaining stuff, and like there's conversations to be had and I can learn more from, like, you know, if there's a way for me to find like the specialist of weapons and there's good conversation to be had, I'm on board. I don't like, there's games that I've played that weren't even my favorite games competitively, but like the community was just very proactive, I guess, with their conversations, and there was a lot of healthy competitive discussion. And if that isn't there, it's really hard for me to get into the game. And I think that there's probably a lot of people that may potentially be interested in Splatoon, because like I was a unique scenario. If I didn't come into Splatoon already enjoying the game and I just heard about it from, like, because some videos have done a good job of like showing how cool Splatoon is, but if I came in from those videos and I was trying to like learn the game from the conversation that currently exists, like I would not be in the community right now. I would have fallen off Splatoon the same way I fell off other times that I played it, and I would have found another competitive game. But it was unique circumstances that like kept me in. But now that I'm like farther and I'm trying to get deeper understanding of the game, I'm starting to feel that again, because like it's hard to find content at that high of a level consistently to be able to like have those conversations, and it makes me sad. Results in play styles, that's it. Yeah, we need to hit it big so he can be arrogant. That pick still feels weird to me. Results aside, I can see cheap cap and missiles. I don't even remember what weapon I talked about at this point. I guess it has to be flings or reflux. Oh, reflux on Flounder. Yeah, I think it's just missiles, because a lot of specials kind of suck on Flounder. I was like feeling for Kiver. I was watching the AR Starburst game, and just like the retake crabs that Kiver had to use were just like they were so bad, and it's not like Kiver's fault. It's just like there isn't a good answer to it. There might be more. I think there's more optimal answers that we probably could discover, and better setups we could do as a community if we actually had these conversations. But like, I don't know. Like, he played it the best that he could, but it's just like, I see the crab, I'm like, I've been in this spot. I know how miserable it feels to use crab in this scenario. So funny. It feels like half the competitive community doesn't even view Splatoon as a competitive game. Yeah, that's true. And again, this goes back to what I was saying of like, are they happy that that's the case, or do they not understand where to start having that conversation, you know? Because if that's how they want it, because yeah, no, I'm with you. I think like 80 to 90% of the competitive community is that, probably even more, but that I generally interact with, are very casual, or like casual competitive is another way to look at it. But they're still very casual gamers, and that's why I get annoyed, because a lot of them get very superiority and they try to dunk on people that are like more like actual casuals and not like the competitive casual that I would kind of place them in, and their takes aren't great, but they feel superior because they're a competitive player. Who are you? I'm Div 6 or Div 5 or Div 3 or X or whatever, I don't know. Anyways, We're just casual players that are good at the game. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Which I think is really interesting about the game. Like, it goes to show how dedicated of a fan base Splatoon has. And I just wish we could do more to like foster and show that and provide a path and a way for people to get into the game outside of having to put in thousands of hours into the game. Because that's ridiculous. Something social media and technology. We need to go back, yeah. I'm buying a ham radio. I'll give you all my frequency. I don't even know how ham radios work. But it's the only way I'm communicating. Discord no more. Over and out for all of my communication. Hate mirror matches. That's why people don't like Splatfest. Yeah, Turf War is pretty yucky. Yeah, Fuzzy's cool. I also like that Fuzzy is very like, and it's because of his age. I mean, he's not even that old, but older than most of the community. But Fuzzy is like very like, I don't know. I guess humility is the right word. Like Fuzzy has the skill, and like understands that he's very skillful at the game, but is the first to admit any like faults in his game. And like he knows what he's good at and knows what he's not, and I don't know. I like someone's perspective that like, I don't know, thinks to that manner. But I'm sure they have competitive experience, either because of all the top level Splatoon competitive experience, or they have competitive experience in other games. Only the good flex players. Wisdom, don't use our brain. That's me for real. No, so I was talking to my wife. That's why mic was muted. My bad. We can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I was talking to someone. My bad. Yo, what's up, Celeste? I'm like an hour behind, I'm sure, but I was getting carried, but we were winning. But that's all behind all because of Bab. So he's winning our wisdom games. But I've done a little bit of feeding for Team Courage, don't worry. Slowest reader. Oh, 21 is insane. I don't even know what that is. Oh, probably Splats for the game. Never getting to the VOD. No, I have like 3 more games. We're chilling. I didn't forget about you. I think there might be 2, but I'm pretty sure there's 3 more games. Sorry. I don't know. The community stuff really impacts me because partially because I know that we can do better, but then again, selfishly, part of me is like, I don't know. I'm not falling out of the game right now. Holy. But I could see myself falling out of the game, and that makes me sad. I really like the community. I really like the game. I really want to push it. But I get very bored with a lot of the competitive part of this game. That was a really bad drop. And that upsets me. There's not enough content. At least, like, I don't know. I could be spending more time on OpenRec, but I hate not being able to watch old replays and stuff. Unless I have like a premium membership or I get like 3 a week. And I don't know the players and it's hard to listen, like, you know, I don't understand what they're saying. So unless stuff gets translated, you know, like if I know that I'm watching like, you know, Melon or something, or I know I'm watching Kuro, or I know I'm watching Chocopero, and it's like, I know that this is good gameplay. I can just watch the gameplay and take a bunch of info. But if I just like watch a random player, like I can kind of judge what skill level they're at, but it'd be nice to like, I don't know. The translation diff is tough. My bad. I choked that completely. And just like there's not enough Western content. Like I'm literally finding my new ideas in a lot of when it comes to a lot of things Splatoon related by watching professional Valorant and CS players and Overwatch players, which like you can learn a lot of competitive stuff about other games. So like unironically, it's not a bad practice to do, but it's just so inefficient. And at a certain point, if I'm like constantly watching like content about other games, at a certain point I'm like, should I just like play these games? I don't know. Like, I don't want to play Valorant for a lot of reasons, but like, I don't know. At least the amount of time that I'm putting into stuff and the value of my time for the type of competitive content that I'm listening to, like, it would make more sense, you know? And it just makes me sad because there's so much with Splatoon that I just really love. And I'm like really passionate about the game, but I don't know. Every so often I just like, man, this isn't. I wish I can visualize what this would look like, but it's not there. And like I'm part of the problem because, okay, well, I'm just saying things. I'm not trying to do it. And Frostbite Japanese study group win, real. Got the juice badge. What is, I don't even know what that is. Is that for Tacticooler? Maybe Splatoon 4, Sag. I think that's part of the reason why I want to do more like VOD review stuff. And I want to like talk about, like, I'm trying to do things outside of competitive tangentially, but I think that's why I've been enjoying that more often. Is because, you know, it at least is closer to what I would like. Like if I was, I'm trying to cater to me when I was first getting into the game, or when I was first getting into competitive shooters in general. And it's like, oh, what kind of content would I want to get me to be the type of player I am now? Obviously, I have a lot of growth to do as a player, but, you know, if there's other people that saw Splatoon as this boring game that dropped it after a month, but really thought the premise of it was cool, I want to be a resource for those people to be able to continue to push. Or for someone that's like, you know, like B rank and they're coping and saying, oh, my teammates are the problem. Oh, I'm hard stuck. Oh, B rank is actually harder than S rank because your teammates are like actually like good. It's just like, you know, if I can help someone that's passionate about the game and they just cope because that's the environment that most of the people, that's how people interact with the game. Even us competitive gamers or hard copers. I want to be a resource for those people. Basically, I want to go into Saltoon and just, I want to be the person that's like, oh, I can fix them. Alright, one more game, Hakami, and then we'll get to it, and then Sam will get to their review. Even though I don't think they're here, but I'll get that onto the onto YouTube at some point. But I don't know. That's just my thoughts. I like the community. I really love the community. I'm passionate about the game, but I don't know. I just want to be able to connect with other gamers. And I feel like disconnected in a way that makes me sad. I'm a one-way Splatoon gamer. What the? Plus 10. Wait, these people are crazy. Alright, this game might actually be kind of tough. They're playing meta. Brainless. Mindless. Sheeple. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know. It's so funny to cope. Like, I understand the good feeling of being able to cope and divert the responsibility to me as a person. Like once in a blue moon, I'll get like hundreds of likes for something, and it's just like, if people can post stupid stuff and always get that kind of reaction from people, it's like I get it, but we gotta expect better. We gotta want more from our fellow competitive gamers. Because people get hard stuck at the game and then they like think that their weapon's the problem. Or people have weapon crisis and then they're constantly having to learn the fundamentals of like their weapon. And then they spend months and months trying to learn different weapons and they keep thinking the weapon's a problem, so they never actually get to learning the actual game. And that's always a sad feeling to me because I don't want people to fall. Like it's an easy, oh shit, I should have taken that fight. But it's an easy trap to fall into like feel that. But I don't want people to feel that way. I want them to see the light. Oh shit. Maybe I can try that with content, I don't know. I don't know. Oh shoot. Wait, we're kind of getting clapped right now. Wait a second. Your boy needs to make a big play. The Sakta brush is a problem. People are chasing. Excuse me, I don't think you understand. I'm a competitive player. I'm using my mental superiority. I'm not using a mindless weapon like sloshing machine. I'm superior in every way imaginable because I'm in Div 4. Easy. They wouldn't understand. They couldn't even comprehend. Oh shit. Getting to a skill level. Alright, I think we won. Wait, I went 7-0. Do I get 2,500? I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret because, you know. I don't know what my highest ranked turf war power is. I never play it past like a couple of games after placements, but I don't think I always place like 1,900. I don't think I've gotten higher than like 2,100 or something. I wonder if I go 7-0 if I actually can get a new top rank. I've never gone 7-0 before. This is exciting. Actually, I don't know if I went 7-0. I don't know if those DCs count as part of your rank placement or not. Yeesh. Let's see. Wait, 23. Wait, I'm all again. Maybe we can push it to 25 at some point, but we're not gonna do it right now. Kami was gracious enough to give us a code, so let's watch some Squiffy gameplay. Whoever's son is in the world right now, this could be you. Oops. Doot. 5G 13. We're about to make you a Kami 4K. Wait, I didn't check. It's better to be Turf War. Clan Blitz. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright, let's get to it. Oh, you played I think Drifting Tide is her name. And then that one person that does trick shots. This is like quite the lobby, I have to say. Drifting Tide, I think, is like Div 6 to 5 or something. So really solid players. I think they're like generally like favored to win like a low ink or something. They might be banned at this point. I actually don't know. Anyways, All right. Bear with me as I figure out how Swiffer is supposed to be played. But I don't know. For Swiffer, like, do you do a lot of painting as Swiffer? Like a lot of tap shots for paint? Because this painting's like decent, isn't it? Like you're not sitting around painting the map, but you probably get some value out of painting. I'm just trying to figure out like your overall ability to paint, which is like, I think it's okay. Like you're gonna get outclassed by the other team. Paint for a bubble, or just like paint in general. Like let's say like you wipe the enemy team and there's like are you able to like paint over enemy paint really well? I guess we'll see. But in terms of overall paint, y'all are definitely gonna lose out on that, and you have to deal with missiles, which is kind of sad. But I don't know. You'll have a lot of really good mid-range options. That's the one thing I'll say. Like, oh shoot. So walls are gonna be a pain. Missiles are gonna be especially a pain. But I think if you can take fights outside of it, I think you're actually kind of chilling. And you have specials to be able to like stuff like whale, stuff like booyah, zipcaster, like this dislodges the enemy. So I actually think your comp's kind of decent, but I don't know. Paint can be a little bit scary potentially. He doesn't know. If I'm actually missing something on Squiffer, let me know. But I don't know. I think you outrange basically everything, right? 96 might outrange you, but I think you can find some good fights with your mobility. And like you can play over top. So I'm also trying to think, where's oh no. You're talking about okay. But anyways, for the context of this map, and like a lot of times when I do reviews, if I understand like your rank and everything and your understanding of the game, I can give you a little bit more context. So like, you know, the type of feedback I'd give to someone that's like C rank is going to be different than the type of stuff I'd give to an A rank or an S plus or someone that's low X rank. And I think your understanding of the game is pretty good. So a couple things that I'd think about specifically is how you want to actually play this map with it's clans telling me how to win. So yeah. So in terms of positioning with Squiffer, actually, and this is where I don't totally know how you want to approach like a lot of these fights, but I think if you can take high ground, you can actually outrange a lot of stuff. And you might be able to take advantage of this bridge, because part of this map, like this is the obvious choke when it comes to how you win clans on this map. Does he know? Like there's two ways in. This is like the main way, obviously. This is really big and it's very accessible. And then there's this way over here, and it's a grate, so it's hard to move past. But I think with your range as a Squiffer, I think you can actually look to cross. And if you have your bubble, oops. If you have your bubble, you can look to like, because holding down this area, like crossing across mid and holding down this area, a lot of weapons can do it really well. But like a lot of mid-range weapons, like a squeezer, for example, that has like a wall, like they can dominate this bridge and take a lot of control. Certain weapons like Tetra is also really good at it because they can kind of roll across. 96 would eliminate you. That's fair, but it's also like time and place. Like if you know 96 is like right here and you're top mid, yeah, you're not going to go for that fight directly, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities for you to be able to like take those potential engagements, because I think with everyone else on their team, there's a chance for you to be able to like deal with stuff. So again, time and place with a lot of the stuff, but that's like an option. I'm not saying it's your main option, but it is an option and it's really effective when it works. But obviously just getting bubble in like areas that your teammates can help, like your teammates can work with, is good. Your fight in this choke is actually pretty good as well, because you can sit back, like you can. So let's say that like we're attacking this side. Getting access to this part of their choke is actually like pretty easy to do, and it's usually what you need to do first when you're coming from mid. And I think when you get into this type of position, especially with bubble, you can actually pop off really well. I think you can take a lot of good fights, and even if they have a 96, you can use this thing for cover, and if you have to, you can back out if they like start wailing you or they start cracking, or you know, you're jumping if they kraken, but yeah. So that's a couple of things. And just in general, there's a lot of like long hallways, so I don't know. There's good spots. You're gonna have to show me the Squiffer tech, because I don't know the Squiffer tech and how we want to set up on these maps, and like different plays you can go for. Like there might be creative ideas like over here, like using this sledge, you know, playing around this block is something you can do. Like, but you can also just take wide routes when you're trying to push. You don't know tech either. Well, try to find yourself a good Squiffer player. XD. I don't know anyone that plays Squiffer outside of like Adrian, I think. I know they're like a specialist. I just use mini charger. I see. That's not bad either. Anyways, we'll get to the game, but I just kind of want to talk to you about, because understanding how to like push on this map is really important. That's unfortunate. So I think you probably should look for a different position at the beginning of this match. I think holding this left side's okay, but if your team is going for fights, you have to find a way to be useful. And you want to be playing around your team in that respect. So I don't know. Like it's good to hold this area, so I don't hate it, but I don't know. Maybe you could use your sub weapon potentially and like get it over where their block is over here, to give them some more information. It's just like you're very disconnected from what your team's trying to do. If you wanted to take a more aggressive approach, and this is where I was hoping you can show me some Squiffy tech, like I think you could potentially look to like use this wall and play around this wall potentially, or even like sit on this type of bridge, like sit on the back part of this bridge, and if you need to walk back, you can. And you can still like look, like if someone's pushing this way, you have vantage on them, and you might be able to, you know, if you're on this, you can look to jump and like take a shot on someone that's trying to cross through. But I don't know. I think just playing this type of line isn't good enough, because if you're playing leader, you can sit back on, you know, like your snipe. So like if you're looking at the enemy team, like if you're playing leader, you can just sit here and you can find angles on this side of the map, and you can find angles on this side of the map, and you can watch top mid. I think you need to be a little bit more aggressive with your early positioning. Not because you need to make a play, but you have to be able to do something with the chuckleheads on your team. Because they're just taking fights in a 3v4. And they're going to struggle because they're going to be seeing, like the same wall you're seeing over here, they're going to be dealing with that stuff and more over there. So you have to find ways to like probably take more risk. And that flop bombs are so frustrating in this game. That's the other thing as well when it comes to adapting, especially in solo queue. Like if none of your team, because like your pro is another weapon that can also potentially look to go across grates. They're going to get stuck against wall weapons, but if no one's playing grates, I think you can look to potentially play grates. That's something I do as a splash player. Like I can get crap up here as a splash on top mid, but there's also times even as a shooter, like if you're just hugging these walls, you can look for potential free picks and free opportunities. And if you make it up here and the rest of the, like their team is fighting back here, there's a lot of opportunities for you to drop on the enemy team. So like taking mid is really important. Like you need to hold the left side like you're doing, but if your team is actively looking to be aggressive and push forward, you have to find a way to be able to support them. Because yes, they're not going to make the best plays, but you have to make the best out of whatever situation they're holding your team in. Nice shot. Because even like right here, it's like you're looking for this potential fight. Like you're hoping that someone just like pops out here, which your teammates are still jumping in, so you don't want to like take too many risks. But like this whole right side to you is painted enemy colors, so if like 52 or 96 looks to start taking this like position and they throw a wall down, you're crying. I don't know. But I think you probably want to get some paint over here and just get a better, you want to get a better vantage point so you're able to actually like know what's going on. Because you're kind of just hoping that it's like you're playing Duck Hunt. You're just waiting for little duckies to pop up on your screen so you can shoot them. But I think making sure you have enough information to be able to do that successfully, because I think you're good at doing that. Your aim is like really solid, but you want to make sure that you're putting yourself and your team in a position to like also be able to succeed. Because like if your forge is dead, but like if your forge was the one jumping in the spot and they wanted to look right side, like they are completely screwed. Like they can't deal with any of this. So like you're basically like forcing your entire team to like kind of like go through this choke. This is better though. You're able to get the vantage point. Again, I think that's probably your brush. Yeah, it's taking the... brush will often drop down on this off angle, so that makes sense as well. But, yeah. At a certain point, because, like, you sitting in the spot is just, like... I'm confident in your ability for defending, but if you sit here all game, your teammates, you're, like... they're playing a person down when it comes to pushing, and you're basically hoping that the enemy team just feeds 4 people into you, so then you can like push up for a free push. And you want to be a little bit more proactive with like how you go about doing that. This is a spot where the enemy team has like a big paint advantage because your team did just kind of get wiped. So this doesn't mean that you just start pushing now. I think this position is fine now, but as your team starts building, as your team starts painting, as you start accruing specials, you want to start looking at how to start looking to push forward. And like I said, I think on this map, we want to potentially look to use grates and use mid as a way to do that. You can also look to go wider on the left side. So like if you swing all the way over here, and you know, you could potentially look to swing all the way right and potentially look to play with your charger and stuff. I mean, your brush. But all this is situational. But right now I think you're in the best spot because the enemy has their momentum kind of pushing into you in terms of the macro. So this spot is fine now, but the way that you played the opener, I'm guessing you're probably going to be doing this type of play here for most of the game, and I don't want you to do that. But I could be wrong. Like I like to use that to get recon. Yeah, like these are spots where I want you to go mid. You need information. Like hugging this wall mid isn't the scariest thing because you're like, you still have options to back out. You can still, because like if you're sitting here, you're still at risk of people dropping on you from going to top mid. And like, yes, you're technically closer to getting over here, but if you go here, like if you go up here and there's a fight that you don't want to take or like a matchup you don't like, you can still drop out, you can jump out if you have to, but you need to start taking more aggressive positions to be able to do it. Because if you look at their team, yes, Flings a roller is going to be a pain. If a roller's sitting top mid, you don't want to like take that fight directly unless you have a you know, an open shot and they don't know you're there. But like these shooters, they're not, like if you're hugging this wall, they're not really too scary. Unless they start swinging around one side or the other, and they get like behind you and they're like back here to start shooting you. Obviously that's dangerous, but you know, we need info and intel in order for you to start taking aggressive plays. And you also have the safety of the bubble. So this is where you can look to actually hold top mid and throw the bubble mid or throw the bubble great, or, you know, like look for a play. I want to see more offensive aggression because you're putting your faith in your teammates, and from the way you're describing this game, I don't know if you want to put all of your faith in teammates because you also make their life harder if you're not going forward. But I see more aggression on your end. Playing with Booyah Bomb, this is good. Yeah. And this is like tough. This is why I'd rather you be mid for these types of plays. Like I like that you move forward with your teammates. It was unfortunate your teammate died before Booyah Bomb came out, but I like that you're helping your team. The problem is that your whole team is funneling here. So the wall that they place for like the rest of your team, you get like, it's defending against you as well. And like taking top mid for an example, the walls that they placed that stopped you before. Nice shot. All the walls that you have that they're using, if you were sitting top mid instead, like if you were top mid, you still have open season on all these people and you can still look to take shots. But like this wall right here is literally covering your entire team because you're all taking the same angles. So again, Forge Pro is like not nearly as good. I think it's basically your responsibility to like take top mid. I would say for Brush, because they're faster, there's a lot of opportunities for Brush to take top mid and like go through Great completely and just go for the flank. They're not fighting for top mid. They just use top mid to take the Great very quickly in Brush mode to get behind the enemy team and go for flanks that way. But looking at your team playing so far, I don't think they're going to go for those plays. So you can open up the map and you're kind of forced to open up the map by using like mid as an option because no one else is doing it. The nice thing is that none of the enemy team has used it either, so you should be able to go for it safely in these type of spots. But I like that you're being more aggressive here because that, like, I think you've understood that like I need to do something because my teammates are quirky gamers. Yeah, nice shot. And yeah, in spots like this, you don't have to be super aggressive because your team, like, you need to help your team like move forward slowly, and you kind of have to build, and building usually means painting, but yeah. Yeah, and see, same thing here, which like your spot is, oh, nice shot. Your spot's totally fine. But when it comes to getting more ideas, like when your team's pushed back in this kind of scenario, if you notice your team is playing this like bridge and stuff, or this ramp, sorry, that's where you can potentially look to sit like here and look for these types of angles. Because when these people start encroaching, you can play around this wall. You did the same thing. So like the shot's really nice, but like being able to swing wide and find those opportunities is going to be really important for you. You don't want to bunch up unintentionally with your teammates and allow them to get more value with their walls, because it could be walls, it could be bombs, it could be whatever, missiles especially. But you want to try to look wide, and yeah, that requires immaculate aim. Your aim is way good enough for whatever it is that I'm talking about. Trust me, your aim is very clean. Obviously, it's people's aim can always be better, but your aim is very, very good, and even very, very good for a Charger player, which Charger players have good aim. But yeah, I wouldn't look to play aggressive here. I know you're trying to get the bubble down, but nice. I think your spacing here is fine, but again, your team can finally start going back on the aggressive, like momentum starting to go back into your favor. I want you to be working with your team, but doing something like, I don't want you to take the same angles, basically. So if they're playing over on right side, then you can potentially look to like, again, you can hug this wall and look to push through behind. So y'all have this pinch. You can look to potentially go up to mid and get top mid and get that height advantage and get an off angle from where your teammates have been traditionally trying to go, which like your teammates are like fine going this way. This is like how you usually push, but we need like an off angle somewhere. And if I'm playing splash, which again is obviously different than this, like I'm looking to get a crab up here. I'm looking to get a crab like over here, crab top mid. It's finding the opposite angles so that if, one of your teammates is flanking on the other side, I can provide another angle to do that. So that's what I hope that you look for here, because you've been playing relatively passive for a lot of this game. I wouldn't even shoot at the Kraken. I'd either just immediately jump out or just keep moving. This scores whatever, but oh, I think they went through great. Yeah. Like now, there's only one person left. This like you have to take space. Have to. Like you should, like I was saying before, you either need to be planted, like, because you have space now. There's only one person left, and I'm pretty sure it's this junior, so like they're irrelevant. This is where you're posted up here, Or like I said, you post yourself up mid, go across grates, and sit over here. And sitting over here is an off angle that makes the life of the rest of your teammates that are going to be pushing from this ramp a million times easier. So if I was in your spot, I would definitely look to take the space before this guy that we talked about. Their wall is going to destroy you just in a head up 1-to-1. But if you get to that spot faster than them, then you know you've won the engagement because there's no engagement. But I think pushing this way is fine too. Also because you have a bubble and there's a potential to like, you know, people throw clams to you and then you can like go a bubble down and stuff. I don't hate this idea, but we'll see how it plays. I get so triggered looking at these splat bombs and seeing them like roll extra. It's so cringe. I don't know why the physics are so weird in this game with splat bombs specifically, but I don't always die to it, but like I'm guaranteed like once or twice a month to die to like the most ridiculous splat bomb physics. Anyways, personal gripe. Yeah, I like this angle, but like you force yourself, like you let the junior get value out of their bubble and you force yourself to like have to hit a big shot. When instead you could have taken an off angle and just pressuring them from behind makes everyone's life easier. But you tried too hard to like to force your team to have to like brute force. Yeah, you need to take a higher position here. Like you need to get up to here. Because like once you're here, you can take more confident fights on level ground. But you're positioning like you're maybe like a charger or something, and you don't have the confidence to get up here, which you should be able to do, especially with bubble ready. Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. Other than hit shot forehead. This is good. Keep going. Beautiful. Yep, make sure you throw in your clams, hopefully. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay. Okay, this is a random solo queue thing, but this is the awareness part of it. Your role in these spots, like the Squiffer shouldn't have to worry about clams and basket, but the way that this whole play is playing out, there's something in your head that should be saying like, okay, so good. So like you'll have numbers, you'll have really big numbers, your teammates booyahing, and you're keeping the basket open. So like the awareness to keep the basket open is good. But in terms of this being a continuation play, you have Brush ready to spawn kill. And you have other teammates fighting. So this person's in special, so this person's not going to score clams. And then the last person's pushing forward. So when you see this person pushing forward here, there needs to be alarm bells in your head that's saying, I need to keep this basket open. My teammates are actually slaying right now, and even though I'm a Squiffer and I shouldn't have to deal with this and someone else should be getting claims for me, this is the role that's needed of me now. And when we're playing on this map, common pod areas where clams will spawn that are like easy to get to, for whatever reason there's a pod right here on this ramp, which is super convenient. Clams can spawn on top of their snipe, which I think they end up doing. You see it in your peripherals, and I would have preferred you to like find that. Usually there'll be some down here, and then yeah, there's the pods here, and then there's some here. Some of these are farther back, so like these are the three main ones that you want to kind of get value out of. Although this one and these two here are probably like technically the same distance, but you know, like these four are the main ones that you want to be focusing on, and like they respawn. I don't know like exactly how clams work in this game, but pods respawn super fast. I think there's a way you can probably manipulate it, but again, the community never talks about this stuff, so I don't know. I'm too lazy to look at it, but like keep an eye out for this, keep an eye out for this, keep an eye out for this and this, and just make sure that if your teammates are like pushing forward, just do the objective work. You shouldn't have to do it, you know, but like that's like in certain cases when I talk about taking space as like a short range shooter or something. It's like if your whole team is moving forward in tower control and no one took tower, like if they're slaying and they're doing their thing forward, just take tower and just, you know, This isn't like ideal, but you just have to adapt to the situation. And if your teammates are being successful, like allow them to be successful. And yeah, there's like clams up here that you could have gotten, which you probably could have positioned there anyways. But once you see your whole team moving forward, you have enough time to kind of react to this and keep the basket open. Same tech as Piranha Pit clams. Gotcha. I was too stupid back then, so I don't remember. I didn't think about clams that same way. But I know Piranha Pit was kind of crazy with clams. I actually like Piranha Pit clams, but yeah. Everything was like, every score was a potential for a KO. Because like, everything you're going for here is irrelevant because you're not going to keep the basket open. And I think you had enough time to like, understand that you should have kept this push going. Because your team should have your team should end up with a lead of like 20 or more. And if your teammates somehow keep just slaying by themselves while you're doing objective work, then you just KO. And that's chill. Yeah, if you collect clams at X amount, yeah. I think there's something you can do with pods where like if you only collect 2, like if you don't pick up the whole pod, it like prevents them from despawning, so it'll influence the pods in other spots. I don't know. Again, someone smarter make a guide, please. I know there's conversations about it, but yeah. Either way, like you played that fine, but that's like a big thing. That's the difference between your team barely having a lead and you losing with a single push versus like your team's in a very comfortable lead and it's okay if the enemy team scores as long as you have good defense afterwards. Booty Bandit. What a gamer. What weapon are they playing? That determines if they're based or not. Such a stupid name. Same thing here. Your teammates are all moving on the right side, so everything I was talking about before, look to take top mid, look to take like, because if they're pushing up this much, then you can start taking like more aggressive angles like behind. So you can take more aggressive angles like behind here if you want to. Obviously, you can potentially get jumped on, which is why it's better to take high ground with your weapon, but Kraken, all right. Not beast. Uninteresting. Brainless weapon. But hopefully they carry. I believe in Booty Bandit. Yeah, don't engage with this. Unless you know something I don't. Like, is there a reason why you're shooting at this person? Are you like looking for knockback? Because this is just like a waste of time, isn't it? Like you could already be like all the way on the right side and you could be scoring this clam potentially. You are at risk. Like this person's probably going to jump, so I wouldn't actually commit. Like the enemy team that just picked up the clam, they're very like they're going to jump into the Kraken, so I wouldn't commit to actually scoring here. But the point is like there's a lot of stuff that you can do that isn't shooting at this because this doesn't allow you to keep moving and this thing actually gets a better chance at spotting you. Netting their aggro away, but are you actually like, but like you shoot them and you're not knocking them back, are you? Like you end up safe at the end of it, but I don't know. I'd rather you move like farther or like get up top of snipe. Like you end up at snipe, but like get there like a second faster. So like they have to like climb up and then you can continue moving. Either way, your awareness to kill the person that jumped in and scored is like dope. So good stuff, good stuff. Don't try. Okay, so in spots like this, we'll see how you play it first. They can't climb walls. I mean, they can climb walls, but you know, certain walls. So yeah, the thing I wanted to say here, sometimes you have to be rational about the situation you're in. Move it back a couple more seconds. This is an important concept to have, and this goes back to like desperation and hero plays, but this is like in a different form. This is like, this isn't the obvious desperation play. Yo, Cherry, hello. 12 million, sheesh. Love to see it. Hope your stream was well. I need to be inspired by some Splatterscope gameplay. How's the stream? How's the gaming? Anyways, if you don't follow Cherry, they are wonderful. Quite humorous, play a lot of different Nintendo and other games. Didn't you get I think gold in Valorant at some point. Just kind of popping off casually. Mario Kart, nice, nice, nice. And some of those I don't remember if it was your stream, but I think I think I remember seeing you play either on your stream or someone else's stream, like what's it called? Like Genshin Impact or something. I don't know. Some people enjoy that. There's a lot of people that play in the Splatoon community that play a lot of gachas. I used to play Cookie Run. Plat 1 for a day? I mean, we take those. You're a certified plat gamer at that point. That's sick. I played Valorant a little bit a long time ago, but yeah. Close friend. Oh, I see, I see. I think maybe I clicked the link into their stream at some point, but nice, that's nice. But yeah, hopefully streaming well. Hopefully good vibes were had. Hopefully you were able to propel courage to a victory. Currently we're just doing some reviews for games. We have this review and then another one, but we'll probably wait a little bit and play some more Splatfest. But yeah, Hakami was nice enough to give us the Squiffer review. They're a very, very good Charger player. So yeah. Have you played Splatfest? Yeah, I'm at Defender, so I still have like a big grind to get to Ruler, so I get all of the little shells that you get at the end of the event, or whatever they are. So I'm gonna work on that after this review. But yeah, we gotta get Ruler tonight, 100%. So we'll keep playing. But I did ranked, I went 7-0. I'm at like 2300, which I've never done in Splatfest. So it's hopefully the games will get kind of intense and we can get some fun out of Turf War. But if anyone has review codes or replays, hopefully not Turf War, because I'm not the most interested in Turf War. But if you have it for like Anarchy games or whatever, feel free to give me a review code. I'm happy to provide some analysis, some tips and steps for you to improve yourself. That's what we are around here. We look for improvement. Yeah, enjoy yourself some dinner. Thank you so much for the read, and yeah, good to hear you had a nice stream. So yeah, what I was talking about here, Hakami, you have to be rational about certain scenarios, and I understand they have 5 clams currently, and if they score those 5 clams, your team is now losing, and there's a minute left. In the scenario where your forge has gone down and they have a bubble down and you're just a Squiffer at this point, you kind of have to accept the fact that they're going to take lead here. And it's not important for you to try to go for this like hero type play where like this person might like step out of, even though they don't have to get out of this bubble, like you're looking for like this hero snipe to go for when you just need to play solid. You can't stop this on average. Like maybe 2% of the time, everything lines up. You hit a crazy shot. They make mistakes and try to run at you for whatever reason. And you make this hero play and stop it. But the 98% of the other matches that you play, they're going to take lead. And either you can set the rest of your team up for success and limit, they take lead, but not a huge lead. Or you go down, your teammates don't have you to work with when they respawn in, and then they're gonna have like an even bigger lead. So you can let them have a lead of like 40, and then and it could be less than that, but like let's say they get down to 40, and then your team has a decent shot at having a small push to take a lead at the end of the game. Or you go for a hero play now, potentially let them get down to like 20 or 30 or even KO potentially, depending on how the rest of your team plays, which you don't want to put, the results of the game into your teammates. So in this spot, I don't want you here at all. If you want to go up to snipe, that's an option. I like going like far right, so either you can get up on top of snipe and just play safe. You can maybe get picks on people that are coming through to, behind the bubble. You can also just hold this solid. Make sure that no one, like, you just sit here, they score clams, and if anyone tries to push past and allow them, like they're going for a continuation push, you can get those types of plays, because at that point, those fights are good for you because they're away from the bubble. They probably don't have a wall because they're running forward, so they can't like run forward and throw the wall. So there's a good shot for you to like get picks there. And then once your teammates, you know, once your forge that comes back in, once this person's in play, then you all can start looking to actually take more direct fights. But you don't want to take these fights by yourself, because if you go down, you're trusting your goofy goober teammates to like win the game and make the stop. So you need to play solid, and solid means you have to give up lead, and you have to be comfortable giving up lead because you're a good player. And when they like start feeding to get extra clams in, you wipe them or get 3 down, and you take mid control or you take over here, and your team pushes, and you just need a small push. You need a score and a couple clams, which you get a free clam here. So like it's very likely that you can, if you stay in control here, you only need a tiny push to take lead. I trust my goofy goober teammates. I wish I had the same bright thinking as you, Hakami. Because yeah, like if you swing over here faster, these people that are trying to desperation take this off angle, you snipe these people. Look for potential fair fights. Don't look for like the obvious fight in the bubble where like you can take that fight, but it's not a good fight, you know? Like keep yourself safe, and if they try to go across here, like this is a potential double. How do you know I sniped them? I mean, you're playing a sniping weapon, so you just have to like trust yourself. You're cracked. You might choke, but so your odds here, if I'm being real, I probably give you like 70-75% odds to hit someone that's sitting on a grate. Or even if you miss them, they drop off, or they jump this way, or they jump this way, and you're still alive and you're still in a good spot. So I would say 70% of the time, even if you only hit the shot, like let's even say like 30 or 40%, which I think you hit them way more than that. But even if you only hit it 30% of the time, I would say like 60 to 70% of the time, this person is not going to just hold forward and jump at you. You may not get the pick, but they have to go do something else. There's maybe a 5% of the time that they keep holding forward, you just choke a very easy shot and then you die. And you have to accept those, Like those odds are way better than the 10% chance, or, realistically probably 5% chance that you take a fight over here with this bubble and you give them an opportunity to pinch you, and like you're like hard throwing this game. But believe in yourself. Like you hit these shots. I've played against you. You hit these shots. You have to trust. Because the pressure of like a charger isn't always like you hit the like people simplify it and reduce it to like you hit your shot or you're not, and you're either useful or not depending on if you got the splat. That's not true. You get paint. You have presence. If I'm a short range shooter, if I'm a gal, I'm not holding forward. I might throw a wall down, and that gives your team more time to get in. You're stalling for time so that you can play with your team. And if these people make a mistake and run at you, you get a chance. If you miss the shot, okay, you just back up. If you die, you die, but you want to give yourself better odds than what you did, because the play that you went for happens like I said, 2% of the time. Whereas you could have held them to 40 points, probably 70% of the time, 80% of the time. But now your teammates are forced to play desperate because you went for the hero play and you got splatted. Now the enemy has full control of this area, they have full control of this area, and you're asking for hero plays out of your teammates. Which, hey, if you trust your goofy goober teammates, I can't stop you. Yep, and just as I said, probably around the 23 push. You might actually get KO'd, but you shouldn't. You have enough teammates here to have that presence. Like in this spot, instead of like worrying about this person, I'd be looking for where the last person is, because now you need a big push and you need to like go for a play. You can still come back to the Kraken and look for a snipe once they get out of Kraken form, but instead of just like messing up your field of view just watching this person because it's funny, You need information on where that final person is that didn't get splatted in this play. Because there's a lot of enemy paint and we don't know where that person is. So it's going to slow down our push. Two down. Top mid, this is perfect. Are you going to cross? Play with teammates? Ah, why'd you go Ray? Why'd you go Ray? Even with all that, you almost actually like, you almost popped off. If you go across bridge, you take their snipe and you get those last 3 clams and y'all win. This play is lit though. Teammates get picks, y'all have numbers, y'all have the points. Take this off angle. There's 2 people left. Do you think when there's 2 clams pushing this ramp, do you think that I mean, we can clearly see their walls over here, but do you think that the 96 is going to be sitting here waiting for a little old you? They're going to throw down this splash wall and then, you know, get the fight. Like, even if they did that, that's great because your teammates are in for free. They just have to fight a Flingza. But you have to know when to take these off angles. I think you understand the rationale of like good matchups and bad matchups when it's like whatever you're playing, like the relative matchup. But you have to understand that you have to be opportunistic. And you can't always assume that, oh, there's a 96. So if they're alive, they're always looking for me when I'm like trying to cross here. They're almost never looking for you in these spots. Especially when there's something else that is shiny and shinier that they want to be looking at. Because if you're this 96, I'm never looking at this play. This play is super lit. Taking top mid is huge. But you need to take this off angle to alleviate this. Plus, instead of taking a fight head on with the rest of your teammates where you're going to get bombs thrown, well, they don't have bombs, but you know, getting a bunch of paint thrown at you, a wall thrown at you, like you're giving yourself a really hard shot versus being over here. And like you can play back here and play it safe, but they're going to, you know, these people are moving left and right to dodge these people because this is the biggest concern. And if they're dodging left and right from that angle, if you're sitting over here, they're literally just sitting in a straight line. And it's just an easy pick. I trust that you can shoot someone in a straight line. Yo, what's up? Is it Reverie? Apologize if I missed your mispronounced your name. Thank you for the lurk. Twitch recommended me your channel and many other recommended Splatoon streams. Nice. Do you play Splatoon? It's a pretty dope game. But thank you so much. I'm glad that you are here. Thank you for the lurk. And if you have any questions about the game, please let me know. Always happy to answer them. We're here to improve. Oh, you're playing the Splatfest? Which team did you choose? I'm interested. But good luck with it. I had fun with the Triforce map. It's a little quirky, but I enjoy it. Yeah, it's weird. I'm with you. Wisdom. See, Wisdom, you came to the right place. This is a wisdom safe area. But thanks for checking in and good luck on your games. I hope there's a big ×100 battle for you in the near future. I swear I had more Clams games, but they literally just vanish when you turn on the Switch. It's all good. But yeah, that's I think that's our biggest problem here. This is a nice push. This is nice bubble placement. The thing is, they didn't need this bubble. Y'all get all of these scores without needing the bubble. But now you're all in the same direction, so this... Let's look from... Did they get a triple with like one swipe? Because this is the problem. You're mid now. If you're here... So by the time that this roller's here, and you're here, so you can stop them and you have an easy fight because you got into this spot faster. So this person, these two people, they either have to take a fight with you and they have to ignore your teammates and they can go find clams and they don't need your bubble, or they go this way and you get a free pick. And I don't like your skill and your aim and your mechanics. You get at least one of these for free before they even get in range of you. 100% of the time. The second reason why it's important is so that when they go for a play like this, they're not getting all of this. You get 0. I mean, okay, so realistically, even if you didn't hit any of your shots, taking good positions in certain spots, taking good positions is way important than getting splats. If you can take good positions and just, even if you're just constantly whiffing your shots, you're stalling the enemy team, you're denying them access to certain areas, and they have to worry about things happening in 2 different directions. Yo, Reverie, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Day 1 Squiffer. Yeah, but that's part of like improving. This goes back to like the same conversation I was having before of like learning a weapon versus learning Splatoon. Weapon. Game. So, okay, we'll watch the replay. We'll go back and we'll kind of go through everything. But when it comes to like weapon and game, it's like Squiffer. You have to worry about like your charge, because that timing's different, and you have to, like the tech I was talking about, you have to figure out how to work around different walls and everything. You know, movement is different. You have to worry about like, I don't know, you know, like bubbles and bubble placement. So like your subs and specials, you have to understand how to use those properly in the context of the weapon that you're playing. And all this takes a bunch of time. And if you mess up these things, and then I just said like general tech. If you mess these things up because you're day 1, we're chilling. That's expected. This is all new to you. When it comes to the game, this is positioning. This is, you know, like game state. This is awareness. There's things about the game, which there is like, some of this is relative. So like the positioning, some of that's going to be relative to the weapon that you're playing. But in general, like knowing important positions, I should not have me on this mouse. But like important positioning spots, like I was talking about at the beginning of the clams game, where it's like you're pushing through right. I can use a different color slightly. But it's like, you know, in a game of clams, you have 2 ways into the base. This is your main, like this is main. And then this is like basically like a flank. And, you know, part of having a weapon that can go through this flank is it needs to be mobile, like your brush, or it needs to have range, which honestly, and if you, all 3 of the, like the rest of your team could technically do it, but you do it the best because you can like one-shot someone. And like these types of plays and this, and the positioning and the understanding, and like when y'all get this big push and understanding, oh, there's a pod here, there's a pod here, there's a pod here, you know, and having this awareness that, oh, my teammates are going forward and they're slaying, so we have time to get more clams. So I'm no longer needed to take these shots and continue slaying when I have 3 other teammates that are slaying, it's important for me to go back, find these clam pods, and come back and score so we can increase our lead. The things that you are struggling with are not based off of your weapon. And I think that honestly, you know, like there is like tech and stuff that would probably like that you'll learn over time that will make you better at the game overall. But like these things combined is what makes you like a good player. Good. This is like your overall skill is the combining of these two things. And yeah, exactly like you're saying, you don't play the game. That's exactly it. This part, this weapon part, you get playing Splatfest, you get playing Turf War, you get playing PBs. You also get it like anything that you do in the game, you can learn. There's some of these things contextually that you need to be in the right environment for. But in order to learn the game, you need to put yourself, this is why solo queue is important. This is why playing in tournaments, tourneys. This is why, you know, scrims, recon to a certain degree, just to like understand how the maps function and everything. All of these things are what improve your game state. So if you're not playing these types of things, you're gonna have a hard time with this. So like it's very like I can understand why the things that you need to work on are like these contextual things based off of playing the game, because like you said, you don't play like the competitive side of the game all that much, which like, you know, enjoy Splatoon however you would want to enjoy it, but you know, just to kind of contextualize where you're at. And if we go back to the character stat sheet that we were talking about before, little Hakami over here with the aim and the movement and the I don't know, whatever stuff. Like everything on this weapon side, if these are the bars, your stats are lit. You got like basically full bars. You're broken. When it comes to the game state, maybe not quite as good. I think there's certain stuff that you really understand, especially map specific stuff, because you play these maps in a, you know, whatever mode. But your game part of it is not going to be, your understanding is not as strong because you need more exposure, which is good. This is what all this is for. You don't play Scorch at all, honestly based. But yeah, that's kind of the context of all of this. And yeah, so in terms of things that I think you should improve on, this map is so good. This thing is all light, easy to see. The visibility is nice, but off angles, you don't have to worry about this, because if you play leader, like you sit in like 2 spots every game. You sit on your sniper spot, and then when your team moves forward, you can sit in mid, and that basically works for every single like map. Like Museum works this way, Scorch basically is this way. Like there's only 2 positions that you take. If you can get to this, if you can get to position 2, you can, like you do, but otherwise you're sitting in position 1. But if you're playing a more aggressive weapon, you need to understand how to take off angles. Is Scorch legal? Scorch Clams and Rainmaker is actually played quite a bit. I think Scorch Clams is probably one of the better clam maps, not gonna lie. But TC and Zones never see play. But Rainmaker Clams see a lot of play. And what I mean by off angles, and again, this is awareness, this is you having to get more experience. Like if you know your teammates are going to be taking pushes on the main, you need to find other ways to help them and figure out whatever weapon it is that you play. You have to figure out how it is that you can actually like assist. because you don't want to assist directly with the push. Your weapon isn't good at brute forcing. Your weapon is good because it has range and it has really quick kill time. And it has a lot of mobility. So you want to find the strengths of your weapon and be able to abuse that. And a lot of this is like creativity as well. And some of the creativity goes hand in hand with the awareness. So like if you're, you know, if your team's trying to push, if your team's trying to push out a base and you're taking like the vanilla position here and the rest of your team's pushing out this way, you may want to look for other angles. And depending on how your team's pushing, again, there's a lot of times where you just take mid. But you can also look to reroute to your top snipe. It's like, let's say the enemy's pushing this way. If your team is all holding this spot, you can reroute to top snipe and get an angle, like an off angle. Because your teammates are going to be, so like let's say your teammates are going to be here. And, you know, if the enemy team, I'll use a different color. If the enemy team's coming in with like a wall and they're pushing, I won't put that there, but I'll say we're pushing this way and they're going in this way. You want to look for an off angle. That's where you swing up here and you get this kind of off angle because you can play, you know, opposite of the wall. A little pooch. So yeah, when it comes to off angles, another example would be like at the end when your team was pushing this way and y'all had 2 down, but 96 was over here. I think Roller was coming out at spawn. But this is where, you know, for you, go top mid, take this off angle, then you can take these shots from behind and it makes these people really, really uncomfortable. And then the people that are coming in from this way, So this person that's coming in this way, they have to make a decision. They either speed over here to stop the push, which is really risky and you'll probably hit a shot, or they can't help with the bigger push over here and they have to try to fight you, and they like use this wall as cover to climb up the wall, throw down you know, their splash wall and try to take a fight with you, and you're diverting them from stopping the play. And again, even if you miss all of your shots, you're still redirecting their attention. So, oh shoot. So yeah. Off angle. And again, this all comes with experience. It all comes with like being in these spots and understanding where it makes sense for you to be. Second thing, it is just like that general awareness, which that comes for like, don't, you know, if they have the bubble down and they're going to take lead, but there's still enough time for you to make a push, if you can't feasibly stop these clamps from going in, then don't try to take that fight. You know, don't sit here and try to shoot at the bubble directly, because you're just prone to getting shot at. You know, take a spot over here, find an off angle, potentially find the pick on these people that are crossing in, or swing out completely, let them have these. They only had like 5 clams, you know, like if they're about to KO in this spot, then yeah, you have to go for the hero play, but that's not the spot. They were gonna get like a small lead and there's still plenty of time for you to come back. And you have to have the discipline and the awareness that, you know, they get those clams and either they back up completely or they keep trying to score and they get wiped. But you can have a clean wipe by holding here until your teammates start coming in. And then once they come in, then you come back and you're able to help. But in the meantime, you have to, you know, hold this angle, keep an eye on this. You may be able to find people that are like crossing through. There might be ways for you to stop them, but you need to find ways to, you know, still be useful, because you're not useful in this spot trying to stop this. That doesn't give you any value. You have to figure out how my weapon is special, how I can get value, and, you know, there's a time and place. And that's the tough thing about this game, is that the time and place of where you need to be is different depending on the situation. And because your teammates are respawning and you can't deal with the bubble by yourself, you have to understand that you back out. Again, teammates come in, you swing back, this bubble will go down, or you can help shred it because it's, you know, the time is basically going to drain its HP. And then you have a sustainable, you know, high probability that you stop that push. And if you lose the lead, you lose the lead. It is what it is. That's your punishment for, you know, giving them the space. And it's not just you, it's the rest of your team. But as a team, you know, your punishment is you lose lead, but there's an opportunity for you to get it back. You just have to go about it the right way. So, yeah. And last thing, but it goes back to the other stuff, but it's like enable your teammates. Which it's kind of a callback to these first 2 points, but you enable them by taking off angles, whether you hit your shots or not. If you hit your shots, it's awesome, but the pressure is incredible. Like when I play with Sun, and Sun plays leader, for example, on like Museum, Sun sits in the middle of Museum and just sits there with leader. Whether Sun hits a shot or not, it doesn't matter. That the fact that Sun is positioned top mid means that they have to sit behind the little spinner thing, the spinner. I know that the enemy team has to be behind here. And it allows me, when I'm trying to push, to be able to concentrate a specific area. And if they go outside of that area, they're now in danger. That's a different scenario. Yeah. No, it isn't relevant to your range, but it goes back to like, that's how you enable your teammates. Because you're talking about like, I don't trust my shot. I don't trust myself hitting those. And I don't know if you're like memeing or if you actually have like a potential confidence issue, but like your aim is really good. Like leader doesn't necessarily, like doesn't compare, but it's the same idea. where if you're taking these off angles and you're just shooting at them, whether you hit them or not doesn't matter. It's the same thing as leader here. Whether leader gets picks or not doesn't matter. There's a certain presence that they have and the respect that you have to give, regardless of if they hit their shots or not. So they can sit here, and if they try to poke out, they're putting themselves at risk. If they try to use specials, if they crab on top of the spinner, they're putting themselves at risk. Even if you don't hit the shot, they have to always be careful about it. Because even if you only hit 10% of your shots, at some point, that one pick, if you position properly and you give yourself a lot of opportunities, it enables you to, you know, finally have an influence. You don't need to hit every shot as a charger in order to make an impact. Proper positioning and constant threatening of the enemy team is what's important. How you do it with leader, how you do it with Squiffer is two different things, like you said. And you have to figure out, that's part of, you know, being a day one Squiffer, you don't understand that. That makes sense. As you get better, you want to keep that concept in mind and you try to figure out how to best implement that, if that makes sense. So, hope that helps. I don't know if you had anything specific or if there was part of the game or if there was some sort of feedback you were looking to get that wasn't that I can try to provide some more context. I would be more than happy to help or, you know, go more in depth. These are the interesting conversations I like to have, but I don't really know specifically like what you're looking for. I do like what I mentioned in terms of the off angles, I think was the biggest thing. You need to constantly find ways to provide value as a short range player. And now you understand the struggle of being a short range shooter. Splash problems. That's when they have a bunch of walls and they outrange you and you're crying. It's like, okay, how do I still make an impact in the game? Obviously I have a crab, so my life is a lot easier than what you do, but you know, having to take more aggressive angles and put yourself into more danger is just part of being like a shorter range weapon. Shooter or not or whatever. And that's why playing Carbon is so impressive, and that's why watching Volty is such a treat. Because yes, Carbon one-shots, but putting yourself in the positions consistently against players that are looking out for you is tough to do. The execution at the end is hard. I mean, is easy. But getting into the spot and constantly weaving around and not getting picked is it's a feat within its own. Pro mode's making you a worse person. It's fun. I enjoy it. It also helps that I went 7-0. Because normally my power is at like 2100. The first time I did Splatfest, I qualified, like I think I went like 4-3 or 5-2, and my power was like 1800. Yeah, it's tough. Most times I usually calc at around 2k, and then I can push it up to like 2100 before I stop. Anyways, I'll be back in like a few minutes. I need to do something real quick, and then I'm gonna play some more pro. I'll play a little bit of pro. Hopefully I can get, I think I'm gonna try to get to ruler, and then I will do probably a review of Sam's game, and then we'll call it. But we still got some gaming to do, so give me a couple minutes and we'll be right back. Okay. I bet. Back to the game. 600 points actually away. I don't know how many games that'll be. Build the house in Minecraft. Let's go. I believe in you, friend. A real gamer. Alrighty. Goodbye, courage. Hopefully I don't lose. Oh yeah, I forgot they like... Oh wait. Didn't they cut off the map? Or wait, is it... Oh yeah, it is cut off, I think. Remember they like changed this map a while ago? Probably shouldn't have done that on glass, but... I wanted to push off the blob, which... I thought they had a more threatening backline. I didn't really look at their team comp. I'm still... getting caught up with everything. No, they're one shot. Teammate. Okay. I shouldn't have gone for that. I should have let my teammate clean it up. I didn't think I was gonna die to the bomb though. If I... That's a spot where if I squid roll, I actually think I'm chilling. That was my bad. I played that really poorly. Okay. I need to get a special. I don't think I'm gonna get special for retakes, so I'm gonna go for a more aggressive play. I really want... Nice. That was the trade. Alright, now I have special for this retake, so we're chilling. Question is, how do I, like... I'm trying to figure out how I want to use this. I think on their spine. I want to... and I'll talk to it in a second. But I'm really trying to work, and I would love advice if people have it on how they... I couldn't get my substrafe off. I don't know where I should be positioning super chumps in like optimal scenarios. Like there's certain spots where you just kind of have to use it, but like in... Oh, oops, that was bad of me. In really ideal best case scenario, I actually don't know the best way to use it. But I feel like I've been having a lot of success throwing it behind, like you... Getting it specifically behind the enemy team seems very powerful. Because they end up taking a fight and then you can pressure them and then they're stuck. They can't move back. That's the one time where they have to actually respect the super chump. I should have died there. That was my bad. I don't fully understand the setup, which is problematic. My team's all getting spotted. Their team's pushed up, which means I can paint behind them, but I need to like... They're gonna net paint more than us unless I get a spot. Okay, we're chilling. Nice. Hopefully, I should get super chump as long as I don't botch it before the end of the game. They are outpainting us. Okay. They're not gonna want to go back onto their plot. If I get the spot, I'm chilling. Oh, please. Oh, that's a sprinkler. Oh my god. Sprinkler too tanky. I just want to paint an area that hasn't been painted. I can outpaint the blob, I think. I think we actually got that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's why I need more reps in super chump. Oh, we are chilling. Wait, I kind of carried at the end. Hold on. Wait a minute. I was kind of scared staying behind their team, but Fortunately, I was able to find a pick, and at some point, our team had a player advantage, so good stuff. That was a fun game. You don't say that often about Turf War. Or maybe you could, who knows? I think that's like how I've made my peace with Splatfest. You only have to play, because like I only do it for the snails. But I just play enough Turf War to get the snails. So there's just enough interesting stuff in matches like that to keep me going. Over time I get burnt out, but I can dig the mode. At least for a little bit. Do I prefer playing X rank? Probably. Do I have a choice? No. So you gotta play what's in front of you. And you're either able to play it and be upset, or you try to play it and find the good. I'm trying to find the good. I'm really trying to find the good. It's fine though. I don't know. I think it's competitive enough to where is okay, but it's not thrilling enough for me to want to do more than playing the 2 days worth, which is why the 2 days is like totally fine. Let's see. We'll do a fun game where we just kind of play until we hit ruler and then we guess what our power is. Wait, is Booty Bandit? Bab, don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, Bab. I'll make things right in the world. We'll bring justice to this bandit. It's like here, I think I use it. I wanted to throw it deeper, but I want to use it like in their freezer and their left block so we can take a fight there. Good shots. I should have had that for free, but I was too lazy on my aim. I wasn't able to see if that super chump was good or not. We got a trade on the left side, but that wasn't enough data. But I think in general, that's what the game plan is with that weapon. I can't die to Booty Bandit. The embarrassment would be too much. Nice. Is there another one? Oh, shit. Yo, wait, my team's cracked. Hold on. Hold up. Can I paint left side? I think it also helps to play support weapons when you're doing Splatfest. Yeah, like get this in their freezer, they're ready to retake, we're chilling. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay, maybe we're not chilling. Booty Bandit just drop. Yeah. If they didn't drop and kept mindlessly swinging, then I might have actually not had the pick. I took the gamble. My teammates are kind of cracked, hold on. Wait. Maybe the real gamers are the ones that do pro turf war. I'm close to my special. Oh shoot. Nice, dude. I'm gonna... the bomb explodes and I get it. I think top left, that was really risky. I should have died to crab. But I don't think they expected me to play so foul. Okay, so they're all stuck on the right side, so we just get paint. No, my brush died. Okay, they're taking mid while I'm like suppressing Booty Bandit, but I can push behind them and get another. I should really get 2 more specials. Oh, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is really good. Look at this. Get crab. Oh, I should have stayed up top. I didn't trust the crab was gonna die. But they have to fight in my stuff. And now they're pinning over it. We're chilling. Oh, shoot. I'll make them believe. No, they died. Nice. They're gonna paint on left. We need to take left stack. No. Wait, they cracking. Wait, they're trolling. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. This is not. I'm trolling. I actually might throw this game. It's so important that I stay alive and suppress. I'm going more aggressive. Dude, we are chilling. Hopefully. Hopefully. I think we're good. That was way closer than I thought. But we'll take it. Also, I don't know if my stuff actually exploded at the end there. W team, real. We take those. The more we win, the faster we get to ruler. Which at this point, we're just trying to speed run. But fortunately, I had another solid competitive gamer on my team, so we were popping off. Alright, another 90. So do you get to stick with your team, or does it... I think I find you a new team. But yeah, Yorchies is... I don't actually know how to pronounce their name. They're really good. Wait, is that... Is that stupid meme or whatever? Like that cartoon? Why would you make your name that? Like that 4-panel thing? That's crazy. I think I've seen that crazy toad person in my solo queue games as well. Hacky Tiger, I like the name. Alright. Anyway, let's keep the good times rolling. They don't? Wait, what do you mean they don't? What's up, Hecka? You're freaking out? Wait, what's up, Lucy? What's good? Or maybe not so good? I'm hoping to hear that you won a times 333 and life is good. Oh, they don't for the specials exploding. Okay. I was about to say. Wait, you did? No way. You actually, I've never even seen one. That's awesome. Wait, what team are you on? Wait. I don't know how to process this news until I know what team that you chose. I might be a little bit less excited if you're not on team Wisdom. Nah, I'm kidding. Courage. Honestly, I respect the Courage gamers. Oh wait, for for Courage. Oh no. I can't tell if you all are misguided or if it's me that's misguided. The problem might be me. I just love Fry too much. No, I'm dead. The shockwaves are too crazy. Beat Wisdom? Oh no. Wait, we're struggling out here? That's really awesome though. Is that the first time you've done a 333 or have you been in them before? I'm not kidding, I would unironically be kind of nervous if I played in one of those. Like, I don't get nervous when I play Turf War because I just don't care. But I think I would actually get nervous. Because, like, I never see those and I would, like, want to win it. Because I'm like, I might not see this again for the remainder. Because at a certain point, I'm going to stop playing Splatfest, I'm sure. But until that day comes, it's important for me. Like, right here, I don't know where I'm supposed to use Chomp. I think that's fine. But we kind of need to push with it. It at least suppresses them, so I can look for, like, blanks, potentially. I don't know. That's where, like, I need people to tell me how to play Super Chomp. Or I grind it out, but... it'd be fun to have a discussion. That's the thing, like, I'm not the greatest at coming up with decisions. In order for me to, like, put stuff into practice, I need, like, a ton of hours. My teammates are kind of cracked, though. You were so nervous. Soup in a smoothie? Wait, like IRL? Sounds delicious. Came from an initial landing? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I just want to try to use it a little bit earlier. Because, yeah, I saw the paint from the landing. And I like, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's where I shot it, but those explosions should be way bigger. Also, we're throwing, my bad. Oh, that was the first time 333. Let's go. Oh, you can't eat? Hopefully everything's okay. Come on, gamers, I need your help. Oh no! I tried to use R instead of ZR to throw them. I forgot how to use it. Please win. Oh, that's huge. It's close. They painted Rage 3, but I think we're okay. Oh, Wisdom. Wait, you got this. Wait. Wait, you're playing Splatoon after getting your Wisdom Teeth out the same day? I was lost in the sauce. I played the Metroid Prime trilogy when I got my Wisdom Teeth out. But there's no way that I could play a competitive game. And there's no way that I would play a competitive game successfully, so kudos to you. I had a bunch of mashed potatoes. That was my choice. Instant mash. But a smoothie and soup sounds delicious. It sounds more delicious than what I had. Wait, we're kind of speedrunning this, I'm not gonna lie. Everything's good, that's good, that's good. Happy to hear. Just make sure you're good about like keeping everything clean and stuff. I know there can be complications if you don't keep track of stuff over time, so whatever they told you, just make sure you adhere to it until everything heals up. Because I didn't have any problems, but there was no way. There's no way I was playing Splatoon the night of. That's another level of skill that I just don't have. You have that dog in you, and I just do not have it. I'd be big sleeping. Yeah, got a tweet, for sure. What weapon have you been using for the Splatfest stuff? I feel like Splash Neo would probably be really good, but sometimes I know people are, I don't know, people have different philosophies when it comes to Splatfest. I like to switch it up a little bit. Splash. Oh, 45k from 5-star. Nice. Well, hopefully you're not playing pro. I don't want to see you in my games. I would like to play with you, but stay clear. You're on too much of a hot streak. I just wanna make it to ruler in peace. But best of luck on your games. Also, those little clams that you get for doing like times 10 or 100 or whatever battles, do you get anything for like, because I usually get like 1 for like Splatfest and then it like resets. Do you get something for like clearing it completely? Okay, I never know what those things do. I think someone said one time that they like make it like you have more of a chance to play in those types of battles again, but I actually just don't know. My shots, thank you. Yo, we got the double jumps. Let's go. No. Oh my god, my teammates are actually my lifesavers. Never thought I would say a Clash Blaster is a real one, but this Clash Blaster is a real one. Person's gonna drop from above us, or maybe not. There's too much time for us to get cocky. Kind of just have to sustain. Oh, there's the other one. I was about to say they had to jump to someone. Sorry, I kind of left my teammate. That was bad of me. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, there's the... Again, throw it in the choke that they're gonna drop. I used it too early, so it doesn't have the same impact. It's just stalling, but I'll get at least one more before the end of the game, so it's fine. But I do think I used that too early to actually get good value out of it, and that's like why Chump feels bad. Because you don't just get inherent value from it, you have to use it very situationally. Which on average makes it a worse special, but you know, it is what it is. There's someone behind me, so I have to be careful, but this is a huge flank. I have to take this fight head on. I can't see. Nice. There's still one more over there. You win those. You win those. You still participate in them, which is totally fine because you're keeping them suppressed. There's two on there, right? This is dangerous. No, I didn't aim high enough. I actually threw the game. I didn't need to take that fight. I could have thrown a bomb at them as well. We actually threw. Can't believe I lost the game trying to go for the crab. I knew I needed to aim higher. I was... Wait, and then we lost. Oh, we won. Yo! Wait, we're crazy. Oh, nice. I threw so hard. I needed to aim higher. I forgot with the longer range I need to like... Unfortunate. Unfortunate. But we got the dub, so... At least I didn't get punished for my poor performance. Okay. We're still going. We take those. Festival shells you get from winning 10x increase your chance of 100 and 333 battles. If one team has enough shells, you can get 100, but if both teams have a ton... Oh, I see, I see. You got 700 yeah, I saw the tweet. That's crazy. Okay. So I need to like... So if you want to get threes, you kind of need to do a little bit of grinding. You have to get lucky too, but you gotta grind a little bit. Start collecting shells. That's cool though. I'm glad that they don't like... It's better they don't give them out randomly and give them to like people that actually like grind for it. You only had one shell? That's nice. We love to see it. You get a little lucky sometimes. So wait, how do people take pictures? I always see people take pictures and stuff like after they win. How do you do that? Do you like go back to the main hub after you win, or do you like press a button after the match? I have no idea how that works, but I'm always jealous. I'm like, I've won 10s. I don't know if I've won 100. I think I've won 100. I don't remember. I might be coping. Throw this left because they're trying to push. I thought one of them crossed, but I guess not. I used it there because I thought they crossed and I'd be able to stop them, but they didn't cross, so I just stalled them. Which stalling is still fine. Oh, is this C-Jet? I thought that was a Hydra for a second. I got really scared. My team is actually goated. Me getting carried by comp players. Let's go. This would be a time where using them to stall would actually be good. I used them in like a... I mean, honestly, I kind of did stall them, but it's okay to stall there because two of my teammates were down. Yo, Hyper. Gamer. How's the Splatfest going? I'm assuming you played Splatfest. How were the games? You've been enjoying yourself? Have you been causing grief to other players? Also, isn't there like an all random turf or salmon run rotation soon? Sorry, I don't have my chat up and I'm like kind of dialed in right now. When I get splatted, I'll give you a proper hello. But I really do appreciate the raid. And I hope that all is going well for you, my friend. I hope all the luck. As long as you're not on the other team, I hope you all the luck. But I will give you a GG if you're on the other team. This is a risky play, but sometimes you gotta risk it, you know? I should hit my shots. Honestly, that 180 was kind of crazy from them, not gonna lie. Yo! Did I see what Jackpot did? I did. We got 2 down, we're chilling. Okay, that's fine. Use them here. I'm gonna push left while as like a stall tool. I think I'm gonna end up going for a flank unless they cross. Oh, they're crossing. Trade's fine. Okay. Nice. Goated with the sauce. And my teammates kind of going hard. I almost popped off on that splash, Neo. I got one and then I missed a bunch of shots. Unfortunate. Oh, you go to the screen where you choose teams. Oh, wait, can you do that if you haven't won any battles? I kind of want to do it at some point. I don't think I'm gonna get a 10x. We're running out of games. I got hard carry that game. Let's go. Thank you for the shout out to Hyper. Another wonderful Splat gamer. Always very chill. Always very funny. Hyper's the vibes. If you're looking for the vibes. Which like Splatfest plus Hyper. That's the vibes. Updating your socials on Synthia. Yeah, you're chilling. I was just it was funny before when you brought it up because I was literally like had that exact conversation with myself. Like, how do I find this? Oh, so funny. How have I been? I've been pretty good. Life's been a little bit up, life's been a little bit down, but we're trending up right now. We're not flying up, but we're trending up. So we love to see it. We were able to what's it called? We're able to recently move, so it's just been life has been moving, and then we physically had to do a little bit of a move, but again, things are good. I appreciate being able to kind of just chill a little bit, play some Splatoon. Like, this is where I can like kind of zen back in and have some time to chill and enjoy some funny Splat games. Especially like getting back to streaming is unironically like it's tough, like going on a break for streaming and stuff. So I streamed for I stopped streaming for a while because like life was getting kind of busy, and then I like streamed a day. I'm like, all right, I'm getting back on the routine. And then I stopped streaming for like another month, and then I started again 2 days ago, and I skipped yesterday, and I'm like, oh no, am I gonna not stream for another few days? But I was able to get on today. No, put myself in a bad spot. And every time I stream, I always enjoy myself, but I don't know. Sometimes life just is. It's hard to explain. I'm not in a good spot. Oh. Alright, I need to play around Trace Strikes a little bit better. I'm high-key throwing. I just realized I'm playing against Triple Splash Neo. This means I should be able to clap them when it comes to fighting, but I need to not... Oh shoot. Okay, well I can't fight multiple. That's a problem. But I can put myself into situations where I'm gonna get stuck with tri-strikes. Because if I start dodging one tri-strike, they're probably gonna layer in a ton of them from multiple people. So I need to just chill a little bit. Like, I can't immediately push with this, but I do want to eventually push. I must have ranked up a little bit because I'm playing with the sweat. Oh, I got stuck in paint. I'm playing with the sweat. I've never seen so many Splash Neos in a game before. It's also interesting to see Splash Neo as like the shooter of choice, but being able to spam tri-strikes is kind of lit, so I can understand. What? No. Oh my god. Alright, we have one final chance to like start pushing. So we're hitting our 30-second quota. It's time for us to start winning. Which means I need to take a risky play, but my team's taking more selfish risky plays, and it's gonna be hard for us to... Still one behind us, I'm almost certain. Yeah, this is tough. We are not winning this one. Yeah, we definitely got clapped. All good things must come to an end. That was good though. I played that game really, really poorly. I was like hard feeding at the beginning of that game. I kept trying to push with like when we traditionally could push, but it's the problem on this map is we didn't really have anything proper to push with, so I can't start going in and expect help from teammates because I kept getting stuck in paint and I just get like overwhelmed with paint over time. Fair play to them. No, that means I have to play at least 2 more, maybe even more if I keep losing. We'll see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. I don't know if I want to keep playing. I mean, if you still need to get to ruler, which you probably don't, but if you did need to get to ruler, I would definitely keep playing. But also, if you already had it, I'd probably... Like, there's some times where it's just like, it's better to just go to sleep riding the high. Especially as you get older, there's very few times where you finish a gaming session like on a high. Especially those high highs, you gotta just, you savor it. But if you need to keep grinding, definitely grind, but for me, that would definitely be a stopping point. I'm big chillin'. But the other thing, maturing when playing games is understanding that you can still have a you can still have a good time every time you play, regardless of the results of the match, but that's a little bit more mature and harder to do. I don't think you ruin your night after winning one of those, but I don't know. But then again, if you keep playing, maybe there's like a higher probability that you get another, you know. That means you have a better chance of playing another one of those, right? It's like maybe that's how they get you. They want you to keep going for it. If you do keep playing, I wish you the best of luck. I didn't aim high. It's so interesting. You think with more range, it would be easier to kill crabs, but any amount of RNG makes aiming specifically at crabs actually really difficult. That was a good jump. I think this is the other thing about Splatfest Pro is that if your rank gets high enough, like my intention isn't necessarily to climb, But like you're playing against literally everyone using Splash Neo. Like Splash Neo or Machine. And it's like, I don't know if this is what I signed up for. In competitive, this is what I signed up for. I don't know if I signed up for this for Splat. But we're getting close, so we have to write it out. But I think we're gonna start losing now. I have so much painting power. Jeez. Yeah, they definitely have a lead now. We have to win the next couple fights. Thing is, we have to like sustain, which is the problem. It's so hard to constantly win fights. This special is really bad. I need to use it in a more broad space because I didn't like help my teammates there. I'm gonna die. I got one, but we're gonna lose this game. That's unfortunate. No. I was wondering how the machine killed me so fast. I mean, the slosh, or the... I can't talk. I was wondering how the splash killed me so fast, but it was a sloshing machine. Yeah, we didn't win that. It's tough. Against these comps, you have to like not troll the whole time. 899? Maybe you go for the milli. Actually, I don't even know if that's easy to do. That might be something that takes a long time. That might be a bigger grind than I was anticipating. Yeah, I threw last game. I played fine this game, but pump diff is hard unless you play it perfectly. But you get no clout for losing. I didn't know that. Alright, we have to win this next one so we can stop playing. You know? 2 million? Plus 25. Holy. That's super impressive. What the heck? I can respect that. I can respect that. Dang, we were so close. We were trending to having like a really high power. But then we lost the last two, so we shouldn't lose that much. These people are way too sweaty. There's no way that we're like losing a ton. Oh no, I don't want to spoil it. If we keep losing, then it's not going to be impressive, but I was going to say we were close to 2,500, but we're probably a lot closer to... I don't know. If I had to guess, we're probably around maybe 2,400. So I'd like to win this and feel confident that we're above 2,400, but you never know. Splatfest Pro was like the old school rank, so you could play and like lose, or you can win and get like plus 0.1 and lose a ton. So hard to gauge it without knowing the skill of the opponents, but based off of who we're playing now, we're getting the sweats. So we should be at least 2,400, I would guess. I was hoping to hit shots faster. I was gonna strafe forward, but I wanted to strafe back immediately after I get that pick so I didn't die to the other person, but I took so long that I ended up just like standing in place. I need to be more... My default needs to be more proactive when I'm moving. There's so many people. We lock him in. Alright, that did nothing to the fight, I'm gonna be honest. It did force them forward though. I think that's the thing with Super Chump is that like you need, it doesn't help you with like a fight, but it has a lot of macro implications, but you have to be like on board with your teammates in order for it to work out. I'm dead. Why is everyone jumping to me? No. Oh god. RNG saved me there. Guess Team Wisdom is not, we are not playing the meta. So we are consistently playing against triple Neo. And I think we've had maybe one Neo on our team. So my aim is atrocious. No, I ran out of ink. I had that kill for free. Unfortunate. Yeah, this one's not looking good, but we could win a fight. If I pop off, like, I need to make a hero play in order for us to win, or my teammates need to, on average, pop off. Okay, we all died. This is over. This is terrible. Panic. Unfortunate. Yeah. Only two 10x's? We still take those, but it's kind of cool. They just like jumped you up to a 3-3-3. Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, I was gonna wait to, so I wanted to check my power after I finished playing for the night. Because once I get ruler, I'm never touching this again. That's my Splatfest tradition. We take our snails and we we scram. Any more than that and I'll dislike Splatoon. But we started off really, really good. So I was hoping we could actually get a decent power. But we lost the last 3, so we probably aren't. But we didn't lose a ton, so again, we gotta win eventually. Okay, so we only have to play one more win or lose. If we lose, we might be underneath 24. If we win, I still think potentially 24. But we'll see, we'll see. 22, honestly fair. Hope we get some other shooters on our team if we have to play against triple splash. I guess we did, but maybe not the best ones. Peak or active? I was guessing active. My peak, I calculated 2350. Oh wait, you're on the other team. There you go. Good luck. Honestly, reasonable comps on both teams. I think I like... Honestly, both comps are fine. I don't love blah blah, but I especially don't love feeding blah blah, but I think we might be vibing. I don't know. Ooh, really nice crab. I was gonna win that fight, and then I got smacked by the explosion. I can respect the awareness though. Nice. No, oh, I got destroyed. I should. I was hoping the super chump somehow did enough chip to splat you, but it was way too high. Oh shit. Oh, I'm in danger. My teammates are kind of cooking. I think that's the thing with Turf War. I think Turf War gets competitive and actually kind of interesting if your teammates like know what they're doing. But I think it only gets competitive to a point because I think at max level competitiveness it gets weird again. But that's me not playing it competitively, so I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Shoot. I'm gonna say it's not looking good for our team. It's still winnable, but not looking good. I'm so dead. I heard crab and I'm like, if there's anyone else here, I'm definitely not gonna survive. That was a good pinch. Alright. The team has to get us. Okay, we might be cooking. This is where the suppression could be good. Oh, I missed all my shots. Why am I jumping? Blood? Oh no, I choked. Yeah. Dang. If I won that fight, we actually probably maybe could have won. But GG's. I got clapped. I kept trying to jump. I always default to jumping, you know? I'm used to splash where I'm able to jump and get away with stuff. But jumping just makes your aim not great. Could potentially look to run IA, but you probably need too much to make it more worth its or make it worth more than it's worth. What am I trying to say? For it to be worth. Alright, well we had a good rating going and then we lost like 10 in a row. So our rating is no longer good. Let's see, maybe like 2370? Oh my god, we lost a ton. Alright, we made it to 24, but we ended up at 2280, so unfortunate. So we lost like 120 points losing these games. Which is crazy. That one we should have won, but we played like a full meta comp. I was the problem this first game. These other games, these comps are out of control. Feeling better by myself watching. Real. Alright, so I think we're gonna call it there. That is Splatfest in a nutshell. I think I was gonna review what's it called? I think I was gonna review Sam's game. But I don't want to play Splatfest tomorrow, and I probably will start streaming slightly before the Splatfest ends. So because they're not here, I think we're okay to wait for tomorrow. So we'll use that as a way into does highest go into top 100? I'm not actually sure. I would imagine it's current, but I guess why would they track highest otherwise? That's a good point. I actually don't know. I've never been anywhere near top 100. I always calculate like 1800 and I get to like maybe 2k. So we calc 7 though, which was a new one for me. We got a taste of the sweats in ranked, which is pretty fun. But I would probably want to play a little bit more Splash if I was gonna play it more in the future. But I did get some good ideas at least for Super Chump. Knowing when it's good and when it's not, but I still need a lot, like especially in competitive modes, I need a lot more work, so probably after Splatfest, I'll probably still play Splash for a little, Orange Zap for a little bit. Like, I'm still gonna play Splash for Turf War, for Splat Zones, because I want to try to keep, like, I want to compete in Splat Zones, but I don't care as much on the other modes, so I'll probably play different decent weapons. I'm not trying to play like troll stuff where I'm not having fun, but I actually want to discover certain stuff about weapons, and I really want to better understand Super Chump so that when it becomes viable, either because they inflate it with a buff or like a weapon that fits the meta a little bit better, gets it in their kit, we could potentially look to play it. I think Orange Zap is totally fine. I think we can actually push it, but we'll see. It's just tough. It's so situational. You have to be really on point with your whatchamacallit? With your super chumps, because it's like, I don't know how to explain it. You have to really combine it in order to get value. But I think part of the key, Mountain Time, yeah, or MST Gaming. Playing off opponents' mistakes? Yeah, for sure. Especially in competitive, like playing, understanding where people are going to want to use specials and having a counter in place, or at least not putting yourself in a spot to get punished is super important, especially for a special like Crab. Because if you're playing like a machine, you can actually punish crabs pretty well. Or if you play like blasters, splatanas and stuff, and if they just do like very default crabs, you can actually punish it hard. But yeah, that's like that next level of thinking, is that you can autopilot the decisions you need to make, and then you can start really hard focusing on what the enemy's trying to do at all times. And like you can unconsciously make good decisions about like how you move, how you play, where you need to position, and then you can like really focus on like what the opponent's trying to do. But it's hard, it takes time. But I'm glad that you're being able to implement, because it feels really good. I was like the most fun in a PvP. It's like reading your opponent and punishing them accordingly. But yeah, like Super Chump, you have to like, and I don't know exactly the best way to combine it with your team, and that's why I need to keep exploring. Once I can crack that open on like what the combination is to get value out of it, we're chilling. But I think it's actually a pretty solid stall tool, but you're not going to get any value. Like if you're using it to stall, you're not getting like anything else out of it. You're not getting any like chip. You're really not going to get much paint, but like it's purely just like stalling them in the same way that like a Tri-Strike can stall. Like you don't really want to use Tri-Strike to stall, but I think Tri-Strike stalls better because it has a certain amount of inevitability, because you can't like walk through it, whereas you can kind of walk through the super chums. But I do think if you can like kind of lock the door on someone, if they like are pushed up too far, or you can actually push them back farther. Yo, Eve, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. I think if you can, like I said, I think if you can kind of like lock the door and get chumps behind them, you can force them to take engagements. But that's where you need assistance from someone else, because there's a very small window where you need assistance to take the fight. So if you have numbers, like if you can lock them in a scenario where your team has an advantage, then you can almost certainly force an engagement. And that's where having weapons like a Carbon, Petra, or just other like short range aggressive weapons that you, in that small window, if you can actually force that fight before they can get comfortable and paint their way out of it, or you know, if you don't have enough resources, they can just fight you and then your super chump's actually irrelevant, then you're like in a rough spot. But in certain scenarios, like I think you get value, but the window is small and it's like niche situations, which is why it's not like that's why it's not going to be like a meta breaker by any means, but I think it can fit in the meta with certain comps. Like I think Zap's a good enough weapon. I think Autobomb is fine enough as a sub. And I think Super Chump is interesting enough as a special to where like you can find uses for it, but you need like a certain level of aggressive comp and you have to play it a very certain way. Which all of these conditions usually are an indication that it's not a great special, but I think it's fun. And I think it's like a cute little special. And I want an excuse to play Zap again, so I've been enjoying it. I want to push it a little bit more. I want to understand it a little bit more. I don't know if, like, I'm probably not going to play it in like tournaments or anything, but I think there's something there and I at least want to better understand. Because if it's like an exercise where like you learn more about a certain weapon and then you can get a better understanding of like how pieces fit together in Splatoon. It's like doing a practice problem, like doing your homework when you learn a new topic in school. It helps reinforce concepts. You should totally play Orange Zap with your team. I mean, unironically, there could be something there. But it's... I think right now, in terms of implementation, it's more trouble than it's worth. But I have enough time and I have enough curiosity with Orange Zap that I'm willing to take the plunge, at least when it comes to like solo queue and stuff. Because I don't think, like, the way that my team works, I don't think we're ever gonna have a comp where we want to play Orange Zap. But you know, that's why I said, like, I want to better understand Super Chump, because at some point Chump might be on a kit that we might want to play. But the more I play Chump, I doubt that's the case, but it's still like it's still fun. I'm still having enjoyment out of using it. But in terms of like the jump gimmick and everything, I'm not sure the validity of all that. Remember when it first came out, we were like hoping that, oh, you like throw it down and then your teammate can jump to you. I don't think it's like, I think every so often you'll unintentionally get that kind of value, and you'll get it more consistently if you play a faster comp. Which you don't run a faster comp for that part of the kit, but because you run a faster comp, sometimes you get that value. Where like, oh, your Tetra's jumping in because they're always feeding and they're always jumping in. But I don't know. I think that's a cool quirk to it, but I think there's something deeper with the actual way that you play around it. But it takes a very specific scenario. But I'm getting to the point where I like, at least on some maps I'm still pretty clueless. But there's a lot of maps that I play in this game that I have a pretty good understanding of, like, branching out all the different scenarios that can happen. Like if we're playing Museum or if we're playing Scorchgorge or something, like I understand how every scenario should play out. And whether I execute that or not, it's going to depend on how I play. But I think I can actually learn how to use Super Chump. Because you know, if I can understand where it gets value, I understand how to implement it on certain maps. And it'd be fun to be able to understand that. Yo, what's up? Is it Die Cool? DY Cool? Either way, welcome, 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 welcome. Please correct me if I'm, well, I said 2 different ways, so I definitely didn't get it correct, but please feel free to correct me. Which team did I choose? I went for Team Wisdom, the blue headband. We are Wisdom, big brain gamers. I just hit ruler, so we're probably gonna call it here because my dogs are looking at me like I need to use the restroom. DY Cool? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate your patience. But I think we're gonna call it for a night. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'll be working on some VOD reviews. I have one lined up, and oh, you want Wisdom? Nice. I'm wise. True. The more I play, I think the Wisdom was not choosing Team Wisdom, but we sim for Fry around here. I'll say it. I'm not ashamed. Us forehead gamers have to stick together. Wait, is that why Fry's Team Wisdom? Is that supposed to be a forehead joke? That's kind of messed up if you think about it. Forehead games. Wait, did they do Fried Dirty with that or what? You tell me. Is this big Splatoon drama? I need to make a drama alert Splatoon channel and never post to it. Or if I do, it's some goofy stuff like this. What's up for? Alright. Officially off the fry fan. Sorry, I got a little too greedy with all that, but yeah, I think tomorrow we're gonna we'll do that review. If anyone else has codes, if y'all have codes now, which currently we're playing Splatfest, so I don't want any of your codes, but if y'all have any sort of codes that you want to get looked at, please feel free to send me the code. Send it to me now, DM me on Discord. Either way. Yo, DY, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. Never been on a fry team? That's probably the right way, because I keep losing every single time. Oh, we won once, actually. Don't think I can send one. Nah, you're good. I'll play one solo queue game. Bless. But yeah, we'll go through Sam's review. I'm gonna probably spam a lot of orange zap and solo queue that's not zones, so I at least have a purpose to play not zone rotations. So that should be fun. If only played Splatfest. There's a charm to Splatfest, I have to say. Like, I think it's hard to explain, but I think Turf War as a game mode, like, it feels more frustrating in certain cases. And this could be me coping because I'm just like, I'm not experienced enough. But sometimes I think some of the frustration, like not having a normal objective is like kind of not fun. But when you play with good players, you like the games still kind of play out like other ranked modes. And understanding how to win a map in other modes like carries over to Turf War as well. So like getting picks and like holding down important areas like you would in any other mode, like they're still fun to be had in Turf War. That's what I've been learning from having to begrudgingly play through Splatfest until I get to Ruler. So that's been kind of an interesting experience for me, but I don't play it at its highest level, so I don't know. You know, like the top level meta could still be really cringe, but it's hard because like there's been matches and like there's certain matches where people play Turf War and they just like stop moving, but I don't trust top competitive players to understand the meta of Turf War. I don't think there's enough reps for that to happen, and I haven't seen enough. Like I don't know if I know in like Japan, because someone, I forgot who it was, someone did a really good interview with like it's like an interview or a video or something, but I remember I got part of it like translated or something, but they were talking to someone that plays in Japan. Like I don't know if they only play Turf War, but they like I think their main focus is like a competitive Turf War, and it's like a hearing it from their perspective, like I think there's a lot that we need to not need to, but I think there's a lot we could potentially like learn about with the mode. And I think it could make the mode like actually kind of interesting. But the reason why it gets frustrating, especially playing with the randoms, is like the price for feeding is like tough. And I feel like not that it's less skilled, because I think that's a very antagonistic way to phrase it, but I feel like it's easier to like consolidate your advantages in Turf War, because it's like you're just painting and you like figuring out where you push up the line, all that still applies, but I don't know, I feel like there's more variables in the other competitive modes. where you have to balance that consolidation of paint with the actual objective. But when that becomes the actual objective, I don't know. It feels, not that it's like super baby simple, but it's more simple than I would prefer. But I think that's also okay. Because honestly, there's a lot of modes where, like, there's a lot of map modes that happens to as well in Splatoon, like in the normal ranked modes. But those are usually modes that are considered like map mode combinations that are not enjoyed by the masses. But you know, I don't know. I don't want to watch Turf War because I don't know. I don't necessarily find it interesting, but it also could be me not understanding the intricacies. If there are intricacies to Turf War as like a ranked mode, it'd be really interesting to explore, but I don't want to play it to try to explore. Yo, Sky, thank you so much. Hello, hello. Fortunately or unfortunately, will wait, double Sky. Hey, yo. Hello, hello. No, go see. Thank you for the follow. We just hit ruler, so I think I'm actually getting off because my dogs are looking at me, and we just moved, and it takes like a million years for us to walk the dogs. So I'd be gone for like half an hour. So I think I'm gonna actually triple the raid, double it, and give it to the next person, basically. But thank you so much for the support. I hope y'all had a nice stream. I hope everything went well. We were Team Wisdom for the Splatfest, and oh, so kind. We had some good games. We played some Turf War. We had more fun with it than we normally do. And I actually kind of enjoyed the map, the new Splatfest map, like the Triforce. But yeah. How's your color? Pink. I use Color Lock. So every so often I get this cool bubblegum color. How's your stream been? Stream was a lot of fun. We did some reviews. So if there's anyone that, I'm assuming some of y'all at least would play some Splatoon. If y'all have any VODs, any replay codes, hopefully not Turf War, hopefully the other like Anarchy modes. But if you have any replay codes, I will always be happy to review them. So we did a couple of reviews today. Yeah, Color Lock. Thank you, thank you. So we're yeah, I wish this was the normal ink color. I wish you could pick your color. Like when you play like Valorant or Overwatch, you can like choose the color of your team and the enemy team. I wish you could do that in this game. That'd be kind of nice. But yeah, I hope your streams went really well. And again, thank you so much, everyone. Ghosty Inkura, please correct me if I mispronounced. Graceful Sylveon and Echo, thank you so much for the follows. Much appreciated. But yeah, we're winding down here. We did a handful of reviews and we played it before going from nothing to ruler, which isn't that much of a feat because I was playing against people that were like ruler plus 25. People are really loving their Splatfest, but we did a little bit of everything here. Hope it was a good one. Yeah, always a good time. We're getting back into this swing of streaming. IRL kind of, I'm sure you know how it is, but clashing between like IRL obligations and balancing it both time management wise and also just like mental health wise. Sometimes being away from streaming too much is like rough. Yeah, plus 25. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. I think I got to like 6 or 7 the first Splatfest, and that was as far as I went. Much respect to others. How often do you do replay codes? I've only started doing them recently, but I want to do them very consistently. I did it 2 days ago, and I did 5 hours of just replay codes. Today I weaved it in a little bit better, but I think as an ongoing thing, I want to provide like, I want to be like a free resource for people to provide some coaching and to provide some guidance for anyone that's like actually actively trying to get better at the game. So, especially for people that are like, you know, C rank, B rank, S rank, that are like trying to like start understanding the game, I can provide a ton of value. I can help with a lot of competitive players as well. And I like doing reviews for competitive players, but you know, I'm only so good. I'm still trying to learn myself, but especially learning the game relatively recently will there's a lot of guidance I can provide, and it helps me because it kind of helps reinforce what I know. And sometimes people do things and I learn a few things, so it's fun all around. But yeah, at any point, usually I stream. I'm trying to do like 4 or 5 times a week, and I think at least there'll be a section every single stream for us to go through an analysis. When Splatfest ends, you'll try to play ranked. Nice, that's nice. Yeah, no rush. It'll always be an ongoing thing moving forward. I think it's something I really enjoy. There's a Valorant coach streamer named Woohoojin. They I guess technically they're like a PNG tuber. But they're like a banana. They're really cool stream. Like, I don't play Valorant, but they're so good at coaching Valorant, and it's so interesting that I literally watch their content like most days. Because I think the way that they describe the content's really good. Anyways, they do a lot of VOD reviews, and he's been able to get like big enough and popular enough to where he actually can he pays people to review their gameplay, because he's seen enough growth and enough success in his stream that he's able to provide like gift cards for people that are like actively looking to work better and like show progress and stuff. And he has ways to like measure it, but I think like, I don't think I'll get to that growth, but you know, I would love to do that. Like, I always want to like being a free resource. I would love to like that. I can do that, you know, I can make the decision to do that. But in terms of like being able to like pay people to want to get better, that would take more growth. But if, you know, if I got to that point, I would love to kind of follow that model. I think it's very interesting. Squirts. Like some help. Yeah, free for sure, for sure. That's I don't know. I like, I'm also not the best at like, partially y'all are like kind of the guinea pigs, where I'm like, there's a lot that I'm trying to get better at in terms of like making content, in terms of you know, the way that I explain things, condensing that. So I'm like, you know, I'm getting value out of this in the same way that hopefully you all are getting value. So, you know, you all are helping me as much as I'm helping you all, and it's something that I have a lot of fun with. So, you know, that's kind of where I would like to see myself. But I don't know, I just think that idea is so cool, with the way that Woohoojin does a lot of their coaching and the way that they set up their stream. They provide like free like subscriptions to their channel by like constantly like showing up to their stream and everything, which they have a lot of really cool like Discord tech that I'm not a tech stream, but yeah. Hate to leave the mid convo. No, you're totally fine. It's really late. I'm about to leave mid convo, but thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for coming through, and you know, hope to see you around soon, either here or you know, in one of the Sky streams. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Very variety oriented player. Switch around your weapons, usually similar playstyles. Yeah, and that's the cool thing about Splatoon. We were talking about it earlier, but there's a lot that you can learn about your weapon, and then there's a lot you can learn about the game of like Splatoon that carries over to all weapons that you play. You have to implement it a little bit different depending on your weapons like strengths and weaknesses, but you know, that's the nice thing about doing reviews, is that you can kind of sorry, when I talk a lot, I'm parched, and doing reviews I talk a whole lot. But yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Celeste. You're the GOAT. That's why I pay you and Limo the big bucks, right? One day. Like, if I had the growth, like I would love to be able to like pay people and stuff, but we're in poverty mode over here. Oh. Anyways, we're gonna call it here. Let's move you all over to another wonderful streamer. What kind of Splatoon gamers are on at this hour? I see Jer streaming. Jer is a very, very chill competitive gamer. Give them some love. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Usually we stream in the evenings. On like weekdays, we probably won't stream quite this late. But tomorrow we'll probably stream, you know, 4 or 5 Mountain, 7, 8 Eastern, and translate accordingly. And Amy and losing team was the alright, I got you. Look at this. I got you. Look at these. We're chilling. Ignore this victory. 4 losses, we're chilling. You're welcome. This is your payment. Yeah, I was doing so well. I was almost able to push to 2500 and then I got. But anyways, I'll move you all over. But yeah, if y'all are interested in any sort of like, I mean, you can always ask questions, but I really want to see people improve. And I've been complaining for a lot of the stream. I went on a rant about not having more resources. There are really good resources like Squid School, awesome. Like Chara, awesome. A lot of competitive players, awesome. But there are content's either not accessible. For some like Squid School, like obviously like Jim does a really good job and has a degree in teaching, so is actually able to explain stuff in a very digestible way. So, you know, Jim's awesome. Love Squid School. Love everything that he does. Watch most all of his videos. You know, big fan. But yeah, I just think it'd be nice for us to have more resources and just, you know, have people come at it stuff from different angles and provide an environment where if someone wants to learn the game, wants to learn a specific weapon, like there's an environment and a platform for them to learn. And like I want to try to, like, my goal is to try to provide an environment that's like delayed gratification, I guess, if that makes sense. Which is why, like, I don't know, I feel more comfortable doing a lot more long form content, which I need to cut down. Like, as I go through watching my VOD reviews and stuff, I definitely need to consolidate and I definitely need to edit a little bit. Both, like, during the stream, I need to like kind of shorten what I talk about, but also work on that. But at the same time, like, I want to provide content where people want to come back and like continually learn little by little. Because when it comes to, yo, Meep, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, my friend. Because when it comes to like learning any game, there's no like shortcuts. There's no like, you know, 5 tips to become good at Splatoon kind of thing. Like, it really is something that you just have to, like, you need exposure, you need like, you know, there needs to be repetition. There's a lot of consistencies that you can work on to have success. Like, there's a model that you can work on, which thinking about in the background, but trying to figure out the best way to present it. And that's why doing VOD reviews and making other videos and other content kind of helps me with my form and the way that I want to approach it, because I can test different ideas, which has been really fun for me in terms of like the analytical side of like the meta of like creating content that people may potentially enjoy, and watching other content creators and seeing like what they do that I really like. Some of it I'd maybe do a little bit different, and, you know, try to make it my own, but really take a more analytical approach. But yeah, definitely like the delayed gratification is my kind of end goal, where I want to be able to you know, for people that want to like stick around and learn and understand that, you know, it's a process. I want to be there for those people, because I feel myself as that person, and sometimes I feel left behind in the community stuff, and I have to like use like a machete and make my own path. And I want to try to a certain degree, at least pave a path for certain types of players, whether you're competitive or slightly competitive, or, you know, maybe don't want to play but are interested in learning more and get a better understanding about the game. Like, I want to be able to be a resource for that. So we'll see how it goes. Anyways, Jer, awesome person, awesome streamer, very talented competitive player, and I'm looking at their stream now and they're playing Orange Zap, so that's like green flag central over here. So anyways, go enjoy them, enjoy the nice vibes, the chill environment. Take care, have a good night. We will be back tomorrow with more riveting gameplay. How often do you stream? So a couple of months ago when IRL was a little bit more stable, we were basically streaming every day. I'm coming off 2-month-long or month-plus long hiatuses, so we finally got moved into our new place a couple days ago. So I feel a little bit more stability and consistency. So I can say with decent confidence that we should be able to stream about 4 or 5 days a week. That's what I'm aiming for. But you know, as a poverty streamer, you know, it's hard to say fully, but my goal is to be able to get more streams during this kind of evening block. Probably end a little bit earlier. Today I did about 7 hours. I'll probably look, usually it's about 3 to 4 hours, you know? So if you push back this current time about 3 hours, that's usually how long I'll go most nights. So yeah, I really want to get back into the consistency because I feel like life flows a lot better when we can keep with a system. So anyways, thank you all, much appreciated, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. Anyways, enjoy Jer. Take care. Have a good night. Thank you so much for the raids, everyone. Thank you, the dual sky raid. Very fun. Love to see it. So much love and support from you all. Much appreciated. Hyper, Cherry, another fantastic bit of streamers. Very chill vibes. I think that's kind of the theme for tonight. Today was the chill stream. We're just kind of vibing, painting the ground, just kind of enjoying ourselves. But we'll keep the vibes going with Jer. So anyways, take care. Have a good night. Thank you all. So much support. Actually, just, you know, I get so much energy being able to share my thoughts and experiences with you all. So couldn't do it without y'all. So much appreciated. Anyways, have a good night. I'm stalling way too long, so I'm gonna stop. All right, later.